There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. Please take your seat. Order. The Secretary will read the order of the day.
Resumption of debate on the President's State of the Nation address.
The Honorable Minister of Trade and Industry, Rob Davis.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, Mr. President, Deputy President, honourable members. Mr. President, in the SONA you referred to continued uncertainty in the global economy. Nowhere is that more evident than in the arena of international trade. Not only does global trade growth continue to underperform even the insipid levels of global GDP growth, but a tsunami has struck the dominant paradigm that has shaped international trade negotiations over the past quarter century. In my contribution to this debate, I want to suggest what this might mean in terms of realigning our trade policy to the objectives of radical economic transformation. In the SONA, the President defined radical economic transformation, and I quote, as fundamental change in the structure, systems, institutions, and patterns of ownership in favour of all South Africans and black South Africans in particular. This must mean pursuing simultaneously fundamental change in the productive base of our economy and in the patterns of exclusion and exclusion within it. It is common cause, not just in South Africa but throughout the continent, that fundamental change in our productive base must include moving away from our dependence on the production and export of primary commodities by moving to more lucrative parts of value chains through industrialization. There is by now a significant body of writing from the school of what are called heterodox economists that has established the point that all countries that became industrialized, without exception, have passed through a phase where they nurtured, supported, defended and protected emerging industries. Later, as these industries became more competitive, the same countries moved to adopt a more free trade stance, even to the point of wanting to deny to other later comers access to the very policy tools they themselves deployed to get to where they were. This phenomenon was described first by the 19th century German economist Friedrich List as kicking away the ladder. We have seen much of that in the last quarter of century, but it's important to recognize that historically those who had the courage to say thanks but no thanks when receiving such advice were the ones that advanced. For the past quarter century, global trade has operated within a rules-based framework developed through a system that can be styled hegemonic multilateralism. At its pinnacle has been the World Trade Organization established by the 1994 Marrakesh Agreement and replacing the previous General Agreement on Trade and Tariffs, GATT. Many countries, including ours, have accepted that a multilateral rules-based system is desirable. It creates space for all of us, developed and developing countries alike, to participate in negotiating binding and enforceable rules. But the reality in the WTO, as in other multilateral bodies, is that outcomes and ideas that became dominant were shaped by the power relations existing within them, meaning that the dominant industrialized economies called the shots, even if perhaps to a lesser extent than they were able to in the past. Informed by an ideology variously described as neoliberalism or the Washington Consensus, this system drove an ambitious and unprecedented tariff reduction in the 1990s. One element of this was a one-size-fits-all narrative suggesting that ambitious trade liberalization was as good for the poor and the weaker as it was for the richer and the stronger. This resulted in a compression of differentiated obligations between rich and poor countries and a reduction in the policy space available to developing countries. Driven by new digitized technologies, global trade expanded as global value chains emerged, albeit in an uneven manner and concentrated in a few regions. While some developing countries with robust and decidedly non-orthodox industrial policies like China were able to take advantage of greater market openings in the developed world, many others were persuaded, cajoled, or obliged to cut tariffs and open up markets to an extent that, with the benefit of hindsight, moved too rapidly beyond their capacities.
Just hold. Honorable members, you are too loud. Please reduce your noise levels. Order, honorable members. This is not proceed, honorable minister.
South Africa was further disadvantaged by the fact that the apartheid regime declared in the GATT that ours was a developed country. Although through the leadership of President Nelson Mandela, who was not then yet President of the Republic, and the Consultative National Economic Forum, we clawed back some valuable policy space in the auto and clothing section. In the implementation of the Uruguay round in the 1990s, we were victims of a historical injustice that required us to cut industrial tariffs deeper and faster than many peer developing countries. The new era we are entering is being shaped by a major backlash against the paradigm that became hegemonic in the 90s. Contrary to the expectations of some, the most visible form this has taken to date has been a right-wing nationalistic populism in the developed world, positing itself as anti-globalization and anti-free trade. The social base of this is various stratas of what are called the middle class that have seen jobs, economic security, and living standards under threat. A number of studies have shown that these fears are indeed not unfounded. Many other, what Professor Joseph Stiglitz called in a landmark study, globalization's discontents, have been evident for many years in both developed and developing countries, again with real concerns. A rearguard action from defenders of the status quo has sought to shift the base for the evident inequality and widening economic insecurity on the technological changes associated with what's called the Fourth Industrial Revolution. The introduction of technologies like robotics, 3D printing, the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, and so on, all of which are predicted to bring about disruptive changes in the organization of production across entire value chains. But the real issue is that both the technological changes and the trade liberalization have occurred in the context of a visible absence of inclusive growth. Rather than seeing widespread sharing of the benefits of technological advances, we've witnessed a mushrooming of winner-takes-all markets, with winners reaping huge rewards while others get little or nothing. Globalization has meant that this phenomenon is increasingly defined on a world rather than a national scale. All of this has widened inequality, with the numbers of people at the top who own as much wealth as the bottom half of the world's population now being recorded in smaller double-digit numbers year by year. Make no mistake, globalization and the Fourth Industrial Revolution are realities that could, in other contexts, deliver significant opportunities for improvements in the human condition. But in the words of the Nobel laureate Joseph Stiglitz, up to now what we've had, quote, is a globalization that works for the few and not for everybody. To be sure, there are many voices arguing that this crisis of the dominant paradigm needs to be a signal for an advance towards a more inclusive, progressive multilateralism. A multilateralism characterized by real cooperation and solidarity. A multilateralism that is sensitive to the needs of the poorest, which recognizes their need for policy space and cooperates to prioritize the developmental challenges that continue to confront much of the world. Certainly that continues to be our vision, and we will continue to do what we can to advance it. At the same time, however, we need to be acutely aware that the political trends that are most likely in the immediate future to shape the trade landscape are something else. What is emerging in the developed world is a backlash with the potential to propel us from the hegemonic multilateralism I described earlier into a new era of outright mercantilism. At its worst, this could see trade wars erupting between major economies whose repercussions will without doubt impact on all of us throughout the world. At its most benign, we will almost inevitably see a more blatant pursuit by powerful economies of an openly partisan agenda seeking to prioritize the addressing of perceived disadvantages to themselves in multinational, regional and bilateral trade arrangements. So how then should South Africa respond? As a small open economy accounting for only 0.5% of world trade, if we become overly protectionist, we risk being denied access to other markets on whom jobs and productive sectors in our country depend. If we break trade rules, there will be consequences and we risk retaliation. But within those constraints, the emerging new circumstances call on us to be more resolute and indeed smart in advancing and defending our own national interests. This will include defending more vigorously our right to take tariff decisions based on our own needs and to deploy appropriate trade remedies. It will also mean paying careful attention to detail so that we clearly understand the implications of proposals emanating from others and have the courage to say no to those that would decommission or restrict important policy tools. At a time when others are becoming more resolute in defending or advancing their national interests, we cannot afford not to be more resolute in defending our own. And we must do this also while we build coalitions and supportive groupings within similar countries in the same situation. Fortunately, under your leadership, Mr. President, we've adopted a policy framework that's begun to move us in this direction. The trade policy adopted in 2012 identified tariffs as tools of industrial development. It said trade policy is subordinate to industrial policy and must be informed by the needs of industrial development. It said we must utilize and defend policy space that allows us to localize and pursue transformation. It says we must not hesitate to defend and use trade remedies and access dispute bodies when we are being unfairly treated. The resoluteness and vigilance I'm talking of, to give a current example, means recognizing that when trade partners or domestic importers tell us that the problems in our poultry industry are due to competitiveness challenges, their point of departure is not a desire to improve the performance of our industry, but to persuade us not to take steps to reduce their imports. In this case, yes, there are issues of competitiveness and inclusion, and it's for that reason that we have established a government industry task team to address a wide range of challenges in the sector. But we must also recognize that if we don't act against the surge of imports, which is currently confronting the industry, we might not have an industry to raise the competitiveness of. The fact is that there are serious structural distortions in the global market for poultry products. Consumers in the developed world eat more white meat, breast meat. This means that poultry produced in developed countries have a surplus of brown meat, wings, legs, etc., which are called in the trade bone-in portions. These they cannot sell in their own domestic markets, and their best option is to sell them at a price just above the marginal cost in the developing world. We need to learn the lessons from the experience of other countries, like Cameroon and the Ivory Coast, that were required to open up their markets to imports of these products during structural adjustment programs. Cameroon lost 92% of its poultry industry and 110,000 rural jobs between 1999 and 2004, whilst 1,500 enterprises employing 15,000 workers closed shop in the Ivory Coast. We also need to be clear as a country that localization is an imperative. Everyone is using this policy tool in one form or another, even those who preach against it. We must therefore remain steadfast in not signing the WTO's optional protocol on transparency in government procurement, innocent sounding name, but if we did, we would have to open up government procurement to all other state signatories on a non-discriminatory basis, and thereby disable procurement as a tool of local development and radical economic transformation, which the President referred to in the SONA. Likewise, we must politely but firmly say no, as we have done, when proposals are put forward for further WTO disciplines on procurement. For similar reasons, we must resist the entreaties of our friends to sign the Environmental Goods Agreement. If we did, we would hobble the local industrial development potential of the rollout of renewable energy. In the SONA, the President outlined a number of trade arrangements we are working on or are in place. Our overriding priority is to work to promote African regional integration. More precisely, it is to pursue a broadening of integration across existing regional communities within a developmental paradigm. Practically, this means taking steps to enlarge the free trade areas existing in SADC and other regional economic communities into larger and more expansive free trade areas, but also to complement this with active cooperation to address infrastructure and real economy constraints. The aim of this is to promote more intra-African trade and to support industrialization through the creation of large regional markets that can support the development of regional value chains. This approach is wholly compatible with trends in successful emerging economies. Countries like India and China are now turning to building their domestic markets as the basis to expand their productive capabilities and move up the value chain. The problem we have in emulating them is that colonialism divided Africa into 54 separate countries. The tripartite SADC-COMESA East African Community, FTA, will create a large market of 26 countries with a population of 625 million and a combined GDP of 1.6 trillion. The continental FTA will create a market of 1 billion people and a combined GDP of over 2 trillion. These integration processes will put the continent on a sustainable developmental trajectory. While we've been involved in the tripartite FTA process for longer than initially expected, I am pleased to be able to indicate that significant milestones are being reached. The framework agreement is in place and will be presented to Parliament in the second half of this year. The more commercially meaningful tariff negotiations between us and our partners in SACU and the East African community are quite advanced, and we aim to conclude these well before the end of the year. Progress has also been achieved in the tariff negotiations with Egypt and are not far behind the process with the EAC. The TFTA is the building block for the continental FTA, and it's envisaged that the key deliverable of the CFTA this year will be the legal framework. Next month, as you mentioned, Mr. President, SADC will hold a special summit to consider and hopefully adopt its regional industrial strategy, building on the framework adopted at an earlier summit last year. We as South Africa put a lot of effort into ensuring that we have a credible, implementable, costed action plan that can give real meaning to the third pillar of the development regional integration approach, cooperating to promote industrial development. The African market is very important for South African producers, particularly those producing value-added products. Almost 29% of our merchandise exports in 2015 were sold in other African countries. We're also involved across the continent as investors and providers of services. While we need to continue to pursue all opportunities for mutually beneficial trade and investment with other countries on the continent, we need also to prepare to move into other places in regional value chains, particularly as other countries industrialize and seek to enter space currently occupied by our products. We have established a new division in the DTI called Invest and Trade Africa, which will look at ways in which investment-led trade can move us into new supply arrangements as we cooperate with other countries to promote widespread developmental integration and industrialization. There's now also a voluntary code of conduct for South African companies operating elsewhere on the continent to assist in positioning ourselves as a real partner in development. That code, I can report, was extremely well received at the AU Trade Week held in Addis Ababa late last year, and I encourage all companies operating elsewhere on the continent to seriously consider integrating it into their value proposition. Beyond our priority in promoting African regional integration, we've been judicious in our pursuit of trade agreements elsewhere, whilst actively looking to promote concrete trade and investment opportunities in a large number of emerging and fast-growing economies across the world. I won't have time to cover all of them. I'll put the longer paper on the website, but I just want to mention two. We actively engaged to preserve our access to the US Africa Growth and Opportunity Act in the run-up to the US Congress's decision to renew that arrangement for 10 years in September 2015. AGOA is not a trade agreement as such, but a unilateral set of preferences granted to a list of African countries by the United States. While we had to pay a price in the form of a limited opening up of the South African market for US meat products, as long as we remain in AGOA, our inclusion until 2025 is enshrined in an act of Congress. That act does provide for reviews by the executive but any recommendations would have to be approved by Congress. We look forward to participating in the next AGOA Ministerial Forum in Togo later this year, at which we'll have an opportunity to hear the perspectives of the new US administration, and we will report back to Parliament and the country of any further developments. As the UK government prepares to trigger exit negotiations from the EU, we need to prepare for a new trade arrangement with the UK. We've engaged the UK government and reached an in-principle understanding that there will be no damage to existing trade and investment. These relations must be preserved, and indeed we see some possible advantages, not least from the fact that the UK is less restrictive on SPS matters in the agricultural sphere. We also agree that the legal commitments under the EPA with the EU, including the UK, will continue to be the basis of our bilateral trade in the immediate future, and that those commitments will be carried over into any new arrangement we reach in the future. We will have to continue to pay particular attention to the matter of quotas, because the Economic Partnership Agreement provides for a number of quotas on agricultural products, and these we will have to negotiate with the UK before it leaves the EU to avoid any damage to current trade. On the WTO, we're working with our partners on preparations for the 11th Ministerial Conference in Buenos Aires. In the longer paper, I lament the fact that we've had a very sharp move away from the promise of a developmental round held out at Doha in 2001. What we are seeing now is an inexorable push by the larger economies to move away from the commitments to reform agricultural trade to the advantage of developing countries in favor of a list of 21st century issues that they themselves have put forward. One of those, which there's a big push, is for us to mandate the negotiation of text-based rules on e-commerce. Electronic commerce is indeed a real issue, but we caution that we do not need to rush into the definition of trade rules on this. According to a 2015 UNCTAD report, the unevenness of digital trade is striking. In business-to-business e-commerce, by far the largest form of e-trade, 4 countries account for 80% of e-commerce. While business-to-consumer e-commerce is much smaller and appears to be growing faster, again the regional shares vary considerably, with the Middle East and Africa together accounting for over 2.5%. If these figures approximate to reality, they underscore the scope and depth of the digital divide, and we will be working to try to adopt a developmental approach on this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister Davis, you definitely don't need a new stylist. You just need a new speechwriter. Honorable members, let me start by condemning the inhuman living conditions of farm workers all over the country. We also condemn the senseless murders of farmers, including the family of 4 that was brutally murdered in Mpumalanga yesterday, because both of these incidents don't have a place in our democracy. However, we live in the era of false prophets and pastors. If they are not tricking people into eating grass, they are misleading congregants into using doom to receive blessings. One such false prophet was on this podium last week preaching the gospel of deception. Mr. Zuma is the modern day prophet Hananiah, who we warned about in the book of Jeremiah. Every year he comes to this podium with a new scripture of false promises that he fails to fulfill. And just like the false prophet Hananiah, who lied to the people of Judah that he was sent by the Lord to conquer Nebuchadnezzar, he is the master of deceit just like you. And it is only false prophets like Mr. Zuma who arrogantly tell religious leaders to stay out of politics, ignoring the contribution that they did to liberate this country.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Arousal Rule 14L. House Chair, when the Minister was speaking, you made the House go quiet so that we had to listen to him. You're allowing the House to make a lot of noise. In addition, the member behind the pillar there from the ANC is repeatedly shouting "sell out" when the Speaker is speaking. She's been warned about this before, and I'm not going to allow members to again be subjected to being called strike mates, being told to F off and called dogs under your watch. I'd ask that she withdraws the word "sell out" and that you afford our speakers the same courtesy you've afforded to Minister Davies.
Honorable Steenhuisen, you must give us an opportunity to preside over the House and call on members to be orderly. You don't have to push that down our throats, please. Which honorable member, I've warned you before that you mustn't scream. I will not tolerate it. If you do it again, it's not going to be nice. Honorable members, there has to be order in the House. Let's not degenerate these proceedings. Honorable member, who's been screaming sell out to anyone here? Which honorable member is that?
Deputy Speaker, it's Honourable Manaba at the back, right in front of the pillar over there.
Honorable who?
Manaba, the lady there in the corner next to the gentleman who's gesturing.
Honorable Mlaba, please rise. Please rise. Honorable Mlaba, rise. Whoever said this, please rise. Let's hear.
Deputy Speaker, it's the honourable member in front of the marble pillar there. It's the same member who's been warned about this repeatedly in the House.
Honorable members, Honorable member, what are you addressing me on? Yes? Please sort out the sound system. Honorable members, please be quiet.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I'm rising on a point of order that the opposition is forcing you to rule on the issue of sellouts. Last year, the leader of the opposition called the ANC members sellouts here, and there was no ruling around that. So we cannot have a new ruling today. Please.
No, honorable member, no. Honorable member, if I'm going to request that the whips attend to this matter. Honorable member, if you do not rise and you do not acknowledge this, it makes it very difficult for us. I do wish to appeal to you not to use language that is unparliamentary. Section 82 and 84 is explicit about that. If we do find that you've done it, honorable members, we will come back to you. You are just making difficult for the House to run. Honorable Malachi, please proceed.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
Deputy Speaker, with respect, I've told you exactly who the member was that has said it. It's Honourable Manana at the back. She must stand up and you must ask her if she said it or not.
Honorable member, you heard me say that. You heard me say that. Honorable members, you heard me say that. And what happened? Honorable Malachi, proceed. We will attend to this matter.
Deputy Speaker, with respect, when members of the opposition ignore the instructions of the presiding officers, you call in the white shirts and have us chucked out. Why is it acceptable for an ANC member to behave like that and defy your instruction?
Honorable member, I ask you who it is. I called the name. The member has not responded to what I said. Which member is that? Which member is that? Honorable Oliphant.
Deputy Speaker, we won't respond to your instructions in future then.
Honorable Oliphant.
Deputy Speaker, I'm afraid the chief whip of the DA is degenerating the House. And you are allowing it because he's imposing himself, he's disrupting the House, he's standing up without being recognized. They are shouting at the presiding officer and they think that we should sit here and just look at them. Shall we proceed with the proceedings of the House because you have ruled as such? Thank you very much.
Honorable members, Mhlumpe Malachi, Ke kopa o tswela pele ntate o bue se re qetile ka taba ena ke buile ka yona ha ke sa kgutlela morao tswela pele morena.
Deputy Speaker, may
What
I
are you
address
raising
you?
on?
Thank
What
you.
are you raising on?
If I may assist you, the row at the back, by the door, there's a lady with a yellow jacket. Do you see that lady? Do you see the lady with the glasses? Yellow jacket.
Yes.
Then there's a gentleman next to her. Do you
Yes.
see that gentleman? Then there's a lady next to him. That's a member who's called Honourable Malatsi a sellout. Now, Deputy Speaker, we've had rulings in this House by the Speaker.
Honourable members, I have spoken on this matter. We are going to come back to it
No.
because I've requested that this matter be attended to by the rules. I have ruled on this.
But-
If you want to keep going back, you are taking us
But
back.
Deputy Speaker, who's actually in charge here? You or the ANC members?
If you think I'm
Can we
in
get
charge,
some clarity?
If I'm in charge, then you obey what I've said.
Well,
to
why
you should
don't the
do.
ANC
Take your seat,
members
honourable
obey you?
member.
Why don't the ANC members obey you?
Honourable member,
Who's
take your
in
seat.
charge?
Take your seat, member.
Well, certainly not you.
Take your seat. Honourable Cronin, what are you raising on?
Honourable Deputy Speaker, in addition to the matters, and we're winding ourselves up unnecessarily, I think it is very important also to determine whether use of a word like sellout is unparliamentary. We cannot cripple debate in this Parliament by making everything unparliamentary. There's nothing wrong, surely, with saying someone is a sellout. I've been accused of being a sellout plenty of times in this Parliament, and I've not regarded it as unparliamentary, I've regarded it as inaccurate. So I think we must be very careful of not limiting the robust debate that necessarily occurs in a Parliament by assuming that the word sellout is unparliamentary.
Honourable members,
Deputy
I
Speaker,
wish to. What are you raising on?
on
honourable
Rule
member?
14P, if I may.
Yes.
That ruling has been made several times in the House, that sellout is not regarded as parliamentary. Now, last year, the Honourable Robinson got chucked out for saying JZ783. And so, I think the Honourable Cronin must understand that there can't be two sets of rules in this House for the opposition and another set of rules for the ANC. And if you are going to allow that member to ignore you and just remain seated when you've asked him to stand, then what does it say about your authority in this House?
Honourable member, Honourable Steenhuisen, not only have I ruled, I have also ruled that we will come back to this matter. You have no right to keep. You have no right to keep coming back at me on this matter. Honourable Malatsi, tswela pele morena. Re mametse taba tsa hao jwale.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The Honourable Manana is a professional troll. Her greatest achievement is being a backbencher. But I would like to remind Mr. Zuma, just like the false prophet Hananiah did, the Lord has not sent you, yet you have persuaded the nation to trust in lies. Honourable members, as my leader, Mr. Maimani, said last week, it is deeply unjust that millions of black people remain dispossessed of the land where they were forcefully removed. Those forceful land dispossessions are not just apartheid scars. They represent lingering wounds that will make it difficult for all of us to live the dream of reconciliation. Because from generation to generation, many of us whose ancestors' land was dispossessed are overloaded with the heavy burden of the bruised dignity of our people. Our grandparents are tenants on the land of their birth. Many young people are now squatters on the land of their ancestors. They don't have title deeds to affirm ownership of the properties they live in, and none of them are landlords on the land that was unfairly taken from them.
Oh, the honourable members.
This is the lost generation that Mr. Zuma's government has created. And let us be very clear, it is not white monopoly capital or a third force or some fictional counter-revolutionary that has perpetuated this. It is the ANC's clumsy approach to land restitution that has done so. One such example is the Restitution of Land Rights Amendment Act of 2014 that was declared invalid by the Constitutional Court due to lack of proper consultation, as Mr. Zuma said in his address to the extended ANC caucus in this House. What Mr. Zuma didn't tell the House, though, was that the DA was one of the first parties to raise concerns about the validity of the public process of the bill. Yet once again, the ANC used its majority to defy sanity by bulldozing the bill through parliamentary processes. So while Parliament will now need additional resources and additional time to correct yet another ANC error, land restitution continues to move at a tortoise pace. If you scrutinize every land restitution settlements in the country, you'll find one common factor. And that common factor is that there is an ANC cadre at the center of robbing the real beneficiaries. The most recent one is Minister Nkwinti here, who has abused his position to facilitate the transfer of the Beek and Flay farm to his Chomis at Lutuli House. This is despite the fact that neither of them have any ancestral claim to the land nor experience in agriculture. Because to the ANC, they would rather put friends first and young people and South Africans last. So now we have the ANC lamenting the fact that many beneficiaries prefer cash instead of land. However,
Honorable
many do
Deputy
so-
Chair.
Honorable Mutlatsi, please take your seat. Yes, Honorable Member.
do so.
It is by convention in this parliament that when you raise an issue about a member, it must come through a substantive motion. So Honorable Nkwinti has just said yesterday that this issue is was referred to the public protector. I think that we must protect the Honorable Minister. Thank you.
That's correct.
Deputy Speaker,
That's correct.
Deputy Speaker,
Yeah, that's
before you rule, can I ask what rule the member is referring to?
Honorable Member, Honorable Malati. Honorable Malati.
Deputy Speaker, may I address you before you rule?
No.
Deputy Speaker,
Let me rule.
because there's conventions in this House that we have rules, where
Yeah.
if you call a member to stand up and apologise, they do so and listen to your authority. That convention's been thrown out the window, and so is this one. We do not recognise you as the chair.
Yes, you. Honorable Malati.
Point of order.
No. Honorable Member. You are, Honorable Member.
Honorable
Yes.
Deputy Speaker,
What are you raising on?
I rise in accordance with Rule 14G to say that the utterances of the member of the opposition is actually in contempt of the authority of the chair. And I want you to rule on it.
Honorable Malachi. Honorable Malachi. Raising issues that imputes on another member of the House needs to be done appropriately. In what you said about the Minister Nkwinti, you impute wrong motives. Can we have you withdraw that?
Deputy Speaker, please may I understand what rule in the rule book you're relying on, because I think you're confusing the National Assembly rules with the joint rules that you should be applying in a joint sitting. That is the rule of the National Assembly. It's not a rule of a joint sitting.
Honorable members, the principle behind that rule applies to the joint rules. The principle applies is the same. Honorable member, proceed, react. Yes, honorable member. What's the rule? What are you raising on? Go
Yes,
ahead.
Deputy Speaker, I wanted to actually rise on the matter you have just ruled on.
Yes, ma'am.
You've been asked what rule we're referring to in terms of joint rules. And the rule you're referring to is Rule 12 in the joint rules on discipline, specifically 12A. Thank you.
Honorable
Deputy Speaker,
Yes. Honorable member.
Deputy Speaker,
Honorable member.
it's a point of order. Rule 12 relies on the discipline. It's not for the rules of debate. There are two schedules to the rules.
Honourable
one
member.
about the rules of debate, one of rules of discipline. And
Honourable member.
it refers to who has the authority to discipline members of the NA.
Honorable
Perhaps the
member.
honourable member's been here too long. She's forgotten.
Honorable member. Honorable Malachi, I request that you please proceed. Honorable Malachi, I am requesting you, sir, please to. Honorable Malachi, I requested you to withdraw your wrong impute.
Awungazi, ungangiphatheli.
Honourable member.
Deputy Speaker, the ANC member didn't withdraw the word sellout, so why are you
Honourable
making
member.
Malati withdraw?
Honorable
Because he's
Malachi.
from the DA, not
Honorable,
the ANC.
Honorable member, you did say you don't recognize the chair. The chair will not recognize you too. Honorable Malachi, please withdraw. Honorable member, we should not impute improper motives on other members or cast aspersions on their integrity as members or verbally abuse them. Honorable member, I have requested you to withdraw. If you do not, that's your choice, honorable member. You do have a choice. Proceed.
Many do so because the ANC government fails to
Honorable
provide
member,
consistent...
you can't proceed without reacting to my request to you. Yes, what's your choice? Yeah, I must know your choice. You are not withdrawing. Then, honorable member, I'm afraid you can't proceed without withdrawing. Honorable member,
Deputy Speaker.
I'm of the view that you are now acting and disobeying the ruling of the chair. How do you intend to proceed?
Point of order, Chair.
Honorable member?
Manana must withdraw first.
No, you know what the question is.
Deputy Speaker.
You answer it.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
Deputy Speaker, may I ask you to please consider this later, like you've agreed to do with the Honourable Manana? Because I would really ask that you consult with the NA table before making this ruling. The Speaker threw out one of our members last week for saying something that she regarded as unparliamentary, which clearly was not unparliamentary. These allegations were on the front page of the Sunday newspapers. You cannot tell me that the newspapers have more freedom of speech in this House than members of this Parliament. This is widely distributed in the public domain.
Honourable member.
And I think that you're restricting a member's right to debate and freedom of speech in this House, and you're treading on very dangerous ground.
All right, honourable
as
member.
usual.
Okay, honourable member. When the Constitution says that the House, when it conducts its affairs, must be mindful of its provisions, that it too has a right to run its own affairs. The rules and the Constitution guide this. The rules that requires of us to act with discipline, with order, with respect to one another, are our rules, honourable members. They are not mine. They are the House's rules, and when we request you to obey them, let's do that. Honourable member, I request that you, because you said it in front of me and I heard you, and I request that you withdraw that if you want to proceed with your proceeding.
Can I have your...
Withdraw, no ma'am? No, withdraw.
Okay, many do so
Deputy
because
Speaker.
the ANC government
Deputy
fails
Speaker.
to provide...
Sorry to interrupt. Deputy
Honourable
Speaker,
member.
may I be recognised, please?
Yes.
I would like to request that your ruling
Deputy Speaker,
is referred to
Deputy
the Rules
Speaker,
Committee for
Deputy
review.
Speaker.
Thank you.
Honourable
Deputy
member, please
Speaker.
proceed.
Honourable Speaker,
Yes.
Honourable Deputy
in terms
Speaker.
of the joint rule 14G,
No, honourable
you
member.
requested the member to withdraw. If the member refuses to withdraw in terms of
member.
14G, the member must go out of the House. In
No.
terms of the rule of joint rules.
No, out of order. Out of order. Yes, honourable member, what are you raising on?
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I think the practice...
Honourable members, the member has withdrawn. Yes, honourable member, what are you raising on?
Honourable Deputy Speaker, it seems as if the opposition chief whip has the authority to stand up and interject whenever he pleases. It seems as if, Honourable Deputy Speaker, that he's entitled to be belligerent and boorish in terms of how he speaks to people. It seems as if he has the unfettered authority to undermine
Deputy
the
Speaker,
authority
what's the
that
point
is
of order
vested in
that
you
our Deputy
as the
Minister
chief
standing
whip,
on?
and that is
Deputy
precisely what
Speaker,
they are doing
what's
now.
the point of
They are
order?
not allowing...
What's the point of order, Deputy
Point
Speaker?
of order.
Order,
What is
honourable
the
member.
point of order?
Honourable member, take your seat.
What is the point of
No,
order?
there's a point of order.
Honourable
I'm
Chairperson.
What is
listening.
it? What rule?
Take your seat.
He
Honourable
must state which
Chairperson,
rule?
that it is precisely this.
No.
Honorable member.
The rules apply to you and me. What rule are you standing on?
Honorable member, honorable voters.
When members assume
do
the
that.
authority of the chair, this is precisely what they are trying to do, is to undermine and subvert the authority of the chair. The point of order that I raise, Honorable Chairperson, is that you have the authority
Deputy
vested
Speaker,
in you, and again,
which
we have
rule is
this
the deputy
interjection.
minister
You are doing
standing on?
it again, okay?
What rule is he standing on?
What rule are you standing on?
I'm asking you what rule he's standing
What
on.
rule are you standing on?
1G. 1G.
Honorable member, take your
1G.
seat.
He is standing on
Togo, please.
He's standing without any authority, any knowledge, or any respect for the decorum of
Change
the
Togo,
House.
please.
And the point of order that I make, Honorable Chairperson, is that the authority and the discretion vested in you as a chairperson and presiding officer cannot be undermined by any member, and you have the unfettered discretion of basically setting the matter right. I
Point
appeal,
of order.
therefore, that you do so.
Honorable
Deputy
members,
Speaker.
the requirement is that you mention the rule or the principle you are addressing. Honorable members, let's proceed. Honorable member, proceed.
So today we have the ANC lamenting the fact that many beneficiaries prefer cash instead of land. However, many do so because the ANC government fails to provide consistent after-settlement support to beneficiaries to enable them to make productive use and sustainable agricultural use of the land. So once again, it is not white monopoly capital, it is not a third force, honorable member, and it is not counter-revolutionaries that do this. It is the ANC. It is you who continues to inflict assault on the dignity of our people through your mishandling of land reform. Honorable members, it makes no sense whatsoever why beneficiaries of government housing have to wait for long periods to get their title deeds once they've been handed their houses. This delays in giving them title deeds prolongs their stay in poverty when they could be leveraging their properties for economic prosperity. This is why where the DA governs, we prioritize the speedy handover of title deeds to empower our people. And this is why the City of Cape Town has handed over more title deeds than any other metro between the 2013 financial year and the 2015 financial years. And this is why Cape Town has eradicated the backlog of historic title deeds for transfer to residents in Nyanga, Langa, and Guguletu. So while Mr. Zuma and his family are secure in comfort through the proceeds of corruption, millions of young South Africans are insecure in the discomfort of poverty. And it is these young people who are the lost generation that will vote the ANC out of office in 2019. Because to the ANC, service delivery is a once-off showboating crusade to seduce voters. Every time there are elections and by-elections, ANC municipalities...
Muhlumpe, take your seat, please. What are you raising, honorable member?
No, I'm raising on a point of order, Deputy Speaker, that a member make a serious allegation that the president is benefiting on corruption. And I think it's unparliamentary, therefore it had to be ruled out of order. It cannot be. It cannot be, it's not allowed, it's unparliamentary. Can't do that.
Thank you. Honorable member, confirm that, is that what you said?
I said allegedly. Allegedly.
Sorry? Honorable members, we have in the past made the following rulings in the House. And I'm just going back to the same thing. Accusations against a member or personal reflections on a member's integrity are equally offensive and damaging if they are made by way of inference, by way of hypothesis, through a quotation, by being posed as a question, or by utilizing other figures of speech or literary devices. It is inappropriate to cast aspersions on any one honorable member, and if you did so, we request you to withdraw.
With due respect, Deputy Speaker, I didn't. I just feel these are time-delaying tactics to disrupt my speech. I didn't.
What are you saying, honorable member?
I said the points of order are just time-delaying tactics to interrupt my speech. I didn't impugn his dignity or said anything that hasn't been said in this House. I didn't.
Point of order,
honorable
Deputy
members.
Speaker.
Honorable member. What are you raising, honorable member?
According to Rule 14G, once a member is directed by the presiding speaker what to do, the member has to oblige.
Honorable members,
Honourable
member,
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable member, I have indicated to you my request to you. Honorable member, we will look at Hansard and we'll come back to you and the ruling will stand. Honorable members, I do warn you from the podium or from the sides, if you continue in the way in which you are doing, we will have to review our attitude towards allowing any of that without recourse. It is appropriate that we follow the rules and not pretend we don't know what they are and what they say. Proceed, honorable member.
But as soon as elections are over, service delivery returns to its unpredictable state. The ANC provides factional service delivery. Those who didn't vote for them are punished for voting for the opposition. Where the DA governs, service delivery is not a tool for bipartisanship. It is an instrument to restore and sustain the dignity of our people throughout our term of office. Where the ANC governs, they do so with the hubris because they don't respect voters. It is the same hubris that Mr. Zuma's false prophecy that the ANC will govern till Jesus comes. Where the DA governs, we do so with the humility that an opportunity to govern is a privilege of the highest order to serve our people. Where we govern, we do so with the compassion of a caring government, unlike the ANC that refuses a mere moment of silence to commemorate the tragic loss of 94 lives that were killed under an ANC government. Where the DA governs, we condemn corruption wherever it happens. We punish its perpetrators and we don't victimize whistleblowers. Where the ANC governs, they protect corrupt cadres. Some are even elevated to parliament and they are on these benches. However, Speaker, even if no government is perfect, nor will it ever be, any government that respects the oath of public service will acknowledge its wrongdoings where they exist. It will apologize for its misdeeds, and it will self-correct all the time. Where the DA governs, we try to live up to these ideals all the time. And while the ANC can try its misfiring attempts to destabilize DA governments in the metros, you will never succeed against the will of the people. You tried to unsettle the DA government in the Western Cape through Operation Reclaim and you failed. You tried to take over Midvaal through an illegal merger with the Infuleni municipality and you failed. You keep trying to abuse the powers of national governments to frustrate DA governments and still you fail. You are the most consistent failures who try to disrupt DA governments. And it is because you will never ever stop an idea whose time has come. And this is the time that voters have chosen for the DA to govern. We are governing in Cape Town, we are governing in Midvaal, we are governing in Tshwane, we are governing in Nelson Mandela Bay, and we are governing in Johannesburg. And whether you like it or not, we are governing there. So not even the doomed gospel of the ANC's false prophets will stop us from taking over the union buildings in 2019, because this is the time that the voters have chosen. And no matter how many times you try to use the power of might, it can never win over right, because evil never conquers good. And the time has come where voters have realized the misdeeds of the ANC government and they have said, "Sizwile ngani." This is the time for the DA to govern. Thank you, Chair.
Achtbare Groenewald.
Achtbare adjunct speaker, 'n mens vra jouself die vraag af, wat is die boodskap wat die mense van Suid-Afrika kry as hulle na hierdie debatte kyk? Hierdie is die raadsale waar die wette van die land gemaak word. Die wette wat ons verwag dat die kiesers van Suid-Afrika moet gehoorsaam. Maar wat is die boodskap wat die kiesers kry as hulle gaan kyk na die opening van die parlement in hierdie debat en hulle sien dat geskille en verskille word opgelos deur op mekaar te skree, op mekaar te vloek en om met geweld verwyder te word? Is dit dan nie verbasend dat 'n mens soms skaam is om te sê, jy is 'n parlementslid nie? En ek wil vandag vir die mense van Suid-Afrika sê, Ek vra verskoning vir die gedrag van sommige parlementslede. Ag maar, young speaker, the honorable minister in the presidency said that we must find our moral compass. I agree. But who is the needle of this moral compass? The needle of the moral compass is none other than the #1 citizen of South Africa, the President, Mr. Zuma. So at least that it is an admittance that the President has lost its moral compass. Honorable President, if you break the Constitution and you can only stand up to the people of South Africa and say, I apologize, how can you expect the people of South Africa to abide the laws of the country? Because if they contravene the laws of the country, they can stand up and say, I apologize. That is why we have the crime rates in South Africa, what we have. You are the person who is supposed to set the example. Are you then surprised if you see that people show to the people of South Africa that if you have the correct connections, then you can bring in private people from outside the country in a private jet and you can land on a military base. Just ensure you have the right connections. Are you then surprised, Honorable President, that people then say, I can do what I want and what I wish to do as long as I have the right connections? The needle of the moral compass is indeed wrong. And you must take full responsibility for that, Honorable President. You are the root cause of what we are having in South Africa. If I refer to your policy or your radical socio-economic transformation, Honorable President, you just said what the ANC said in their Lagotla, that you want to replace a capitalist economy with a government managed developmental economy. What does that mean? We must go and look at your track record, because what you are actually saying, if you want that type of government managed economy, what did you do with the public enterprises? The government is in control of those public enterprises. What happened to the SAA?
Point of order.
What happened to SA Express? What happened to Eskom? I can tell you, Honorable President, if that is going to happen, then the economy is going to be bankrupt.
There's a point of order. Can a member take a question?
Chairperson, I only have 5 minutes. I can't waste time on questions. What I want to say, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I want to say to the Honorable President, if you want economic growth to create jobs, put a moratorium on black economic empowerment and affirmative action. Then you will get the growth. Lastly, Honorable President, what do you have against white people in South Africa? Every time there's something wrong, you blame the white people of South Africa. You're using the white people of South Africa as a smokescreen to hide your own inabilities and incompetencies. That is what you are doing. You must say where you stand with the white people of South Africa. Are you then surprised, Honorable President,
On the point of
to
order.
have 11 people murdered in this month alone on our farms? Did you say anything about that?
Honorable Member, your time has expired.
It is a shame. I say it is a shame.
Honorable
you
Member,
must stop
your time has expired.
misusing white people for your own inabilities.
On the point of order, Chair, before he leaves.
Yes.
Chairperson, when stereotyping a person as a racist, it is unparliamentary in this parliament. Basically, that member has said the president hates the whites, and it is a racist type of statement. Can you deal with that? Also, on Rule 14, this is unbecoming language and unparliamentary. Can you rule on that?
Honorable members, the language that I heard the honorable member use, I will come back to it, that will require us to confirm it in the Hansard so that we go back to that. The honorable member's time has expired. And for that reason, I'll come back, yes.
I can assist you. What's the allegation? I can tell you what I said. I'm not afraid of what I said.
Honorable member, this is the problem. You see, you are rising without invitation. So, honorable members, can we do this? There are times allocated for this process, okay? And we need to be able to act accurately and firmly on those things. Honorable member, I don't want members to repeat a language that may amount to being problematic. Let's allow us to check Hansard and come back and rule on it.
I just wanted to assist you.
Go ahead, honorable members. Honorable, what are you? Yes, honorable.
My hand, Chair, because the fact that when we are calling a member to order, he ignored you. He ignored you, deliberately ignored you. So therefore, part of what we must look at
honorable member,
is the behavior of that member that stands here and ignored you.
Honorable member, no, it's not appropriate. I don't think it's appropriate. Let's not go there. Honorable Carter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker and South Africans, what we are faced with in South Africa is an incumbent at war with his own country, aided and abated by a corrupt elite and his corrupted and captured party. At war with our constitution, at war with the rule of law, at war with the organs of government, members of his own cabinet, parliament, at war with our institutions supporting constitutional democracy, our judiciary, our economy, our business sector, the media, and ultimately at war with us, the people, the citizens of South Africa. All for him, his family, his cronies, and the ANC's benefit, and to the detriment of our beloved country. We have a president who has broken his oath of office and lost the right to govern. An executive that is complicit with their master and who broke their oaths of office. A parliament that has failed through the tyranny of an ANC majority to uphold its constitution, its constitutional duties and responsibilities, who broke their oath of office and lost its credibility and legitimacy. The Congress of the People refuses to be complicit in breaking our oaths of office by being part of these serious violations of the Constitution. COPE is not prepared to legitimize the continued occupation of the office of the President by Mr. Zuma, and we will accordingly not respond directly to his address. 7 May this year marks the 3rd year of the 5th Parliament of the Republic of South Africa. Section 49, read with Section 50 of the Constitution, allows for the dissolution of a National Assembly by resolution, provided that 3 years have elapsed since the Assembly was elected. COPE calls for the disbandment of Parliament and for fresh elections. The Congress of the People makes this call to enable South Africans to elect reliable, accountable, incorruptible, ethical, and honourable women and men who are committed to serving our country in keeping with the values and the principles that underpin the supreme law of our land, our Constitution. The fault, dear fellow South African citizens, is not in the stars, it is in ourselves. The reason that we as a nation find ourselves in the morass that we are in, being held to ransom in our own country, is not a matter of fate, but because we haven't done anything about it. The time has come, dear fellow citizens, for us to form a coalition, a united front of patriotic citizens, civil society organizations, and political parties to save South Africa. It's time for us all to defend our Constitution. It's time to insist that Mr. Zuma vacates the presidency. It is time to insist on the dissolution of Parliament. It's time to hold fresh elections and to elect honourable honourable, and I repeat, honourable women and men to Parliament who is committed to putting the country and its people first and not its party.
On a point
it is
of
time
order.
for each and every one of us
Yes,
to
honourable
stand up
member.
and to commit to South Africa
Honourable
in
Carter.
saving South
I rise in
Africa.
accordance with
Please take
Rule
your seat.
14F of the joint rules to indicate the relevance of the speech of the member of COPE.
That's a political statement.
And that
Go
in
ahead
terms
and-
of the rule, the chair can actually stop and advise discontinuing the speech. We are busy with the state of the nation
Okay,
address
honourable
debate.
member.
Please be relevant.
Proceed, honourable member.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker, it is time for each and every one of us to stand up and commit to saving South Africa. Bonisa South Africa. Vikela isivulo Afrika. Vikela iningizuma Afrika. Sindise umzansi. Boloka Afrika boa. Shakodi Afrika borwa. Tsirilexani Afrika chpempe. Red South Africa. Save South Africa. The Congress of the People
Point of order.
reiterated its refusal
Point of order,
to be
Chair.
complicit in
Your
breaking
time
our
has
oath of
expired,
office
honourable
by
member.
part of these
Order.
serious
Honourable
violations
member,
of the
your time has
Constitution.
expired.
We will not legitimize
Honourable
the
member, your time has
occupation
expired.
of the presidency by Mr. Zuma.
Point of-
Thank you.
Chair, point of order, Chair.
Yeah, what are you raising, honourable member?
Chair, we have 11 official languages. If members are going to speak a language that we don't know, they need to inform you in time so that we can then organize interpretation.
No,
please.
honourable member, no.
Chairperson.
It's not a point of order.
Chairperson.
Honourable Tau.
Chairperson.
Yes, honourable member. Take your seat, honourable Tau. Please take your seat.
Chairperson, I just need your assistance. Would you mind calling the SPCA? Because there seems to be a lot of cat noises coming from the back here. And I'm worried that we have feral cats running around the chamber. Would you please just call the SPCA? Because we've got a problem.
Order, honourable. Honourable. Order, honourable members. Some of your solutions are out of this world. Honourable Tau, please give us direction there.
Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Sorry, Honourable Tau. Members, we do know that making animal sounds and things like those is unparliamentary. Please don't do it. If you did it, it's not allowed. You know that. So let's behave, honourable members. Please go ahead, honourable member.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, Your Excellencies President Zuma and Deputy President Ramaphosa, honourable members, fellow South Africans, I speak here on behalf of the Fraternity of Local Government, cognizant of the increased expectation by both local communities and the global development community of the role of the local arm of state in making a meaningful impact on development. Deputy Speaker, the past 2 years have been crucial in framing the future of our planet as the United Nations and the broader global development community have reached consensus on a number of international accords that shape what governments, multilateral agencies, business, NGOs, civil society, and other stakeholders should and could do in shaping the future of our Earth and indeed humanity. This is espoused in, amongst others, but not limited to, the Sustainable Development Goals, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, the Paris Accord on Climate Change, the Addis Ababa Action Agenda, and recently adopted New Urban Agenda. As local government, under the auspices of the Global Task Force of Local and Regional Governments, an initiative to bring together the entire local government family globally, we have taken the view that these accords should be viewed and implemented as part of an integrated global development agenda. Honourable members, I introduce my input today reflecting on the global development agenda to draw to our attention our global commitments and obligations. Aware that this House adopted the National Development Plan as our lodestar as a country towards these objectives. In this regard, allow me to state the obvious. 2030 is a mere 13 years from now. It is in this 13 years from now that we have committed to the employment from 13 million in 2010 to 24 million in 2030, to raise income from 50,000 rands per person to 120,000 rands, to reduce poverty and inequality by raising employment, bolstering productivity and incomes, and broadening the social wage. Excuse me. To make high-speed broadband internet available to all at competitive prices, to realize food trade surplus, and to play a meaningful role in continental development, economic integration, and human rights, but to mention a few. It is thus that the NDP recognizes the building of a capable and developmental state as a crucial cog in the will to achieve the goals and targets that we have set ourselves. Aware of the reality that our local and regional governments could be the critical instrument, if not the pivot around which local development can take place, the African Union adopted the African Charter on the values and principles of decentralization, local governance, and local development. The objectives of this charter include, amongst others, to promote resource mobilization and local economic development with a view of eradicating poverty in Africa, to promote the core values and principles of decentralization, local governance, and development, to promote the association and cooperation of local governments or local authorities at the local, national, regional, and continental level, and to promote civil society, private sector, and people participation in decentralization, local governance, and local development initiatives. Deputy Speaker, I highlight these noble objectives of the Charter only to remind the House of Article 23 of the Charter, which states, and I quote, "This Charter shall be open to all member states of the Union for signature, ratification, or accession in conformity with their respective constitutional procedures," close quote. Deputy Speaker, I respectfully, on behalf of the local government fraternity, request this House to put in place the necessary processes to meet the requirements of Article 23. Aware that we are still a few countries short from gaining the threshold for this charter to be in force, I respectfully urge that we further use both bilateral and multilateral engagements, including the Pan-African Parliament, to enable the achievement of a capable local sphere of the developmental state, not only in our country, but throughout the continent. Deputy Speaker, former President Nelson Mandela, in his address to the inaugural Conference of Organized Local Government in November 1996 said, and I quote, "You have the task of doing whatever is necessary to ensure that our new local government system serves the needs of our communities. You have the responsibility to make their voice heard and to provide an effective instrument for them to improve their lives," close quote. It is against this backdrop of the words of President Mandela that we want to respectfully request this House to, in order to achieve a state that is capable of playing a developmental and transformative role, ensure that all spheres of governments support local government as the sphere closest to the people and the implementation level of our enjoined government. The role of cities, given their importance as engines for economic growth and job creation in transforming the space economy and reversing our spatial legacy, is key. This comes with particular reflection on the powers and functions necessary to execute the mandate of wide devolution and assignment is critical in the management of integrated spaces. In respect to exploring opportunities for stimulating rural development, local government can play a meaningful role in the implementation of effective and innovative development programs. We must find ways to reinforce rather than undermine the potential role of developmental local government so that municipalities can address poverty and inequality by developing rural communities. Having said this, of course, while focusing our discussion on the necessary ingredients for building a capable and developmental state, we should not and cannot ignore further current topical issues confronting the local government sector. Deputy Speaker, there are currently a large number of municipalities who are unviable, which is due to structural policy and systemic problems. These problems continue to weaken local government to discharge its obligations, which is now manifesting itself in the impasse between our member municipalities and ESCOM on outstanding debt owed. Most municipalities affected by these ballooning debts and affordability repayment weaknesses are the so-called unviable municipalities. It means that without a structural fiscal response to review funding of municipalities, including alternative revenue streams, and without reviewing systemic problems like ESCOM's high interest on debt, excessive punitive measures, ESCOM credit control policies, and unreconciled municipal credit control policies and collection cycles, the problem will persist. Fundamental in making municipalities developmental is an urgent need to sort out some of the lingering challenges arising from the current fiscal framework. Some of these issues, Deputy Speaker, must include the following: the unsustainable and increasing debts owed to municipalities, which now stands at a staggering 113.7 billion rands. The current fiscal framework, which allocates only 9.1% of the local government sphere, needs urgent reviewing. The consistently improving quality of financial management in municipalities is evidenced by the Auditor General's audit outcome reports, are a cause for celebration. However, we propose that more effort be spent in assuring that not only accountability, but also the improvement in the quality of spending and the return on the fiscal investment in transforming local space becomes a critical part of the indicators. And that strengthening local government's role in the electricity distribution industry, including consideration of renewable energy, reaffirming the exclusive mandate assigned to local government on reticulation and the ballooning municipal debt and tariff structure will be critical, as will its role in sustainable management, water, and sanitation for all. Deputy Speaker, we believe that a capable and developmental state, particularly at a local level, is one that has the necessary financial and institutional capacity to implement our set objectives. In this regard, the SALGA National Executive Committee has urged us to identify means of accessing innovative financing solutions for the local sphere, this both at a local and at a global level. This will include use of pooled financing mechanisms that we have already investigated for those municipalities that cannot access the debt capital markets, and to advance further instruments to those that are active in the debt capital markets. Other instruments we are keen to investigate together with government are social impact bonds and the effective implementation of public-private partnerships at a local level. In this regard, we will work closely with both government and parliament to effect the necessary legislative and regulatory changes to enable this. Deputy Speaker, we have also identified strategic partners to build capacity and support the local sphere of the developmental state. One of these is the mutually beneficial agreement between SALGA and our Palestinian counterparts, the Association of Palestinian Local Authorities, where we would share our experiences in developing a property valuation and rating system and they would deploy engineers in our most needy member municipalities. A mutually beneficial partnership of fraternal countries indeed. Furthermore, together with our partners, we have established the Salga Center for Leadership and Governance. This center is intended to train and support both the administrative and political leadership at a local level. Having identified traditional leaders as important partners in local governance, we have also extended this facility to our traditional leaders, many having participated in our training programs. The Honorable President, our collective responsibility is to build a capable state that partners with business, academia, civil society, local and multilateral agencies in our quest to build a national democratic society, one that creates opportunities and prosperity for all, where access is not inhibited by race, color, creed, nor gender. Thank you very much.
Honorable Tarabella Machesi.
Thank you, Chairperson. As a country, we have reached a defining moment where the quality of leadership is most crucial in determining the future of our young children and our youth. Honorable members, allow me to tell you the story of Utandiwe, a matric school girl from the Eastern Cape, and the challenges she faced over the course of her education. She loves learning, but has had to overcome major obstacles to succeed. She attended one of the 19,500 dysfunctional schools in our country, getting up at early to start walking to school at 3:30 in the morning. Just like the pupils from Chief Ngonyama Technical School in Ilembe district in KZN, not far from Gandla, Mr. President. Tandiwe School still does not have basic services. The situation is not unusual. The Department of Basic Education identified that 571 schools without electricity, 81 without water, and 66 with no basic sanitation at all in 2016. In matric, she struggled with maths and science. She was taught by a teacher who does not have a teacher's qualification, just like the maths teacher at Isifosetu Secondary School in KZN, also not far from Gandla. This explains why South Africa has come last or second last in every single team's round since 1995. She is very much aware that she comes from one of the provinces where the teachers are protected by SATU, and they sometimes protest or go to endless workshops and meetings during school hours, denying our children an opportunity to learn. Fortunately, this is not among the 500,000 grade 10s who dropped out in 2014 that didn't go to write matric in 2016. She has managed, against all odds, to achieve the marks to attend either UCT or VETS, but can't go because, as you all know, NSFAS full funding doesn't cover the cost of studies there. Instead, she applies for funding for a TVET college in her province. It is not ideal. The accommodation is shocking. There are massive delays in the issuing of certificates, and the administration of the college lets students down. How do we help young people get the necessary skills to get a job and step out of poverty and into our economy? But maybe she thinks, if she has an initial post-qualification and has worked for a while, she can save money to go to a university of her choice. Only the stark of reality under the ANC government, Honorable Mkongi, just to respond to your comment yesterday on lost generation, the truth is there are no jobs. Unemployment sits at 35.6%. Our country's growth is abysmal. It has become very evident, yes, Honorable Mkongi, unless we actually unless you were sleeping during the time of the SONA, there is no plan from the president in the SONA 2017 speech to grow our economy. And there's absolutely no commitment to stop stealing public money for cadres and political loyalists. However, honorable members, Utandiwe's cousin in the Western Cape has had it a little easier. Under the DA Western Cape government, no Western Cape school were identified as being without water, electricity, or sanitation in 2016.
Honorable Machesi, please take your seat. What are you raising on, Honorable Member?
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Member there is saying that this ANC government is stealing money for cadres. She must prove that. She cannot come here in the House and say that this ANC government is stealing money.
On the point of order.
Speaker, what's the point of order?
Deputy Speaker.
She get that from.
What rule?
Okay, Honorable Member, please proceed.
And why that clown is jumping up there?
Yeah.
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Member, Honorable Stenhuisen, what are you raising on?
May I address you in terms of Rule 14UB?
I'm
14UB,
I'm listening to you.
The Honourable Dirks did this the whole day yesterday. He's also the one who called the Honourable Van Dam a straatmate yesterday in the House. He's clearly got a design to disrupt DA speakers. What he's just risen on is not a valid point of order. Could I ask that you instruct him that that was not a point of order and that he desist from making unsubstantiated points of orders, which, as you've used precedents before, has been a precedent in this House before, that people don't make spurious points of order. Secondly, he referred to the Honourable Waters as a clown. Now, we've also had rulings before that that is not parliamentary, and I'd ask that he's asked to withdraw that.
Who called who a clown?
Mr. Dirks, on the microphone, called the Honourable Waters a clown. The whole nation heard it, everybody heard it.
Honourable members, Honourable Machesi, I requested you to proceed. Honourable members, please, man, I requested you, honourable members, not to use problematic language. You know the rules require that you not do that. Honourable members. Yes. Honourable members. Honourable Machesi, did you say that? Did you say anybody here is a clown? Honourable members, rise and say it.
Deputy Speaker.
Honourable member, Honourable member, you can't speak when I'm addressing to a member. Take your seat, Honourable member. I haven't recognized you. Honourable member, please rise and explain to me. You, Honourable member, I'm sorry, I didn't mean you. Yeah, go ahead. Who did you call? Why did you call anybody a clown? Did you say that in the first place?
Honourable Speaker.
I'm listening. Order, honourable members. You want me to rule. You are not going to rule here.
Honourable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, the member that Steenhuisen is referring to that I've called a clown, that member does not recognize you. So you can't make a ruling on him. He does not recognize
you. No, honourable member. Just say, did you say that?
Yes.
Withdraw, please.
Yes, Honourable Deputy Speaker, he is a clown.
Withdraw. Honourable member, no, withdraw. No, you can't call a member a clown. You know you shouldn't say that. Please withdraw.
I withdraw.
Go ahead, Honourable Machesi.
Okay.
Deputy Speaker.
Honourable
Deputy Speaker.
No wonder you wanted to join the DA.
Honourable.
You know that we have a plan and we implement.
Honourable Machesi, take your seat. Yes, Honourable Member.
Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Member, you can't be speaking, Honourable Member. Please.
I think as presiding officers, we need to be consistent. Yesterday, a member was called an idiot, and it was allowed. So somebody is called a clown is not allowed. I think we should be consistent.
Yeah. Honourable
Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Member, no, I've ruled on this matter, Honourable Members, and I don't want you to be going on the same issue that I've ruled on. I don't want any interference with this matter. I've ruled on it. Honourable Steenhuisen, I would like you to take your seat. I'm requesting your member to speak. Honourable Machesi, proceed speaking, please.
Okay.
Honorable members,
as I was
no.
saying, under the DA Western Cape government, no Western Cape schools were identified as being without water, electricity, or sanitation in 2016. The province is constantly in the top 3 for matric pass rate, and no school have had a below 40% pass rate for 5 years. None with zero pass
Deputy
rate
Speaker.
in 2016.
Yes,
Western
Honourable
Cape has the
Honourable-
highest.
Honourable, please take your seat. Yes, Honourable Minister, what are you raising on?
I just wanted to know, Honorable Deputy Speaker, to the Honorable Member, how does that reconcile with... How does that reconcile
Deputy Speaker.
with Kwafagu Primary School in Crossroads?
No, Honourable
with
Member,
no
that's not
water
a
and
point of order.
sanitation?
You are politicking.
Yesterday's ACAS.
No, you are politicking. That's not a point of order. Honourable members, please.
This is a DA run.
No, Honourable Member, that's a political statement. That's not a point of order. Honourable members, you know the requirements. Go ahead, Honourable Machesi.
Deputy Speaker, may I
Honourable
just-
Member,
on 14
could you allow your member to finish speak?
I'm rising on 14S.
No, no, Honourable members, no. Allow the member to finish her stuff, please.
But this ANC woman
Honourable member,
making
no.
cat noises again.
No,
from the
honourable
back.
members, you
Over
can't
there.
do this. You can't be speaking when I haven't asked you to speak. And I'm requesting Honourable Machesi to speak. Please.
They're making
Both
cat
of you
noises,
take your seats, honourable
Deputy
members.
Speaker.
Take your seats, please. I'm requesting you to take your seats. Allow the member to proceed. No, honourable member, please. Honourable Machesi, please proceed.
Okay. The province is constantly in the top 3.
What are
for
you raising
matric
on,
rates.
honourable member?
Are members allowed to mislead the House?
No, honourable member. That's not a point of order, man. Please.
She is misleading the House.
No, honourable member, no. You can't politique on a matter that and under the name of a point of order. It's not. Please proceed, honourable member.
Okay, the Western Cape has the best performance record out of all provinces in delivering textbooks in time for the start of the school year. The Western Cape Department of Education has built 98 schools since 2009 and deployed 119 mobile classrooms this year to assist with the rapid influx of people who want to join a better education system. As a DA, we welcome the removal of the Provincial Education Department's director in the Ilembe district, where 3 schools achieved a 0% rate in the last year's matric examination. However, as a DA, we believe in ensuring that teachers and principals are supported, but also held accountable for the performance of their learners. You see, Honourable Dix, as I said, we plan and we implement in the Western Cape. Mr. President, during your SONA speech, you used the word radical several times during your SONA speech in a desperate attempt to excite the nation after your 23 years as the ANC in power. But as South Africans, we are not going to fall for it. South Africans know very well that you have failed to radically deal with the subtle interference with the education of our children. You have failed to deliver school infrastructure, like in Smithfield Primary School in the Free State, where sewage is seeping daily within the school premises. The poor quality of teaching, especially in subjects like maths and science. You have only succeeded in radically flaunting the Constitution and turning this House into a fortress. You, the ANC, have let Utandi down and thousands of children also. Like the apartheid government, Honourable Mkongi, you continue to create a lost generation. You should be ashamed of yourself. Thank you.
Honourable Mishra.
Deputy Speaker, Honourable President, Deputy President and members, we are deeply saddened to learn today that the Esidimeni death toll has risen to more than 100. On behalf of the ECDP, I wish to convey our heartfelt condolences to the families who lost their loved ones as a result of the carelessness of the Gauteng Health Department that transferred psychiatric patients from Life Esidimeni into the care of unsuitable NGOs. The violence, Deputy Speaker, that took place in this House last Thursday night during the State of the Nation address was disgraceful and embarrassing. Vulgar language and insults that were used by some members of parliament brought shame not only to this House, but also to the nation. The ACDP therefore appeals to all members of parliament, particularly political leaders, to urge their members to set a good example to all South Africans and our young people in particular by refraining from, among other things, addressing their differences and attempting to solve their problems through violence. Politicians should be seen to be leaders in breaking the cycle of violence in our country and not instigators thereof. Deputy Speaker, it is a shame to learn from the Victims of Crime Survey report that was released yesterday that 1 in 3 households do not go to the open spaces or walk in the parks because they are fearful of criminals. It is heartbreaking that many of our streets no longer hear the sound of children's laughter in our streets, but rather they hear and we hear the sound of gunshots as criminals and gangs fight for turf. It is a disgrace and an indictment against the ANC government that many people believe that reporting crime is pointless as the police won't do anything about it. A case in point is the vigilante violence that has been taking place in Rosettenville for 2 weeks now. Residents claim they have been reporting the mushrooming of brothels and drug trafficking in their streets, and the police have done nothing about it, as some of the very police who should be protecting them are allegedly on the payroll of drug dealers. We have been reliably told that some police officials and politicians do not want to shut down brothels because they themselves regularly visit them. That is why the ACDP believes that part of the solution to these problems is to have many more morally upright and godly politicians in places of power who will not be driven by the desires of the flesh, but by love and care for people and compassion for the poor and suffering. Further, the ACDP believes that it is a shame and an indictment against government that 22 years into our democracy and freedom, the majority of black people are still economically disempowered and have not made any economic gains from liberation. As a caution, we do not believe that the implementation of affirmative action policies alone is enough to transform the economy. Taking from the haves to give to the have-nots does not grow the economy or increase the size of the economic pie. The ACDP believes that our people, particularly young people, should be given comprehensive training so that they can acquire the necessary skills and knowledge needed to meet the unique demands of a growing economy and a global competitiveness. Deputy Speaker, on Monday, some ACDP members met with the chairperson of the CRL Commission with her other 5 commissioners at their offices in Bloemfontein. We decided to engage them because of widespread concerns about recommendations they made that are perceived to be government's attempt to control and regulate the church.
Your time has expired, sir.
Thank you.
Honorable the Minister of Small Business Development.
Deputy Speaker, ngokuzithoba ngibingelela uPresident wezwelonke, uPresident Jacob Zuma, nesekela lakhe, uPresident Cyril Ramaphosa, abaholi beAfrican National Congress. Kakhulukazi ngibingelele abantu abamqoka kulomsebenzi wami neDepartment ye Small Business Development. Siwasivuka sigudla sifuna indlela yokuthuthukisa osomabhizinisi abancane nama cooperatives kuyo yonke imikhandla kahulumente phecelezi National
provincial and local government. Ngingakhohlwa nokubingelela abangasemakhaya abalindele ukuzwa ukuthi sibagodlele ini kulonyaka ka2017-2018. Nabangasekhaya la ngivela khona eNhlazatshe nakubo ngiyabingelela nasemaphethelweni. Ngicela nokubonga wonke umphakathi othe wahlangana kwi-Grand Parade for the People's Assembly on the 9th of February 2017. Labo abathe bahlangana kwi-Grand Parade, ngifuna ukusho Mr. President ukuthi sasingavumelanga ukuthi silethe bonke labantu ababezimisele ukuza lapha ngoba iWestern Cape yavele yathi masilethe only 10,000. Thina sibe sazi ukuthi amalungu we-African National Congress nabasupporter be-African National Congress bayidlula leyo number leyo. Ngokuzithoba ngime kulendlu ehloniphekileyo ngiqinisa amazwi kamongameli wezwe lonke.
Honorable Minister, take your seat, please. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, House Chair. I rise in, Deputy Speaker. I rise in terms of Rule 14F.
Yes.
Speaking to relevance on the SONA debate, I failed to see, Deputy Speaker, how the ANC's assembly on the Grand Parade has any relevance to the state of the nation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Please proceed, Honorable Member.
Into ebuhlungu nje Mr. President nabo bonke abasendlini namhlanje kuukuthi senza yonke into esiyenzayo ukuze kube ne peace, security ne stability la eSouth Africa. Lento eyenza ukuthi namhlanje kube khona abantu abadelela baze baqhubha intwala ngewisa. Yiyo yona leyo nto leyo ukuthi sayeka ezinye izinto okwakufanele sizenze ngaleso sikhathi. Yiko nje ke namhlanje sekunzima kangaka kulendlu esikuyo.
Deputy Speaker.
Yeah.
Ngokuzithoba ngime kulendlu.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Will the Minister take a question?
Honorable Minister, will you take a question?
I will gladly take the question if I have time, Honorable
Thank you.
Deputy
May I ask
Speaker, yes.
the Minister then? Since she's got 21 minutes.
She said if she has time, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Sometimes kuba ngcono ukuthi abantu bakwazi ke balalele nje kanye empilweni yabo. Ngokuzithoba ngime kulendlu ehloniphekeleyo ngiqinisa amazwi kamongameli wezwe lonke ikakhulu amazwi aphathelene nezomnotho waseningizimu Afrika. UPresident uthe, and I quote, "Our mission remains the quest for a united, democratic, non-racial and prosperous South Africa. We are building a South Africa that is free from poverty, inequality and unemployment." Lawa amazwi wombutho wabantu i-African National Congress.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member, what are you raising on?
I'm rising on Rule 14S. Will the Minister take a question?
Proceed, Honorable Minister. Indicate.
I will take the question if I have time.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Honorable Minister.
Umongameli wombutho wabantu uqhubeke wathi, and I quote, "We have decided to focus on a few key areas packaged in the 9-point plan to reignite growth so that the economy can create much needed jobs. The focus areas include industrialization, mining and beneficiation, agriculture and agro-processing, energy, attracting investment, growing the oceans economy and tourism. SMMEs and cooperatives are a cross-cutting function. They are fundamental to the success of all the above. Globally, especially in developing countries, the importance of SMMEs and their contribution to economic growth is acknowledged."
No, proceed, Honorable Minister.
Okay. Honorable members, I stand here to reiterate and reaffirm statements made by honorable members of the African National Congress and some members of the opposition yesterday who spoke
sorry,
to the
Honourable
fact
Minister.
that...
Honourable Steenhuisen, the Chief Whip, man. You can't be continually interrupting. You are not heckling. You are not heckling. You are continually interrupting. You can't be doing that. Please go ahead, Honourable Minister. I'm just appealing to you as the Chief Whip. You could do better. You don't have to listen to her. Just keep quiet. That's all. Go ahead, please.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
You've indicated that I could do better. Were those the words you used?
Yes, Honourable Member.
Well, I think you could do a great deal better at your job too.
Take your seat, Honourable Member. Proceed, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Njengoba ngishilo nje ekuqaleni, ngisayisho namanje ukuthi into eyenza ukuthi sidelelwe kangaka yilento ukuthi sayeka into eziningi okwakufuneka sizenze ukuze singabi kule ndawo esikuyo namhlanje.
House Chair.
I stand here to reiterate and reaffirm statements made by honourable members who spoke yesterday, both the ANC and opposition, to
What
the
are you
fact
raising
that
on?
change
Honourable
must...
Minister, there's a member there who... Honourable Member, what are you raising on?
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, now again, I rise in terms of Rule 14F. If the Minister is using words like reaffirm, restate, repeat, these are all repetitions in her speech, and
Okay.
I would ask you to rule on that, House Chair.
Yeah,
Thank
all right. I've ruled, Honourable Member. Proceed, Honourable Member.
Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
I'm rising on a point of order that the DA is raising spurious points of orders. Can you control them, please? Yeah, and they're frivolous.
Yeah. Honourable members, let's allow the Minister to proceed with the speech. Please, let's give the Minister a chance to speak. All members have a right to speak. Go, proceed, Honourable Member.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I repeat, I stand here to reiterate and reaffirm statements made by honourable members of the African National Congress as well as some members of the opposition who spoke yesterday to the fact that change must happen in the economic landscape of South Africa, and it must happen now. The ownership of the means of production must change. The patterns of ownership must change. Land must be returned to the people for production and dwelling. All institutions supporting radical economic transformation must step up. Our people need to be empowered to understand the value of their rand. They must decide whether their rand will continue to grow a system that does not invest back into them, or whether they must now redirect the rand and develop their own. And this is critical. In the State of the Nation address, President Zuma defined radical economic economic transformating and change as, I quote, fundamental change in the structure, system, institutions and patterns of ownership, management and control of the economy in favor of all South Africans, especially the poor, the majority of whom are African and female. As the President notes, this economic situation is buttressed by a twin challenge that manifests through high levels of concentration or monopoly practice and the collusion of established business that squeeze out small players. In order to deal with this asymmetry, the President and his government have proposed the use of strategic levers available to the state. The President has cited the 500 billion rand a year for the government bill of goods and services, as well as the 900 billion rand infrastructure budget over the MTEF, which must be used to advance economic transformation. That is a total of close to 1.5 trillion rand opportunities. The time for that amount of money to go above the heads of our people who were marginalized in the past has to come to an end. In his 2015 State of the Nation address, the President announced that, I quote, government would set aside a minimum of 30% of appropriate categories of state procurement for purchasing from SMMEs and cooperatives, as well as township and rural enterprises. In January 2017, siyaqhuba, the new preferential procurement regulations were signed into law. They will take effect from April 2017, replacing the preferential procurement regulations of 2011. What this legislation means is that the state departments and agencies will restrict certain designated tenders for stipulating minimum triple BEE.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I rise in terms of Rule 14S. It seems that the Minister doesn't have anything more to talk about, so would you take a question now?
Honourable Member, your comment is out of order.
Will the Minister take
Answer
a
the
question?
question, Minister.
Yazi ngicela nje ukuthi ngibonge uPresident ne-African National Congress ngoba abantu masebecasula uvela ubheka uPresident, ubheka uDeputy President, ubheka iAfrican National Congress ubone ukuthi kukhona into okufuneka uyifunde ukuzithoba. Iyaqasula nje futhi nento ukuthi uthi ukhulumela abantu baseMzansi Afrika abangekho kule economy esikhuluma ngayo. Kube khona abeloku bagxuma njengamanzi, njengenyama yeqiwe ngamanzi. Ngingazi ukuthi indaba yabo yini kodwa kahle. What this legislation means is that the state departments and agencies will restrict certain designated tenders by stipulating minimum triple BEE requirements or stipulating that tenders agreed to subcontract a minimum of 30% to categories of exempted micro enterprises and qualifying small businesses. Obviously, our aspiration is to eventually go beyond the 30% and above the 50 million rand threshold. This new legislation increases the threshold of affected contracts from 1 million to 50 million. Tenders below 50 million will now be evaluated in terms of the 1820 preference system, and tenders about 50 million will be evaluated in terms of the 9010 preference system. I know that there are others who are out there who still want us to have a conversation about this preference system of 80-20 and 90-10. This will allow smaller, less established companies better opportunities for real growth. International best practice on set-asides has been looked at using the examples of the US, Brazil, South Korea, and most recently India. India became the latest to implement set-asides for smaller firms, implementing a policy in January 2017 that obligates state departments and state-owned companies to source 20% of goods and services from small enterprises. In order to implement a new and more progressive procurement regime, government will gradually move towards an integrated government-wide supply chain management system, which will bring standardization and uniformity across government. In the long term, this will also decrease the cost of doing business with government for small businesses. I would like to thank Minister Godan and his team at the National Treasury for leading this work and getting us to where we are with it right now. I would also like to thank the other relevant stakeholder departments who contributed to these efforts, which brought us to where we are. However, much more needs to be done. Deputy Speaker, much work still remains to ensure that implementation happens within the timeline set by the National Treasury. The department and agencies must support and work with National Treasury and other stakeholders to ensure that this dispensation is implemented effectively and timelessly.
What's your point of order, Honourable Member? The Minister, please take your seat.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Minister has been going on about how her department is going to change everything. Can she explain to this House how it is going to be done?
That's not a point of order. Proceed, Honourable Minister.
abantu, Deputy Speaker, abaswele into yokwenza. Into abayaziyo nje ukuthi bakhulume singazi nokuthi bayaphi. Thina la kwa-African National Congress sine plan, siyayiqhuba leyo plan. So laba abafuna ukungichithela isikhathi nje ake bangiyeke. Much still remains to ensure that implementation happens within the timeline set by the National Treasury. Departments and agencies must support and work with the National Treasury and other stakeholders to ensure that this dispensation is implemented effectively and timelessly. We encourage National Treasury to ensure that the process is adequately coordinated so that all parties are adequately represented in the process. Honorable members, we are aware that in the past, some of the large state-owned enterprises have been at the forefront of anti-competitive behavior that has limited opportunities for small businesses in favor of more established majors. Infractions range from the non-payment of invoices to emerging suppliers and collusion to fix prices and lock out small players. In the last 15 years, a large number of cases brought before the Competition Authority have involved some of our biggest state-owned enterprises. The Department of Small Business Development and the Department of Public Enterprises have signed a memorandum of agreement to cooperate and provide opportunities for SMMEs, increasing oversight on state-owned enterprises, adherence to fair business practices towards small business. We would like to see tenders that are issued from the SOEs codifying SME development into the language of tenders. Next month, senior officials from my department and the Department of Public Enterprise, together with Transnet, will develop a cooperation strategy which will pilot in Saldanha in the Western Cape with a view of spreading this new strategy countrywide. I invite other state-owned enterprises to collaborate with the department and other relevant state departments to ensure that we provide sustainable opportunities for SMMEs and cooperatives. We will hold state agencies that continue to underperform on providing opportunities to SMMEs to account. We will seek proof that SMMEs are being enabled to access opportunities within their supply chain. In this context, we will ensure that we give practical meaning to the localization through various capacitation efforts. The Department of Small Business Development will avail itself to provide financial and non-financial support to SMMEs that need capacity to deliver on contracts without bringing unnecessary risks to the balance sheet of the state-owned enterprises. With regards to the private sector, government and 7 companies in the construction industry recently signed an agreement to promote transformation in the sector and settle outstanding potential civil claims between the parties relating to a number of infrastructure projects. The civil claims relate to the infrastructure projects in the period to 2010 that were settled as part of the fast-track settlement process within the Competition Commission. The agreement, also known as the Voluntary Rebuilding Program, has 3 components. Commitments to promote transformation and Black South African ownership and participation in the sector through either equity transaction or partnering with the developing smaller Black-owned construction companies that will result in Black-owned companies with a market value of approximately 5 billion in 2050. Integrity commitments by the company CEOs to take all aspects to avoid collusion and corruption in their dealings with the state, their competitors and their customers, and to partner with government in exposing all forms of corruption and tender irregularities. Financial contribution by the companies of 1.5 billion for a development project, in addition to 1.4 billion in competition penalties previously imposed by the Competition Commission. This is but only in the construction industry. We are yet to look at others so that we can work together and make sure that we see the change. We have also recorded progress on government-to-government relations. With this regard, the transversal agreements between the Department of Small Business Development and other departments, there remains a need to accelerate implementation of existing transversal agreements. Transversal agreements must be accompanied by implementation strategies and plans. Among other things, this means that teams be assigned to implement existing agreements with clear timelines and measurable outcomes. We must reach a point where such agreements are linked to the performance contracts of senior management officials across the spheres of government. This cross-sectoral approach means that the private sector must also be included as a partner in this work. I can inform the House that I have met with various business chambers, including BLSA, BUSA, SACI, AHI, and the Black Business Council and affiliates, including NAFCOC. We will continue to strengthen the dialogue in order that this may culminate in stronger public-private partnership. Honorable members, I would like to remind you of what Honorable Sihle Zikalala said yesterday in as far as Operation Vula is concerned. I am motivated by just the word Operation Vula. Interestingly, Operation Vula was part of the liberation struggle to plan to bring about freedom, democracy, and economic liberation. Operation Vula is no longer underground, but it is above ground. Operation Vula wanamhlanje is about opening the economy to those who were locked out. We will not be sneaking through borders to destroy the enemy. We are now in power. We are going to use all the levers of power and government to advance radical economic transformation. We have, Honorable Deputy Speaker, we traded the AK-47 for the construction and the Constitution, and now we have to deliver on the needs of our people. The AK-47 of Operation Vula, the underground, will be replaced by the 500 billion government buying power and spent to empower the previously disadvantaged. I will unpack specific interventions the department will undertake in the financial year 2017-2018 during the budget. For those who care to know, for those who want to remember Operation Vula, many of them are not in this honorable house because our democracy allowed us to bring this lot. Otherwise, if democracy didn't allow us to bring this lot, many of our people who are sitting at home and waiting for us to deliver, they would have been occupying this side of the house. And so, I would like to say to this lot that is sitting this side, there is a limit to which you can keep pushing us. There's a limit to which you can keep on making us look like we are people that did not liberate this country. To this lot that is sitting this side, I want to say to you,
Deputy Speaker, I
the
rise on a
issue
point
of
of order.
the land, for instance.
Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Minister, take your seat. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on a point of order on point 14S. I find it offensive language that the Minister is threatening this side of the House, and I'd like her to unpack her threat, if indeed that's what it is. And I think that she's using offensive language by referring to this side of the House as that lot, as our rules are very clear that she should refer to members as honourable members.
Honourable Speaker, the member omelapha kuzofuneka ukuthi aqale ahambe ayogqoka kahle for lendlela.
Honourable.
Akasiqale lapho nje ngoba ama rules awavumi ukuthi ungene kulendle ehloniphekile wena ungagqokanga njengendlela eright. Akakahamba ayogqoka ke then sizokhuluma.
Honourable
Point of order.
Honourable Minister, take your seat. Honourable members, when we request you to use appropriate language to refer to members, please do so. Honourable Minister, I request you to do that. And please.
She must withdraw it.
Honorable Speaker, uyabona uma usuqela manje ngiyabona ukuthi upresident
Point of order,
uhlupheka
Chair.
kangakanani. Uma usuhleli lapha
Point
phansi
of order, Chair,
awusezwa
UDM.
ukuthi kuthiwani. So ngicela ukuthi uphinde ke Honorable Deputy
Point of
Speaker
order,
uzwe
Chair.
kahle.
Honorable
UDM. Thank you.
Honorable member.
Yebo.
What are you raising on?
Sihlala. Uko la mantsiyane alapha.
Oh yeah.
Angcola asiyiva nento ethethwayo. Awuthethe nawo la mantsiyane ANC alapha. Asiva nento ethethwa asingoleka.
Honorable members.
Point of order.
Honorable
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable member. Honorable member kawubuyele kule mbopho. Ukhotisela amazwi osebenzisile.
Point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Kawenze kanjalo honorable member. Yes please. Withdraw that. Honorable member, you want us to rule that honorable members are out of order, right? And you didn't tell us what they said. But why do you call them that? Just do that so that we must.
Okay, I'll tell you.
We are busy here, honorable member, with a point of order.
You want a credible explanation?
Yes.
Okay. The kind of noise they make combined.
Yes.
Point of
Tiny
order,
bases
Deputy Speaker.
is exactly like that of birds we call in Xhosa amantsiyane.
Mamela ke baba.
It's not an insult.
Mamela
at
ke
all.
baba.
They understand it.
Mamela, honorable member.
Point of order,
Don't
Deputy
hide
Speaker.
behind language, please, mate. Don't hide behind language. You can't. We have said before. I just said to you earlier on. Don't liken members to animals, birds, or whatever it might be. It's unparliamentary. It's incorrect. You are not supposed to do that. Don't hide behind language.
Animals that we accept to, not birds.
Point
Check
of
the
order.
rules.
No. Please, honorable member, just do it, man. You are. Just withdraw. Honorable members, order. Honorable members.
There you go.
Honorable
You can't
members,
even hear them
please
yourself.
order. You are making our life difficult. Don't do what you are doing. It is out of order. You are out of order.
Thank you
Withdraw your
very
words.
much. Now that we have told them to stop, I withdraw. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, I requested you to address members properly. Please do that. That's all I was asking you, even in the opposition. Yeah.
Deputy Speaker.
The Honorable
Deputy
Member
Speaker.
on
What are you raising, honorable member?
14 UB. The honourable member made disparaging comments about the apparel of one of the members. Now, there have been previous rulings in this House that you don't refer to inappropriate to what members are wearing in the House. And I asked that she's not given a warning, but she's asked to withdraw, like the Honourable Malatsi was forced to withdraw. Like every other member of the opposition is expected to.
Honorable Steenhuisen, you've raised your point. Don't go further than that, please. You are complicating your life and the House's life. Honorable member, please do as I requested, please, Honorable Minister. You know that, including the dress code. You know that. Just do that.
angazi ukuthi uthi ngenze njani manje.
Ngicela honorable minister ukuthi akusetshenziswa amagama owasebenzisayo uma ukhuluma ngamalunga ahloniphekile endlini like this lot.
Oh, honorable,
Yeah.
honorable. Okay.
Yeah.
I withdraw.
Thank you, honorable
Mabe
minister.
msaba ulot, I withdraw.
Okay. Proceed, honorable member.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, okugcina nje ngifuna ukukusho ukuthi lamalungu lawa esikhuluma ngawo basibangela umsindo ngendaba yeland. Bayakhohlwa ukuthi safika la eSouth Africa senza le constitution esinayo ukuze sikwazi ukuthi sihlale ngokuthula. Saba ne willing buyer willing seller. Mangakubuze kahle ukuthi iyaphelela phi willing buyer willing seller iyabulawa yibo ngoba bethanda imali kakhulu. Yibo ababulala willing buyer. In fact nje yona lento ukuthi sasino willing buyer willing seller. Inzodo ukuthi sithathe lo mhlaba womkhulu bethu senze imistake enkulu kabi lapho. Ningabanga umsindo nifike la nifuna ukuya khona iqiniso libuhlungu. Nina futhi I still have.
No. Pelile mesibovu sisiphelile isikhathi sisi.
Ngibonga kakhulu Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Kaula.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable President, Honorable Deputy President, the events and activities in the country which preceded the SONA cannot be ignored. Some ill-conceived decisions taken by government during this period had a huge impact and directly contributed to the chaos of the day. Coupled with this were numerous poor decisions taken by the presiding officers during the address, which also impacted the flow and direction of the day's events and chaos. Some of the statements that the President made during SONA are to be welcomed. The President spoke inter alia about the slow growth of the economy, the slow pace of economic transformation, the slow pace of land reform. Though belated, the IFP appreciates the financial attention given to the call for free education. That being said, the 2017 SONA was fraught with inconsistencies and ambiguities. This is not surprising, as it has become an established tradition in the ruling party that whatever is addressed by the President does not usually translate into that which ends up taking place on the ground. Whilst the President laments the failure of the economy to transform and empower the black majority during the past 22 years, he says nothing about the fact that ANC government has also failed in this task, as it has been the government in power over the past 22 years. In his speech, the President, who has been in power for the past 8 years, complains about very slow pace of transformation in the workplace. He laments the slow pace of land reform. He complains about the 500 billion state budget spent on goods and services and the 900 billion spent on the infrastructure per annum, which does not lift up and empower small enterprises. One missing statement in your complaints, Mr. President, the elephant in the room, is that it is your government, your political organization, and yourself who has principally failed to provide the changes you so lyrically lament about. The President complains about economic concentration, which has helped enrich a mere handful of black people. What the President forgets to point out is that the economic concentration and the handful of fortunate ones only happen to be a few connected relatives and friends of those who are in power. A state of the nation should give the citizens of the country some hope. Some hope that things can still change for the better. The unemployed millions need hope that jobs will be created. The working masses need hope that salaries will improve and that inequality gap will be reduced. Business need hope that investments will sustain and improve the economy. Students and parents need hope that quality education and free education will be delivered. Mr. President, sadly, very little of this has been genuinely provided in your speech. This year's address was a mere reflection of the one before it, which has not worked, nor have any of its predecessors. Whilst the IFP acknowledges the quantity strides that the country has taken in the social security and education, the issue of quality education remains a concern. Quality education still evades the poor communities, whilst remaining a luxury available to those who can afford to send their children to quality schools. It was a blow to quality education when basic education department reduced the maths pass mark to 20% for grades 7 to 9. Like the Honorable Prince Buthelezi stated yesterday, education is the key to total liberation. A feel-good syndrome intended at polishing the image of government at the expense of compromising the future of our children is wholly unacceptable. What the President needs urgently to attend to in order to avoid financial downgrades by the rating agencies, achieve economic growth, market stabilities, and create employment is to create harmony in government and harmony in government agencies and the SOEs. Coupled with this is the intensified war on corruption and in wasteful, fruitless expenditure. This is what the country urgently requires, Mr. President. Worse than the speech itself on Thursday was the moral trajectory of the House, which has degenerated to hit rock bottom in respect of moral values. Having been brought up by Prince Buthelezi in a political school that values respect, integrity, ubuntu, and the principle of disagreeing without being disagreeable, I'm not proud right now, Honorable Deputy Speaker, to be associated with a House that reflected such low levels of these values on Thursday. Robustness and active engagement should not equate to the disintegration of the country's treasured values. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Makwebu.
Deputy Speaker, Honorable Chairperson, members of the House and fellow South Africans. What took place during the SONA Thursday last week left us and many South Africans aggrieved and ashamed. Chinua Achebe, in his book entitled Things Fall Apart, he quotes William Butler Yeats, essayist and dramatist, The Second Coming, and he wrote, I quote, "Turning and turning in the widening gyre, the falcon cannot hear the falconer. Things fall apart, the center cannot hold. The mere anarchy is loosened upon the world," close quote. Fellow members, Deputy Speaker, Achebe reminds us of the tragic fall of a warrior and a village hero, a leader of his tribe, who didn't know how to handle the power that came with his position. He opposed all wise counsel, turned volatile, beat his wives even during the sacred week of peace, murdered those he had a duty to care for, and went gun-touting because, to him, listening to dissent and opposition will be a sign of weakness. Mr. Zuma, you have been given wise counsel both by the opposition parties as well as senior members within your own party to do the honorable thing and step down as the President of the Republic. Mr. Zuma, you have gone far beyond destroying our nation. You have broken us. It is a true sign of strength when one does that which is right instead of that which is comfortable, and in your case, self-serving. It is therefore not surprising that you do not possess these righteous virtues. Mr. Zuma, you have caused enough pain and suffering to our people.
Point of order.
You have lost the moral authority to rule over our people.
Point of order.
Member.
Your presidency...
Honorable Member, please take your seat. Yes, Honorable Member.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I rise on Rule 14F to question relevance of the Speaker's debate. This Zumaphobia is actually detracting us because we keep on talking about the President and not addressing the relevant debate on the state of the nation.
Honorable Member, wait, I'm talking, man. Please. Kanjani still blaming. Please take your seat. Honorable
Apology.
Member. Honorable Member.
Deputy
No,
Speaker.
that's a political statement. It's not a point of order. You must stop talking to me like that, Honorable Citizen, as a belief. As a belief. As a belief. Ekfrajo. Please. You must consistently behave like all other chief whips in the House. They are generally... No, Honorable Member. Don't provoke us, please. Honorable Member, please proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Mr. Zuma, your presidency has been characterized by nothing else but by the following: insidious levels of corruption and the lack of political will to combat it, the abuse of power, as well as maladministration in government institutions, and also as well as irregular appointments in government institutions and public entities. Those who oppose your resignation are either as corrupt as yourself or only have their own interests at heart. And those interests is simply the interest at heart.
You may not say that about a member of parliament without a substantial motion. Withdraw that. Withdraw what you said about the president now. Withdraw, Honorable Member. Oh, the Honorable Member.
I will withdraw and rephrase it.
Honorable Member, you withdraw unconditionally.
Deputy Speaker, I withdraw.
Unconditional. Proceed.
Mr. Zuma, you are presiding over a corrupt government. You truly lack the integrity and the capacity to take the development and transformation in our society seriously. giggling when security forces invaded a building which was supposed to be a beacon of hope
Honourable
for
member.
our people and
Honourable
violated
Makwebo.
the sanctity of this house.
Please take your seat. Yes, honourable member. Honourable member, please go ahead. I'll follow it up. Honourable member didn't hear it properly. Go ahead, honourable member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Achebe reminds us in his book that things fall apart the center cannot hold. And this carries great meaning for us as South Africans today. Close to 9 million South Africans are unemployed and many have given up looking for the jobs. Under the ANC government, a whole generation of young people have been lost. More than 5 million mainly black young South Africans between the ages of 15 and 34 are unemployed, and they lack the necessary training and making it difficult for them to participate in the economy of this country. They have been denied the opportunity for a better life by poor basic education and starved of opportunities to develop their skills. Mr. President, your State of the Nation address last week, Thursday, left me cold. Reporting on the progress of the expanded public works program, you have stated that, I quote, since 2014, 2 million work opportunities had been created on the road to achieving 6 million by March 2019. And of these, more than half have been taken up by youth. What he failed to mention was that in the ANC government, in the ANC municipalities rather, you need to be a card-carrying member to their party to enjoy getting an opportunity to work. You need to be a card-carrying member of the ANC to enjoy the kola nut, the palm wine, and the yam fufu. Our nation, which will belong to all of us and not to the elite few. Further, Mr. Zuma failed to mention that the same individual can be employed on different projects and each period of employment will be counted as a work opportunity. So while 2 million work opportunities were created, this does not mean that the same people benefited from the program.
Will please take your seat. Yes, honourable member.
Deputy Speaker, the member continues, and I think he is trying very hard to justify.
No, honourable member, what are you saying? What are you raising on?
The member is making a point that a person needs to have a card of the ANC.
No, honourable member, that's a political statement. It's not a point of order. Please take your seat. Proceed, honourable Makwebo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I won't waste time with that. In the DA government municipalities, the expanded public works program is implemented in a manner that is just, in a manner that is fair and transparent. Unlike in the ANC, where councillors are the ones who identify the people who are needy, who need work opportunities. And in doing so, all they do, they appoint or give an opportunity to their girlfriends, to their wives, family members, and to all those that are politically connected to him. It is not done in the manner that is fair and transparent. Deputy Speaker, honourable members and fellow South Africans, all job seekers apply.
Honourable Makwebo, please take. What are you raising, honourable member? Please take.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, the member of the DA is trying to spice his speech by making unsubstantiated statements about the ANC.
Honourable member,
very well that's
honourable
not how
member,
it's supposed to be done.
Please take your seat. Proceed, honourable member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In the DA municipalities where we govern, all job seekers apply and their names are placed in the database to ensure the following, to ensure fairness and transparency. And therefore, everyone is given a chance regardless of race, regardless of political persuasion, regardless of background. This is something that the ANC needs to learn. We are taking this expanded public works program to the next level. In the provinces where we govern and in the municipalities where we govern.
Honourable Makwebo. Yes, honourable member. Please take your seat.
Is the member able to take a question concerning Anthony Steele, who has been demoted here in Johannesburg for not following the due processes?
Honourable member, wait for the member to indicate whether he wants to take a question. Are you prepared to take a question, honourable member?
Deputy Speaker, no, thank you.
Proceed, man.
You see, in the DA, We are not only diverse and dynamic, but we are innovative. Let me tell you something. What we are currently doing now, we will allow private employers in government to employ job seekers where we share our database so that more people can be given jobs. Deputy Speaker, it is thus therefore not surprising that in the city of Cape Town, we have received several awards for the successful implementation of the expanded public works program. Deputy Speaker, the expanded youth unemployment rate in South Africa is almost sitting at a whooping 50%. This is our lost generation. This is our lost generation. It is therefore for that reason that the Democratic Alliance has proposed a rescue plan for this generation. We will deal with the lost generation, and in the coming year we will sit down on policy platforms with these precious young South Africans to address this challenge as we prepare to govern in 2019. Deputy Speaker, honorable members and fellow South Africans, through initiatives like a Jobs and Justice Fund, we will be able to give entrepreneurs access to capital and a nationwide government internship program that will partner with business to bring hope and opportunities to the generation that is lost, that the ANC has neglected. The underfunding of our universities by the ANC-led government and the recent unrest in our institutions of higher learning undermines efforts to provide our youth with the necessary skills they so desperately need. Mr. Zuma, things have fallen apart. Your center, the ANC, cannot hold. No amount of radical transformation can solve South Africa's socio-economic problems. If the ANC refuses to govern because of its obsession with the ruling of our people, where the DAC governs, we succeed. Because, I'll tell you why. Because our policies provide policy direction and coherence of economy and increase in investment and savings, support for the redress measures to broaden participation in the economy and the targets of and to target corruption through good governance. But here is the contrast. Under the ANC, things have fallen apart. Minister Lindiwe Zuma, she's still in the house. Lindiwe Zulu, sorry. Lindiwe Zulu, there's no difference. Unashamedly in this house, last week Thursday.
Honorable member, can you take a seat? Is that a point of order?
Point of order.
The point of order ukuthi angizudelelwa umuntu ozongibiza ngegama engingalona. Igama lami ngiyakuphinda futhi ngiyakwazisa wena omusha ofika izolo. Igama lami nguLindiwe Daphne Zulu. Uyangizwa kahle? Lindiwe Daphne.
Point of order, Chair.
The point is noted. I take it that the member corrected himself. Can you continue, honorable member?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Under the ANC, things have fallen apart. Minister Lindiwe Daphne Zulu, unashamedly last week Thursday, grabbed my flag, Esidimeni, remember Esidimeni 94. And this was a conduct that is not befitting of a minister. And I decided not to deal with her because I refuse to stoop down to her level.
Your time has expired.
What enjoins us as the DA is our shared values and what we stand for. And we are ready to govern. I promise you.
Honorable members, order, honorable members. Can we just make the point? If your time is expired, honorable members, please just respect the fact that your time is expired. Please. Honorable Kwere,
Honorable Deputy Chair of the Council, His Excellency President Zuma and Deputy President Ramaphosa, fellow ministers and deputy ministers, honorable members of this House, leadership of SALGA and fellow South Africans, His Excellency President Zuma declared 2017 the year of Oliver Reginald Tambo in honor of the centenary birthday of this selfless patriot and a gallant fighter for the liberation of South Africa. He also called for unity of purpose to sustain our national reconciliation project and relentlessly to pursue inclusive growth by implementing radical economic transformation. 32 years ago, Comrade O.R. Tambo made a similar call in London while addressing a Conservative MP in the House of Commons, Norman St. John Stevens, who, while accepting he would like to see apartheid end, asked if the ANC was committed to political philosophy that goes beyond ending apartheid. For instance, the Freedom Charter has some definite views about nationalization and land distribution. President O.R. succinctly responded, I quote, "Well, the Freedom Charter is not formulated on the basis of any ideological position. The Freedom Charter simply looks at our situation in which there is great wealth, immense wealth, concentrated in the hands of few, while the majority are living in disparate poverty. And we say, how do we adjust this position? How can this wealth be put at the service of the people as a whole? What are the mechanisms? And we start by accepting it cannot go on. We cannot have a system which maintains this juxtaposition of immense wealth and immense poverty." Close quote. Mr. President, the majority of South Africans responded well to this call for inclusive and growing economy as envisaged in our National Development Plan to help us deal with the persistent challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. The South African economy cannot grow while more than 50% are excluded or marginalized to the periphery of the mainstream economy. The overwhelming majority concurs with the President that the structure of our economy in terms of ownership, management, control, and active participation remains unfairly skewed in favor of few and against the majority, especially the poor. This has been going on for more than a century. It now requires decisive and bold measures by political and economic leadership to normalize the economy, to yield equitable shared rewards from growth. Ngamafushane sithi uhulumeni kaKhongolose uthi sesifikile isikhathi sokuthi nabansundu baxhamule bazuze futhi babambe iqhaza kuyo yonke imikhakha yomnotho. Iningi labantu bavumelana nawe mongameli ukuthi umnotho ngeke ukhule uma kudla indoda eyodwa. Kodwa kufanele kuvulwe amasango izithebe zabelwe bonke abazimisele ukusebenzela ukuthuthukisa umzansi. Lokhu sikwenza ukuze sinqobe ukweseleka kwemisebenzi, sehlise ubumpofu futhi sinciphise igebe phakathi kwabadla idomo likaPonto nabadla imbiyangothi. Siyazi ukuthi ngeke kwehle, lokhu ngeke kwehle njengemana. Njengohulumeni onakekelayo sizosebenza ngamandla, sosebenzisa amandla kahulumeni, umthetho, iqondisi kanye namandla okuthenga. Sivule amathuba kwabamnyama, abesifazane, abakhubazekile, osomabhizinisi abasafufusa kanye nolusha olukhungethwe ukweseleka kwemisebenzi ukuze nabo bahlomule babe yingxenye yensika yomnotho wonkana. All these measures are part of the enhanced implementation of our National Development Plan. The National Development Plan proposes three-phase implementation of priorities in the ICT sector. In the short term, it calls for urgent review of policy to improve access through competition in services, frustrating local loop unbundling, urgent availability of spectrum for new generation services, and provide low-cost, high-speed internet bandwidth. By 2020, it calls for universal broadband access, its penetration at minimum speed of 2 megabytes per second. Post-2020, it calls for multi-stakeholder collaboration in innovation, local content, multimedia, as well as software and applications development. So what have we done towards this? The CSIR report reports that in the last 3 years of your administration, Mr. President, this industry has invested 78 billion in infrastructure. The country has started to see the benefit of this accelerated investment, where the network readiness index and usage have improved. These and other measures driven by our government has helped to steadily push the WEF Global Competitive Index from 56 in 2014 to 47 in 2016 out of 140 participating countries. In September last year, the ANC government adopted integrated ICT white paper. We're using this policy lever to deconcentrate this industry. We're using open access network and our national resource, the spectrum, as a strategic lever to induce real transformation and lowering of the barriers, particularly for blacks, small businesses, and marginalized groupings. We have been heartened by positive input by the industry during the consultation we've been having recently on how best to implement this white paper. Those who are currently excluded are not vengeful at all, but have brought most innovative proposals to implement this policy without destroying the sector. This confirms the President's assertion that it is not about taking from the have-nots, but it is about sharing. It is not about taking from the haves, but it's about sharing with the have-nots. We will finalize this consultation soon so that we can prioritize the implementation and necessary legislative amendments. Also, in October last year, the ICT Sector Council finalized the sector codes, which are now operational. These codes have moved beyond mere share ownership and management control to prioritize important areas such as enterprise development, preferential procurement, and skills development. The ICT Sector Council is assisting the industry to improve compliance and eliminate fronting. Our council is currently conducting provincial roadshows to assist the beneficiaries to take the advantage of these new opportunities presented by their ANC government. Honorable members, the broadband of fast, reliable internet is critical for the development and global competitiveness. Following the technical procurement delays and failed SITA tender for phase 1 broadband rollout, we have decided to utilize the capacity of our own state-owned companies to implement it in line with provisions of the law. The aim of this rollout is to connect government offices to expedite service delivery to our people. It also aims to bring services closer to our communities so that business and local citizens can exploit it for their benefit. With regard to the bigger phase 2 rollout of broadband to the rest of the country, later this year, we will be going to raise funds through the partnership with private sector as part of our Invest South Africa 40 project approved by Cabinet. Since 2014, our state-owned companies have invested in rural areas. For example, Broadband Infraco is using its points of presence to connect local SMMEs to the network in order for them to provide services to the end users. Black-owned companies such as Galela and Mzinyati are currently providing services in under-service area of Dr. Kenneth Kaunda in Northwest and Mzinyati in KwaZulu-Natal, respectively. This will allow businesses to create new jobs in these underserviced areas. During this year of OR Tambo, USASA has employed the service of another small black-owned company called Bright Waves to build, operate, and transfer a network at King Sabata Dalinjebo and Mhlonhlo municipality in OR district, or Tambo district. Between March this year and July 2017, we'll finalize connecting more than 542 schools and 65 clinics in that municipality. Honorable members, our youth has realized the power of using internet for their own development. We have heard their plight to make data affordable, as it's still relatively high compared to our peers. We agree with them that data bundles prices must come down. What are we doing in this regard? Firstly, the real data cost will only be realized when more players and particularly SMMEs are competing in giving service to other people, as advocated by our policy. Secondly, in 2016, we issued a policy directive mandating ICASA to conduct an inquiry to see if there's any competition in this broadband market, and if necessary, advise us on the necessary regulatory measures we can implement to bring the prices down. The regulator is committed to the deadline of April 2017 for this work. We hope that the public will also give their valuable input in this process. Thirdly, our internet service providers are extending internet exchange points to more towns within South Africa, hence lowering the cost of providing internet. We are also assisting other African countries in providing their regional internet exchange points. The fourth one on this aspect is the municipal Wi-Fi program, which contributes significantly to the basic access to internet by more citizens. We have assisted municipalities and metros to expand this program. However, we were very much concerned by pronouncement by the new DA mayors that threaten this project within some metros. At the same time, we have been encouraged by their change of heart as a result of pressure from the resident. What we can say, the ANC government will continue assisting more and more municipalities to implement this project. Honorable members, we are doing all these. We are doing all these measures to enable people to exploit the internet economy and prepare them to extract the benefit of the fourth industrial revolution. For instance, the new technologies, such as new design of energy storage, will remarkably improve our energy storage, and will also make this renewable energy more affordable and sustainable to provide electricity in rural areas. The fourth industrial revolution requires us to prioritize mathematics and science education. It dictates that we must skill and reskill our workforce in order to minimize potential job losses as a result of robotics. We need to upscale investment in research and development and our entrepreneurial capacity. Honorable members, ANC has repeatedly called for the fundamental transformation of the financial sector. Our efforts are not to collapse the banking system, but we are focusing on changing their monopolistic behavior. There is a need to review the financial sector charters as it relates to the access to finance to small and informal businesses, financial inclusion, affordability, and indeed the bank charges, which are remain very high. The ANC has been calling for opening up of space for a variety of sector-specific banks or second-tier banks, such as construction banks, the Stockfeld banks, and cooperative banks, and a variety of state banks in order to improve access and affordability to support growth. It is under this backdrop that I would like to respond to the urgent need to corporatize the Post Bank as directed by the development needs of this underserviced and unbanked. It is a state bank which seeks to promote universal access to banking while at the same time providing platform for disbursement of various state transactions such as social grant. Honorable members, what we've done so far. Firstly, in July last year, for the first time since 2005, we passed the first hurdle of being given a permission to establish a banking company in terms of Section 12 of Banks Act, because we have complied with all the relevant requirements. We are now in the final, by challenging mile of Section 13 authorization to get a bank license. Some of the milestones we've made since last year are: 1, the Post Bank Company is being registered. 6 names have been approved by the Reserve Bank and are available for appointment as board members of the Post Bank Board after undergoing fit and proper assessment. The financial risk modeling and capital adequacy requirements of Post Bank has been finalized, and the bank is well capitalized to the tune of more than 1.4 billion. The final and the difficult hurdle we are currently addressing in consultation with the Minister of Finance and subsequently, of course, the Cabinet, is the resolution of the challenge around the bank controlling company. This challenge is around the interpretation of the Banks Act itself. With some legal opinion, we may say that we may not need to amend legislation. The ANC government will work flat out to meet the 3rd of July deadline of submitting the final application for the license. In conclusion, Honorable Deputy Chair, we would like to apologize to all those who sacrificed for our liberation, for the unsightly disruptions that were driven by hooliganisms, and of course assisted by unrepentant arrogance from those who were beneficiaries of the apartheid during the State of their Nation address last week. Ingakho abantu bethi nje uThambo ngalila uma esibona sinje. This is not what he fought for. The ANC and other progressive parties did not detract from the historic mission of advancing the national democratic revolution in order to improve the quality of life of our people and build a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and a prosperous nation. Tambo was the embodiment of the core values of the ANC, the values of unity, discipline, selflessness, sacrifice, collective leadership, humility, honesty, internal debate, and hard work. Mr. President, working together with all our people, we'll work hard to realize radical economic transformation in order to attain inclusive growth that benefit all South Africans. Time for collective action has landed on our shoulders to inspire and give hope that today is better than yesterday. It's better than yesterday's apartheid, and tomorrow will be better than today. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I'm directed to advise members to take a 15 minutes comfort break, and then the bells will be rung and then we'll converse again. Thank you very much.
Agriculture is an important sector in South African economy. As a labor-intensive sector, agriculture is a key driver of the economic activity and employment, especially in the rural areas, and serve as a major earner of foreign exchange. The sector has a major role to play in poverty alleviation and structural transformation in the country. It is for this reason that our National Development Plan has identified agriculture, forestry, and fishery as a key sector to drive inclusive growth in rural economies with significant job creation opportunity. Some of the key actions that have been listed in the NDP for this sector include creating 1 million jobs, for which 600,000 potential jobs should be set up in communal areas and 300,000 jobs through commercial agriculture. Increase investment in infrastructure as well as the research and the new agricultural technology. Achieving a food surplus by 2030 to ensure that every household can say we have food on the table. The NDP further states that third of the food surplus should be produced by small farmers. To achieve this objective, this has to be deliberate and concerted effort by all stakeholders to radically transform the agriculture and rural economy, to stimulate growth in segments of our society that have long been marginalized, and instill transformation along agricultural and rural development value chain. In this regard, the progressive ANC-led government has put remedial policies and plans which aim to transform the structure, the patterns of ownership, the control of agrarian system to be more transformed, inclusive and developmental. The government has further made significant strides in supporting smallholder farmers through integrated support packages that include access to land, training, finance, and research output. It is also worth noting that this strategic intervention by government are not worthless, but rather more developmental as they seek to translate into sustainable growth and sustainable livelihood. The progress that has been made on the development of the new policy on comprehensive producer development support and integrated development finance framework by Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fishery is welcomed. Honorable members, some of the commendable achievements in the last financial year include the placement of veterinary graduates as part of the compulsory community services for veterinarian and paraveterinarian professionals. These vets play a very crucial role in control, management, and animal diseases outbreaks, particularly in the rural areas where such services were not available before. Support that have been provided to smallholder producers, including the establishment of 18 commodity-based cooperatives and capacity building of 105 cooperatives in various provinces. The implementation of Citrus Emerging Excellence Program, which is crucial and plays a significant role in ensuring access to market for developing citrus producers. Honorable members, despite the registered progress, the country's agricultural sector still contributes under 3% to gross domestic product, while the agricultural sector of BRICS counterparts, especially Brazil and China, contribute approximately 5% and 9% respectively to the GDP. This level of growth in Brazil and China are attributed to their ability to consistently increase agricultural productivity through the direct investment in the sector. To achieve the level of self-sufficient and production level similar to Brazil and China, South Africa must invest extensively in agricultural research development, in radical socio-economic transformational programs, and mostly importantly, in the small producer support system through the value chain. This is what the revitalization of agriculture and agro-processing value chain and ocean economy, which form part of the 9-point plan that was announced by the President 2 years ago, seeks to achieve. We acknowledge the progress that has been made in the implementation of this program, which in most instances is limited by funding. It is therefore important that we revisit the investment model to support growth in the agricultural sector to ensure that the announcement made by the President in his State of the Nation address on export agreement with BRICS partners in the field of agriculture are fulfilled and expanded. Let us be reminded, honorable members, that South Africa is signatory to the Maputo Declaration, which is embedded within the overall vision of African agriculture to achieving an ambition to a self-reliant and productive Africa that can play its full part on the world stage. At the second ordinary assembly of the African Union in July 2003 in Maputo, African heads of states and government endorses the Maputo Declaration on Agriculture, Food Security in Africa. Amongst matters, the Assembly recognized that agricultural sector growth rate in African countries did not always follow growth in agricultural share of the national budget. The declaration of the Assembly contains several important decisions regarding agriculture. Put prominent amongst them was that the commitment to allocation of at least 10% of the national budgetary resources to agriculture and rural development policy implementation within 5 years. In contrast, our national spend on agriculture is lower than several low-income countries on the continent. In fact, South Africa is the number 9 regarding national spend on agriculture, lower than Malawi, Ethiopia, and Ghana, and others. Public sector spending on agriculture in South Africa is just under 2%, far cry from the 10% that was agreed to in Maputo Declaration. In industrial countries, despite agriculture being a minor contributor to overall economic production, government has always provided sustained support to sector, and the level of subsidies for it and farm export remain high. If countries that can do without agriculture and still prosper are willing to continue financing this heavily, why should South Africa, where our millions of her people depend on sector for their employment and income, not do the same? We are fully aware of competing needs on the fiscus, which limits our ability to comply to the Maputo Declaration. However, unless the first step is intentionally taken for the purposes of progressively attain the Maputo Declaration on food security, there can be no meaningful transformation in the sector. Parallel to that should be concerted effort by all parties to better align resources allocated to the sector and its support institution. This should include provision of comprehensive agricultural support packages aligned to the NDP mandate. Review the conditional grants for agriculture through DORA for the purpose of streamlining and improving expenditure oversight. Integrate for the better coordination funding located in several departments targeting the same programs, e.g. your land care. Rigorous skills development for smallholder producers and cooperatives, protecting and incentivize domestic businesses and industries, tightening up regulation impacting negatively on the sector, and dismantling the entrenched interest, as we have seen in poultry industry. Reviewing the financial for smallholder farmers, including restructuring of the land bank to address the developmental agenda. Sustaining commercial farming even as we transform so that we build on what we have. I would like to highlight to the House that a year before the signing of Maputo Declaration, the AU, through the Partnership of Africa Development, recognizes that improvement in agriculture is a prerequisite for the economic development on the continent. The NEPAD recognizes the needs for the better policies to increase food availability, strengthening effective access to food, improving food utilization, and recognizing women's role in agriculture and food security. It against this backdrop and in seeking to address inequality to access land, its resources and insecurity of tenure, that NEPAD launches the comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Programs in 2002. CADA provides the framework for accelerating long-term agricultural development and growth amongst African countries and focuses on improving food security, nutrition, and increasing incomes in Africa's large farming-based economies. While South Africa has been slow in embracing CADA, there is some progress that has been made towards signing of the country's compact, which should identify investment opportunities and detailed program and project that various stakeholders can buy into and address on our national priorities. It is worth highlighting that agricultural development and growth in multidimensional and cannot be dealt with separately from climate change, rural-urban development, source of income and social protection, and disease outbreak. As I speak, as the country is faced with the outbreak of the fall armyworm, which attacked our grain crops, thus posing a threat to food security. I should highlight that these outbreaks follows a drought that most of the farmers are still recovering or have not recovered from. Therefore, agricultural development is not confined to a department, but comprised to all spheres of government as well as civil society. The global food fuel prices hike provides a strategic opportunity for government to strengthen agricultural production programs through CADAP to ensure food security and job creation as identified by the NDP and outlined in the MTEFS. As we advocate for more funding for the sector, including research and technology development, urgent attention should need to be given to training and education to ensure that agricultural students and graduates have necessary skills that the country requires. In terms of research funding and capacity building, partnership between government, academia, and industry and civil society cannot be overemphasized. The partnership needs to be strengthened in order to advance agriculture in the country and enable the commercialization of smallholder producer, as the President mentioned in the SONA. Before I sit down, honorable members, with your permission, as the year has been declared, the year of Oliver Reginald Tambo, allow me to quote one of the concluding statements by O.R. Tambo in his address in 1948 National Conference on the ANC of the ANC in 1991, where he said, "We did not tear ourselves apart because of lack of progress at the time. We have always ready to accept our mistakes and to correct them. Above all, we have succeeded to foster and defend the unity of our people in general. Even in bleak moments, we were never in doubt regarding the winning of freedom. We never been in doubt that our people cause shall triumph. Indeed, 2017 must be the year of unity in action by all Africans as we move South Africa forward." Thank you.
I tried to caution ourselves earlier on to say that the clock is there. Don't take advantage of the fact that I can't operate that mic to switch it off. Let us just adhere to what we're supposed to do. Honorable Masango.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Honourable members, the state of the Department of Social Development can be summed up in the latest newspaper headlines, which say beneficiaries in disaster countdown, welfare cliffhanger, D-Day for grants, 7 weeks to go to prevent what could be a disaster of unprecedented proportions. Honourable President, you should therefore be fully aware that plans for the payment of social grants to 17 million poor and vulnerable South Africans are completely in the air. SASA and the department have had years to prepare for this takeover, yet only now are they seeking an exploratory meeting with CPS, the company currently tasked with distributing social grants, to discuss the transition of the SASA contract. In fact, the DA believes that SASA never had any real intention of meeting the 1 April 2017 deadline for taking over of the distribution of social grants. We believe, as the Democratic Alliance, that SASA willfully manufactured an emergency that would leave them with no choice but to extend the current invalid contract with CPS. Yet, in your State of the Nation address, Honourable President, you gave no reassurance that these social grants will be paid on the 1st of April, when the current contract to distribute social grants come to an end. It seems that you and the ANC government are quite content to leave South Africans in the dark, just like the ANC have abandoned millions of young people, the lost generation, who have no hope of funding work opportunities. But, honourable members, given the history that led to the Constitutional Court declaring in 2014 that the current contract with CPS was invalid, one would have thought that the Minister Dlamini would have taken the situation seriously, first of all, and have fulfilled the deliverables and timelines they presented to the Constitutional Court. Not surprisingly, I must say, the Minister failed to do this. She's far too busy campaigning and taking Thuli Madonsela to have time to worry about 17 million people who rely solely on social grants. The DA has proposed as a result that the National Treasury take the lead role in the contractual negotiations as well as in the process of appointing a new service provider. Mr. President, we urge you to issue a proclamation to this effect. What does this all say, though, honourable members, about the ANC government and the Minister of Social Development in particular, her attitude towards the poor and vulnerable? This is what it says. It tells the people of this country, you are not a priority at the moment. We will see you during election season when we need your vote, and we might even, drop a food parcel or two, but that's finished and clear. Mongameli Ohloniphekile, ngiyathemba uyayibona indlela abantu abahluphekile nabadla imbuya ngothi okuphakathi kwabo okukhona abantwana nabantu abadala nabantu abakhubazekile. Indlela uhulumeni kaKhongolose abaphethe ngayo. Ungqongqoshe wezomnyango wokuthuthukisa ezenhlalakahle.
Can you just take your seat? There's a point. On what point are you rising on?
I'm rising on Rule 14L, Chairperson. Can a member take a question?
No. It is for me, honourable members, it is for me to ask Honourable Masango whether if she's prepared to take a question. Honourable Masango, are you prepared to take a question?
No, Deputy Chair.
No, she's not prepared to take a question.
Ukuthi bengifuna ukwazi ukuthi leya case yama drugs ka past uma imali yaphelela.
Honourable member, she is not prepared to take a question. Can you continue the debate?
Indlela abantu abahluphekayo kulelizwe abaphethwe ngayo uhulumeni kaKhongolose iyethusa Mongameli Ohloniphekile. Besinethemba ke ngwesonto edlule ukuthi uma wethula inkulumo yakho yesimo salelizwe uzoba nesiqinisekiso noma isethembiso kubona ukuthi makufika ilanga lokuthi bathole imiholo impesheni zabo bazozithola. The truth though is that the Minister of Social Development doesn't care about the poor. So as a result, Mr. President, let the Honorable Dlamini campaign for your chosen successor all she wants. We don't have a problem with that. But please, for the sake of our country, fire her from your cabinet to ensure that 17 million people are protected. And for the sake of the people of this country, I beseech you, with all the respect that I have, to make these vital announcements tomorrow when you deliver your speech. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Carlo, can you continue the debate?
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Honorable President, Deputy President in absentia, members of Parliament. We have entered into an era of contemporary political posturing and rhetoric, to say the least. The AIC firmly believes that the patent radical transformation of the economy mantra echoed in President Jacob Zuma's State of the Nation address is a pie in the sky. We hold a view that the proposed and ongoing review of the Mining Charter and the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Act is not a panacea to addressing a skewed and concentrated mining sector. The AIC believes that the mining sector can practically transform, including running a successful beneficiation program when the state directly mines about 50% of the country's mineral and petroleum resources. Mere ownership of mineral and petroleum resources without actively being involved in their extraction and revenue collection is defeating, rude, and counterproductive. We should take leave from the Botswana-De Beers partnership, which has radicalized Botswana's economy. Botswana today offers free access to higher education. Higher education is a luxury of the rich on our shores. We therefore call for the establishment of the Economic Transformation Commission with a view to deal with compliance, control, and ownership patterns in various sectors of our economy. The current measures geared towards economic transformation, like the Employment Equity Commission and others, are simply ineffective. Honorable Chair, land is a critical commodity to the people of South Africa, including young black farmers, rural shack dwellers, and emerging agro-processing cooperatives. According to former Deputy Chief Justice Dikgang Moseneke, nothing in the Constitution prevents the state from rolling out a cutting-edge land distribution program biased towards the black majority. Therefore, the President's ill-equipped proposition that by amending the Expropriation Act will be able to address a century-sustained deprivation of land ownership against the black majority is far-fetched. The elephant in the room, Honorable Chair, is lack of value-based leadership in this country. Not knee-jerk reactions, policies, or compliance charters. The daunting task ahead of all of us is to rid the people of South Africa a government whose stock in trade is to become an oxygen thief at their expense. There is a saying, Honorable President, that says, don't wrestle with a pig in the mud.
Honorable Member, your term is expired.
Because the pig
Honorable
enjoys
Member. Your time
in
has
March.
expired.
I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Moai.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, His Excellency the President and the Deputy President, Ministers and Honorable Members, fellow comrades. At the outset, let me state that the radical transformation of the economy is an objective necessity in South Africa given the history of apartheid colonial relations that excluded and exploited the black majority and women and reduced into reservoir of cheap labor. None amongst the DA benches has spoke on these issues because the DA represent narrow, white sectional interests and they continue to falsify information with a view of manipulating our people for vote, the vote that will not be used for fundamental social transformation agenda. In advancing the policy injunctions of radical economic transformation, as outlined by President last week, I would like to focus on two aspects that are critical to the task of radical transformation in this current phase of our transformation. That is the national minimum wage and financialization of the economy and its implications to the socio-economic transformation. In dealing with these issues, it is worth noting that none but the ANC adopted a policy outlook on minimum wage as early as 62 years back at the People's Congress in Kliptown. In pursuance of this policy vision, our president issued a directive to social partners through NETLAC to examine modalities giving effect to this policy injunction in 2016. We stand here inspired today that finally due consultation and dialogue among social partners have unfolded and culminated into the agreement on national minimum wage in South Africa. The introduction of the national minimum wage following the agreement by social partners at NETLAC is indeed a milestone in tackling the problems of the working poor, income inequality, and stimulating aggregate demand in the economy by raising income and spending of households. The national minimum wage is going to restructure labor relations in South Africa for the better. These reflect the implementation of the Freedom Charter systematically and the 2014 ANC election manifesto, which affirmed our commitment to the task of ending the most dehumanizing forms of exploitation. Honorable Chair, it doesn't seek a rocket science to know that cheap labor was an important pillar of the capitalist production accumulation to entrench apartheid colonial relations. This historical legacy still lives with us today, with 54% of South African workers, which is 5.5 million workers, still earning below the poverty line of 4,125. These workers are spread across various sectors, but they are mostly concentrated in agriculture and domestic services. The agreed national minimum wage is 20 rand per hour, which translates to 3,500 per month for those working for 40 hours a week and 3,900 for those working 45 hours per week. This national minimum wage falls short of a living wage, but goes a long way in addressing the problem of working poor. More than 50% of the South African workers earn below this agreed minimum wage. This is where the significance of this national minimum wage lies. It will lift close to 5 million South African workers to a higher income bracket. In the agricultural sector, it will cover 82% of the workers, while the domestic services, it will lift up to 87% of workers. Now let me address some concerns with regard to the effects of this set of minimum wage employment. The research that was used here employed some economic models prescribed by the United Nations. The modeling came to a determination that there would be no effect on employment by this set minimum wage. Instead, revenues of companies would benefit from increased income and spending by households. Thus, output will also grow, benefiting from aggregate demand that will be stimulated by increased consumer spending. In other words, minimum wages are a good instrument for a shared growth that should benefit the majority as a ripple effect of an increased aggregate demand creates production expansion that leads to more jobs being created. At the same time, we still need to implement macroeconomic and industrial policies that are directly targeting employment creation on a large scale. Chairperson, this minimum wage will fight income inequality in South Africa. Studies in middle-income countries such as Brazil, India, China, and Russia show how minimum wages help reduce inequality by lifting up those at the bottom of the income ladder. The statistical model used in research of this minimum wage also indicate that our minimum wage will help reduce the income gap by lowering the Gini coefficient. The Gini coefficient is a measure of inequality, which counts from 0 to 1, with 0 being ideal level of equality and 1 being the level of absolute inequality. Currently, South Africa's Gini coefficient was at 0.66 in 2012, and it is among the highest in the world. We must recognize that minimum wage is a wage floor below which wages should never fall. It is not a living wage or a natural level of wages. Actual wages must still be determined through collective bargaining process where employers and labor unions gather. It is in these bargaining processes where productivity gains and living wage consideration should be used in the negotiations. We also wish to caution those who always insist that higher growth rates will only be achieved when we lower wages. In the DA, they normally believe in this. We must warn them that such arguments are morally bankrupt, to say the least. Low wages inherited from the cheap labor system have to be done away with. They are not good for living standards of our people and are bad for economy that suffers from a chronic aggregate demand. When more households can afford to spend more in consumer market, it means we'll have to use more of their productive capacity to produce goods for the market. They will have to employ more people as they expand production to meet the increased demand. Companies will also have to invest in capital machinery, equipment to be able to produce more goods and faster. This will increase the level of output and investment in the economy. It will increase the rates of profits and improve level of savings. Low wages are not good for the economy. They perpetuate income inequality. The growth of income through wealth assets has accentuated inequalities over the period since 1970s. Inequalities lead to social instabilities, and it is economic contradictions that lead to stagnation and havoc wreaked by speculation in financial markets. Chairperson, the concept of financialization of our economy refers to the increasingly domineering role of the financial capital through financial motives, markets, and institutions in the whole economy. The process of financialization, which is key feature of globalization, sprang up in the US in the 1970s and spread throughout the developed economies of the global north and integrated the underdeveloped economies of the global south. The global financialization does have typical global polarization and asymmetries that subordinate the south and the north in terms of accumulation and development. The global north tends to accumulate and develop at the expense of the south. The current process of financialization is qualitatively different from the rise of finance capital in the 20th century. As examined in literature, previously, the primary role of finance capital was to promote industrial development through measure of industrial and finance capital. In other words, finance capital developed and operated largely as a function of industrial growth. In the current epoch, that bond between industrial and finance capital has severed. Finance capital no longer spares industrial development, but is geared at extracting maximum returns, even by dismantling or destroying the industrial capacity. The metabolism of financial capital is now fundamentally parasitic. Since 1994, with the integration of the South African economy in the global economy, financial capital has adapted rapidly to the new context and opportunities and become a key player as South Africa conglomerates restructured and extended their activities across global field of opportunities. Consequently, for the local economy, have been negative in a profound way. Immediately after 1994, South African conglomerates became disparate to restructure and venture into global markets. They needed and worked tirelessly to bring about policy arrangements that will liberate them from fetters of South African economy, to enable them to reorganize their operations and holdings with a global system. For them, the imperative was to restructure and globalize so as to reduce exposure to possible interventions by the democratic government. This hinged on the ability to export capital and assets. 7 of the country's largest corporations moved their primary listing in London and New York. 2 of them, Old Mutual and Liberty, shipped vast amounts of pension fund capital abroad. Historically, pension funds have been used as a major source of long-term investment in many developmental states. For instance, in Malaysia and Singapore, very large proportions of savings were channeled through pension funds. The unbundling of the restructuring of South Africa's largest corporations facilitated large volumes of capital flight and disinvestment. This includes large amount of illicit capital flight from South African economy, sometimes as high as 20% of the GDP. South Africa financial sector flooded the market with credit instead of financing productive investment. The bulk of credit bankrolled financial and real estate speculation, a debt fuel and assumption. So, what is the way forward that the ANC has charted? The ANC is unapologetic. One, that the state should consider organizing large sums of capital base to finance industrialization and economic development. This should include forming state bank with a strong capital base. Capital Asset is one of 4 large commercial banks and use asset to finance and drive industrialization. History hardly has examples of development projects without access to capital. The current process of reconfiguring of development of finance institutions should really bring about coordination and synergy between various DFIs with regard to operations and priorities of industrial policy as outlined in Industrial Policy Action Plan. There should be a fair spread of investment in priority industries and across provinces with a fair inclusion of rural provinces that are less industrially developed. To conclude, Chairperson, we in the ANC welcome the President's emphasis on the transformation not only of the economy, but also concomitant transformation of regulation and implementation of programs that will ensure that we as a state are able to use the state buying power to empower small enterprises, rural township enterprises, as well as the promotion of local industrial development. In the same spirit, Chairperson, we welcome the movement towards the finalization of the Post Bank as announced by Minister Kwel, as fully fledged bank, and indeed we want to urge speedy implementation of this. To conclude, we must give up the absurd fantasy of trying to make the unworkable economic system of the past work for us in the democratic South Africa. We must instead buckle down to the increasingly urgent task of directly fighting for what ought to be the birthright of all South Africans. We have heard you, Comrade President, that the birthright to a job, a decent income, a home, healthcare, education, land, childcare, food security, and security in old age, that the essence of radical economic transformation that the ANC will not be apologetic to pursue. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Hill Lewis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Mr. President, last week I had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Sibusiso Mapatiana, an inspiring black entrepreneur in Ekurhuleni who has built his business from nothing, but who stood in front of me, Mr. President, shaking with emotion and fury, telling me about how his business is on the brink of collapse. He has applied for permission to lay off dozens of his workers because the signed contracts which he fairly won and the orders that he has from Transnet have never been honored. He told of the pain of having to explain face to face to these workers why he could not afford to keep them on. His office is decorated with South African flags, a real patriot and a champion that we should be nurturing and supporting. In his own words, Mr. President, he cut right to the heart of why your notion of radical economic transformation using the might of the state is nothing but a sham. Listen to what he said. The government is supposed to be supporting an entrepreneur like me, but the government is destroying me. In this one crucial respect, the ANC is carrying on a long and damaging tradition in South Africa. It is governing on behalf of some of the people and excluding others. While the ANC tries to tell us that it is governing on behalf of the poor, the reality is that the ANC governs on behalf of the party, not the people and not the poor. This is the story of the commitment to radical economic transformation. It is the work of a con artist, a sleight of hand, designed to deceive the public into thinking that you care about them. But the truth is this: radical economic transformation is nothing but a code word for radical corruption. The ANC has long abandoned the idea of real broad-based empowerment, if ever they believed in it at all.
Honorable Lewis, can you take your seat, please? On what point are you rising, Honorable Member?
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm rising in accordance with rule number 12 of the Joint Rules of Parliament. That has got to do with discipline. And the rule reads, when the houses sit jointly, the assembly rules
When
and
the
council, when the houses sit jointly, the assembly rules and the council rules on discipline remain applicable to the council members. And I'm reading this jointly with Rule 14J and 85 of the National Assembly rule that actually reads as follows. No member may impute improper motives to any other member or cast personal reflections upon a member's integrity or dignity, verbally abuse a member in any way. A member who wishes to bring any improper or unethical conduct on the part of another member to the attention of the House may do so only by way of a separate substantive motion. For the whole afternoon, we've actually been listening to aspersions that are cast on members of this House and members of the executive. And this is how the DA and other parties are actually grandstanding to try and leverage themselves politically, trying to convince South Africans otherwise about progress that has been made by the ANC.
Okay, Honorable Member. Honorable Member. That was not a point of order. It was more of a point of debate. Can you continue with the debate, Honorable Member?
The ANC has long abandoned the idea of real broad-based empowerment, if ever they believed in it at all. Empowerment, ANC style, is empowerment for billionaires and millionaires, and scraps for the rest. Under the banner of radical economic transformation, the President promised to use the power of the state to support black-owned business. But consider this. Eskom is used to funnel coal contracts to the Guptas and Zuma family members, even if it means the country must go without power. Radical land redistribution is code for giving farms to ANC ministers and cronies, not for creating black agricultural entrepreneurs.
Point of order.
BEE.
Honorable Chair. Honorable Lewis, can you take a seat?
The Honorable Member referred the President with disrespect, by the way. He's supposed to address the President as His Excellency or President or Mr. Zuma. He addressed him with his name directly and it's improper. So he needs to address the President proper. Please, Chair, it's an appeal we are making and we're not going to take this thing anymore to undermine the President. It's really not fair.
No. Can I rule on that? Can I rule on that? There is a ruling that has been made before that honorable members, we know that you may not like the President. If you don't want to call him or to refer to him as President, at least Mr. Zuma. That is a standing rule that was made previously. So can we please just ensure that we stick to that?
If you
I
refer
didn't
to the
hear
Hansard,
that, but,
I referred to Mr. Zuma and Mr. President. Black economic empowerment is a tool for massive empowerment deals for a connected few, not for actually turning workers into part owners of their businesses. The mining charter is not about improving the living conditions and working conditions of mine workers. It is a way to force companies like Goldfields has said publicly to choose their empowerment partner from a predetermined list, including the Honourable Speaker of this House. And even when you can confront the private sector, you just won't do it, because there is a crony in every boardroom and a comrade in every deal. So you do not act to bring down data charges for the poor. You don't end banking rip-offs for people on social grants, or help to break the cycle of debt that keeps so many people locked in a prison of stress and anxiety. You do none of those things, because in every facet of the economy, the ANC in business relies on the ANC in government to keep the dirty money flowing thick and fast. And never mind the dirty
Honourable
voters,
Chair.
to quote Honourable Mokonyana.
Honourable Member, can you take a seat? On what point are you rising, Honourable Member?
That's what she said.
Honourable Chair, I rise on Rule 14 LA. Honourable Chair, it is shocking the corruption issues that Mr. Hill Lewis is raising in the House.
Come on. No,
Just
Honourable Members, I need to...
Yeah.
Oh, just hold it, Honourable Member. I'm trying to follow what the member is saying.
Yes.
Now, if you...
Thank you.
If you make noise, I won't be able to make a proper ruling on the basis of what the member is raising. Yes. Can you allow me to hear the member, please?
Yeah. I am shocked by the corruption issues that Mr. Hill Lewis is raising in this House. Just last week, a member of Mr. Maimani's church once again found
Point of order, Chairperson.
and $2 million
Chair, point of order.
was found in his church.
Point of order, Chair.
Honourable members.
Busy taking every
Honourable Member, take your seat. Can I rule on that? And my ruling is very simple. That is a statement and it is not a point of order. Honourable Member, can you continue with the debate, please?
Thank you, Chair. This is the one thing that unites all of the candidates in the ANC's current succession battle. Whether it's Mr. Ramaphosa you're supporting or Mrs. Mbete, they may not be speaking to one another now, but they've all shared in the empowerment feast and filled their pockets along the way. And no matter which one of them wins, the feast will continue. It's just about who gets to sit at the top of the table. The ANC first, the people last. On the 20th of January, your government, Mr. President, quietly published new procurement regulations which completely abandon all previous broad-based empowerment policy. BEE should be used to broaden ownership, give workers a stake in their own companies, and create training, employment, and entrepreneurship opportunities for the lost generation. But now, finally, the fig leaf has fallen. Because according to these new regulations, no matter what other contribution companies have made in terms of their BEE scorecard, it's all irrelevant. All that counts now is narrow ownership. All of the contributions to finding and mentoring young black entrepreneurs, gone. All of the work in helping young black entrepreneurs access new supply chains, gone. All of the contributions to education, to training their workers, to buying locally, to giving their workers a stake in their businesses, gone, gone, gone. All of that is irrelevant to this government. All that counts is making sure that the right people get all the tenders. The only thing broad-based about it is the broad base of people that will pay for this organized theft through higher prices and harder living. It's easy to see where this comes from. Jimmy Manyi has been calling for this for 2 years. Brian Molefe has already been doing this at Eskom illegally, I will say, for over a year. And now you, Mr. President, have caved in and given the cronies what they've always wanted, a facade of legal legitimacy to their radical looting program. The ANC's message to South Africans now is this: you are less than us. Get to the back of the line. We're still eating. And remember, you owe us forever. The ANC is not on the side of the poor. It is not on the side of the people. It is the state against the nation, the ANC against the people. And by contrast, let me spell out who the DA is for. The DA is firmly on the side of all of the people who have been forgotten, marginalized, and left behind by the ANC. To those South Africans, the DA says, to these South Africans, the DA says, you are valuable, you are legitimate, and you are equal. And you have much more right to opportunity and a stake in our future than these will ever give you. The DA is for you. We are a party that fights for your interests, for the improvement of your lives, for new opportunities and for a better life. Not just for some of the people, but for all the people. Wherever we govern, life gets better and better and better. Wherever we do not govern, corruption gets worse and unemployment grows.
Honourable Member, can you take a seat? On what point are you raising, Honourable Member?
The member again continued to call members here, these members. You don't, not even members, it says these. You can't address honourable members in that way, please. Just make sure that this member respect members of parliament, please. It's an appeal that we are making. Just respect us. We are honourable members of parliament. We are not these.
Can you stick to that? I mean, it's just a point of respect to other members. Earlier on, there was a ruling where members were referred to as a lord. And a ruling was made. No, Honourable Stenizen, just hold it. Members were referred to as a lord, and a ruling was then made to say that members must be respected. And all that I'm saying, I didn't hear it, but if the member said it, then please, may we just respect each other and refer and look at each other as honourable members. That's my appeal. Honourable Stenizen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. And let me just say that we were referred to as the lot earlier by the Honourable Zulu, and nobody asked her to retract it. She did it at least 3 times. Nobody asked her to withdraw it. These points of orders are really becoming quite pathetic.
No. I don't want to get into a dialogue. Honourable members, order. I don't want to get into a dialogue with the chief whip of the majority opposition. I was in the house and I was seated right there, listening to Honourable Zulu when she was requested to withdraw, and she withdrew. I was sitting there, right there. She withdrew. So please, honourable members, may we just look at each other and treat each other with the greatest of respect. Can you continue, honourable member?
Chairperson, the Democratic Alliance is building a mighty movement of the excluded and the forgotten people. The time is coming for all of those who believe with us to join with us, so that together we can confront and tear down the wall that the ANC continues to build to divide us. We will take our values and our plan to rescue this lost generation into the thick of the fight for justice and opportunity for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honourable Plawama.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable President, Honourable Deputy President, and honourable members. On the 9th February 2017, the nation was abused by a shameful State of Nation address. The nation was addressed by a man who is a disciple of greed and patronage. A president who personifies moral degeneration and words without substance or practical action. Honourable members.
On a point of order, Chair.
The rule of law.
On a point of order.
Yes, can I take the point of order?
The member on the podium has just impugned on the dignity of the president by saying that he's personifying corruption. Then can you rule on that, please? It's not right, because he was supposed to bring that through the substantive motion. Thank you.
Honourable member, did you really impute that?
Honourable Chair, he must open his ears. I said a president who personifies moral degeneration.
Moral degeneration. Okay, not corruption.
Not corruption.
Okay.
Honourable members, The rule of the law is the glue that holds us together.
Deputy
You
Chair.
break the law, you
Point of order.
undermine the gains.
There's a point of order, Honorable Plawama. Can you take a seat? Can I recognize the member at the back?
Ke a leboga motlatša modulasetulo. Ke ema go ya ka karolo ya 10 L ya tulo hlakanelo. Ke kgopela go botšiša morena a tsebe fane sa gago gabotse ka gore gabotse ke tloua mma potšišo ka gore o hlakahlakane.
All right, e re ke mmotsa pele gore a wa kgona go araba potso. A o kgona go tsaya potso re Plawama?
Nka se kgone ho e tšea,
A ka se
Emma pele, Emma pele. Emma pele, honorable member.
a ka se tšee.
Tseya setulo sa gago, tseya setulo sa gago. Morena, a o mo sebakeng sa go tsaya potso?
Chairperson, nka se kgone ho e tšea potšišo e.
A re ga kgone go e tseya potso e.
Honorable members, the rule of law is the glue
Chairperson.
that holds us together.
Chairperson.
Will I ever talk here?
Just take a seat, honorable member.
Even if he can change his statement and say that the president personified moral degeneration is still unethical and unparliamentary, please rule on that. Please.
No.
We don't have degenerates here in the house.
No. You know, honorable member, the first thing that is a bad thing is to want to instruct the presiding officer to rule on a matter. That is the first thing. The second thing is I tried to establish with the member whether if he said what you initially alleged for him to have said. And he said no, he did not say that. And then the issue of the okay, fine. Which therefore means that it makes it very difficult for me then to make a ruling on that matter as to whether if it is parliamentary or not. Can you therefore then allow me to refer to Hansard and then rule on the matter? Thank you very much. Can you continue with the debate, honorable member?
Honorable members, the rule of law is the glue that holds us together. When you break the law, you undermine the gains we achieved since our hard-earned democracy. Therefore, the Zuma presidency has allowed lawlessness and shady characters to occupy our public space. Honorable members, under his leadership, we are worse than conquered people. We are governed by parasites and vultures. This
Order, Speaker. Order, Deputy Chair. This side, Chair. No, Chair,
yes,
I think it's unparliamentary for the member to call us what he's just called us. It's very unparliamentary. And I rule in terms of Joint Rule 14N, that his time is just expired.
Honorable member, if you call members parasites, may you please withdraw?
Honorable Chair, I've never said members.
Honorable member, if you said, please, let's not play with words and,
All right.
and want
Okay.
to hide other
Honorable
things. If you had
Chair.
said to members that they are parasites, may you please just withdraw?
Honorable Chair, I've never said members. Either be as it is, let me withdraw.
Order, Chair.
Honorable members, under his
Honorable
leadership,
members, you are on your feet and the members withdrawn.
Chair, order, please.
Yes.
Chair, he never mentioned parasites only. He said vultures, who are not vultures. Let him withdraw, Chair, please.
Honorable member.
Deputy Chairperson, may I address you?
No. Honorable Taama, did you refer to members as vultures? You know, the problem, honorable members, may I caution all of us, the level of noise that members are making, it makes it difficult for the presiding officer even to hear, especially if a member is a soft-spoken person. It becomes very difficult. Honorable Taama, did you call members vultures?
yes, I did, Honorable Chairperson.
Come
And
again?
I did withdraw. I did withdraw.
Okay, you withdraw.
Yes. Honorable.
Yes, honorable member, on what point are you rising?
Honorable Speaker,
ke nyoko checka le lena gore na go molaong go addressa ke motho a sa lokišang sefane sa gage gabotse re sa kgone go kwa gore ke tlo ya mma gore ke ploama.
No, that's not a point of order, Honorable Member. Can you sit down?
Honorable Chair, he must go and ask Honorable Minister Mwalusiki Gaba. They are the ones who messed up my surname in the Home Affairs. Can I continue? Honorable members, can I continue, Honorable Chair?
Continue the debate.
Honorable members, under his leadership, we are Western conquered people. There is an unwritten policy of this administration to empower the Guptas and friend and family. To them, black economic empowerment.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order.
Yes, can I take a point?
Honorable Chair, the President is not empowering the Guptas. He's a leader of the country.
Honorable members, may I just appeal? May I just appeal to all of us? A political debate is a political debate, man. Let's allow it. No, honorable members. No. It's not everything. Honorable members, it's not everything that will be said at the podium that we may like. It's not everything that we may say that we may like. The only thing, you see now, if you scream at me, I won't be able to make a ruling. Because my appeal then would be that, honorable member, please stop casting aspersions about certain things that you do not have facts on and that are not factual.
Honorable Chair, you can ask the President.
Honorable member, therefore, are you confirming that you said what you said?
Honorable Chair.
Honorable Ploama, are you therefore confirming the point of order as raised by the member?
No. I am saying the relationship of the Guptas and this government is clear to anyone to know. Honorable Chair, let me continue. Both the President and Guptas are wedded to the cause of looting the state. Honorable members, I want you to raise your eyes and take a look at your President. Is he not a symbol of crookery? Is he not a symbol of dishonesty? Is he not diminishing the dignity of this house and the country? Even the whole bucket of perfume will not clean him from his stench of corruption. Honorable members.
Point of order, Chair.
No.
Point of order, Chair.
No. Honorable member.
Order, Chair.
Honorable member. No. Honorable members, order. No, order. I used this gadget. At least it assisted me to hear the member arraying. Personal reflections, honorable member. You are out of order. Can you withdraw that?
Honorable Chair, what must I withdraw?
Withdraw the reflections that we have made on the President that a packet of perfume would not even cleanse him. Can you withdraw that?
Honorable Chair, let me withdraw for the sake of going.
Point of order. Point of order, Chair.
No.
Point of order.
No. Honorable members, take it. No, cool off. You know, I liked what Honorable Zulu said earlier on. Calamity will allow us to proceed. Honorable member, I don't want a conditional withdrawal. Can you withdraw unconditionally?
I withdraw, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much.
Honorable members.
Point of order, Chair.
Honorable members.
Point of order, Chair.
Where is that order? Yes, honorable member.
Thank you. I want to appeal to Honorable Tlowama not to hit the ANC so hard. They can't take the bait.
No, that's not a point of order, honorable member. Can you continue, Honorable Tlowama?
Honorable members, this President is a killer of our dreams, the killer of hope and economic growth. We are a wounded nation thanks to his incompetence and narrow selfish interests and nepotism. Finally, Honorable Chairperson, I know of our heroes like Ruth First.
Order, Chair. Point of order.
Honorable Chairman, can I take a point?
No, but Chair, with respect again, Chair. With respect, please, Chair. The respect to the President of the country. With respect, please. Because we are not going to tolerate this thing of undermining and calling the names as he's calling them, please. We are appealing to you, Chair, as we are seated there, guide this poor member to respect the President, please, Chair. Please.
I didn't.
Chair.
What I heard is that he said President. Now, I don't know if there was an added word that I did not use. It's very difficult to follow Honorable Tawama.
Chairperson.
Okay.
House Chair.
The appeal is just that, honorable members, can we be consistent?
Yes.
With one thing, the element of respect. The element of respect. Let us just respect one another as honorable members in this house. Yes, honorable member.
House Chair, indeed, I think we're turning this debate into a Tagalani sesame. I think we need to be very careful. I think on the last point, Honorable Tlawama did not say anything unparliamentary. He said, killed hope. Now there's nothing to withdraw there. I think the other problem.
No.
No, calm down. Chairperson.
Okay, let me hear you.
I am going to conclude my point. I didn't disrupt them. I think the other issue
all the honorable members.
We can't have members of parliament screaming at you and getting away with that because they don't agree with political statements that are made by a member at the podium. Because what is happening now, we have MPs that are completely rewriting his speech, intervening all the time, even if he's making innocent political statements. What is he supposed to debate? He said killed hope and then there was a point of order.
Honorable member, I did make a ruling earlier on that matter. That one thing for sure, because of the nature of this house, there are certain things that will be said that we may not like. There are certain political statements that will be made that we may not like. And therefore, on the last point of order that has been raised, I said I heard the member saying President. So therefore, I do not know what is it that the point was trying to achieve. But nevertheless, Honorable Tlama, can you conclude your debate, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair, finally, I know if our heroes like Ruth First, Helen Joseph, Beni Molokwani, Christiani, I can't talk, Honorable Chair. Protect me.
Honorable members, can you allow the member to conclude? Honorable members, can you allow the member to conclude? I mean, we have consistently said heckling is allowed in the house. But if you drown a speaker, that will not be allowed. Allow him to conclude. He's concluding. Can you conclude, honorable member?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. If our heroes like Ruth First, Helen Joseph, Beni Molokwani, Christian will not have stand for this wastage and misuse of this historical opportunity to better the lives of our people. Unlike the Deputy President, who have chosen convenience and comfort.
Yes, honorable member, can I take your point? He's left with a second. Yes, honorable member, can I hear your point?
Okay. Rule 41N. Ke mmutisha putisha gore na e re a sa bolele ka mmagwe mamphele ramphele a bolela ka first.
No. I'm gonna rule on that. It's the same ruling. It's the same ruling that we made earlier on, honorable members. You can't then reduce a policy debate now and then cast aspersions, especially about family members of other members. May we please, honorable member, Can you please withdraw that comment that you made?
Awa, gomme ke ibušetša morago thui.
Ke a leboga. Honorable Steenhuisen.
House Chair, may I address you on a point of privilege?
Yes.
House Chair, I'd like to address you in terms of section 57(2)(b) of the Constitution. Well, I don't know if you can hear me, but I'll proceed.
Honorable members, can we hear the point by Honorable Steenhuisen?
57(2)(b) of the Constitution says that the rules and orders of the National Assembly must provide for the participation in the proceedings of the Assembly and its committees of minority parties represented in the Assembly in a manner consistent with democracy. Achang has had 3 minutes out of a 2-day debate, and the honourable member has been subject to, I think, the most vicious harassment, spurious points of order, and I would really ask you to, in his final few seconds, to allow him to have his say. He represents voters here who have sent him to this House, and he has a right to be heard. And I think the behaviour here has been most unfortunate and a violation of his parliamentary privilege. And I'd ask you to protect all the speakers in the House.
No, honourable members, order, honourable members. All members in the House are protected. All of them. If there is a point of order that has been raised, the clock stops. So there are no seconds or minutes that any member would lose. He did have his 3 minutes, and his time is up as I speak. Honourable member, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Honourable Lucifer.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The Honorable President, His Excellency, President Jacob Zuma, the Deputy President, President Cyril Ramaphosa, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, esteemed guests, on the 10th of May 2004, addressing the joint sitting of Parliament on the commemoration of the 10 years of democracy. Former President Nelson Mandela had this to say: "Let us never be unmindful of the terrible past from which we come, using that memory not as a means to keep us shackled in the past in a negative manner, but rather as a joyous reminder of how far we have come and how much we have achieved. My wish is that South Africans never give up on the belief in goodness, that they cherish that faith in human beings as a cornerstone of democracy," open and close quote. This is a profound statement that requires to be given the honor it deserves. We come from a past where the so-called black-on-black violence had a devastating impact to our society. At the center of this, it was influenced by lack of tolerance amongst political parties, in particular leadership. Whilst differences are allowed, particularly on a multi-party democracy like ours, such must be done with ultimate respect for one another. The basis of our actions must be on fairness and mutual respect for the rules of the House equally. Regrettable, those who are followers or members of political formations take such confrontational differences literally, and as such decide to act in defense of their organization and their leadership. The experience is that such directly leads or feeds to political violence. The sins of last Thursday are regrettable and have a potential to plunge this country into darkness. Sadly, only the enemies of democracy stands to benefit. It is with regret that the leader of the Democratic Alliance decided to remain in denial and dismally failed to use this platform to provide leadership on behalf of his party. We know, though, that they stand to benefit on the so-called black-on-black confrontation, but also is driven by an anti-worker tendency. Is it ironic or accidental that he said nothing about those workers who are employees of parliament, who were assaulted and beaten up by members of parliament in this house, and some were admitted in hospital? Is it because of mental lapse that the leader of the large opposition would only remember the 34 mine workers who were killed in Marikana, not those who were killed prior or after the 34 were killed? This is a deliberate omission on an anti-working class tendency, but mostly clouded by political demagoguery. Clearly, some of the members who had to be ejected out of the house suffer from poor parental workmanship, as well as from pop star political syndrome. We all have to respect the rulings of the presiding officers and challenge what we believe is wrong rulings in the relevant platform. It is therefore important that as we deal and look at the report of the state of the nation, we also understand that the state of the nation is not a medical prescription. It is an overarching overview on the current state of the country and what are the challenges ahead. With regards to the number of issues that the president has raised, the contribution of mining to the local economy does not only result from direct upstream and downstream activities. Nonetheless, concerns have been raised in the South African historical imprudent use of minerals as an impact in the future trajectory and dynamism of the economy. Consequently, from the last 2 decades, several government-led initiatives have sought to address the dichotomy between the country's rich endowment and shallow industrialization resulting from continued raw material export. The transformation of the country's economy from raw material exports to high-value products export is captured in various documents, including the beneficiation strategy. Section 26 has been amended for strengthening linkages between the mining industry and manufacturing by ensuring security of supply at mine gate or agreed prices through the designation of critical minerals for domestic mineral beneficiation. Furthermore, the mining charter has been amended to include better details on what offsetting will entail. This is, however, dependent on the outcome of engagement amongst role players in the industry. We continue to strive for full implementation of laws to ensure transformation of ownership patterns of the economy with the express intention of ensuring demographic representation of all sectors of the economy. The continuing systematic marginalization of blacks from meaningful participation in the economy, particularly at decision-making levels, cannot continue unabated. These counter-majoritarian tendencies represent the ugly face of the social system. We must continue to fight for the meaningful participation of the downtrodden majority in the mainstream economy based on the reflection of their mental attitude and not the color of their skin, to borrow from Martin Luther Jr. The first mining charter was premised on the consensus and commitments. Of importance is the commitment by mining industries to facilitate funding for the tune of 100 billion rand, as well as quality of transaction that will result in effective ownership and unincumbent shareholding. The reviewed mining charter introduced a 0.5 contribution by multinational suppliers towards socio-economic development in mining. The 2014 assessment results of the charter are quite telling of the appalling state of transformation 20 years into our democracy. It is important to note that a number of issues that were highlighted in the State of the Nation address, amongst those was the issue of the lack of transformation in the mining industry. Most importantly is to deal with the issue of the MPRDA. I had another member here complaining about the MPRDA, but he talks about workers. Most importantly, we have to understand that the MPRDA is a tool of transformation, and therefore it can't be accused to be the one that is derailing economic transformation. By the way, always is the victim that is blamed because the victim represents the downtrodden, not the rich. But because other members will read this, yesterday, somebody usibize ngamasela. But most importantly, we have got provinces as glorified homelands. My answer is simple. Only the one who was sitting at the helm of the homelands will understand how to run homelands effectively. Manimbona zenimchazele that if kukonisela, if likonisela, kuyofana nomuntu othe eyo exchange a trade ina ikuga kwathiwa ina value and therefore could not trade in the kuga. Alikho isele lidlula umtshontsha into engena purpose. Uma ngabe ungantshontsha homeland yonke, uyintshontshe just on the eve of democracy, who actually untshontsha because it's inherently in you to take what is useless.
Point of order.
And therefore,
Honorable Losipo, can you take your seat? On what point are you rising, Honorable Member?
I know ndifuna ukuthi ingabi ANC bityila namhlanje siyathini yanolaka nje. Yemhlekazi.
Come again, Honorable Member.
Ndiyabuza ukuthi ingaba iANC bidlile namhlanje ndibona inolaka.
No.
Indlala kuyalibangela ulaka mhlekazi. Asibanga sawubanga ukuba
No, that's not a point of order, Honorable Member. Can you continue the debate, Honorable Member?
Aw. So thina ungahluthi kade nithi sine lama plaza singawazi. So lanjiswa yini? So azange sithathe homeland. Wes uyeka umuntu omdala, wayeka uMathanzima ephethe homeland, wayoyithatha kumama wabantu Stella Straw. Simple because he couldn't stand up on his own. Asiyeke. Babu my man. Honorable my man.
Honorable Losipo. Honorable Losipo, can you take a seat? Yes, Honorable Member.
This is getting out of hand now.
Honorable Members, order.
Thank you. There is insinuation here, and I want to appeal to you to make a ruling. It is very clear, very readable. You understand it. He knows what he's doing, knows what he's trying. There is insinuation, and it is unparliamentary. I appeal to you to make a ruling.
Honorable Members, order.
Point of order, Chair.
Order.
Point of order, Chair.
Order. Can I make a ruling on this matter? Can you allow me to rule on this matter? You know, it made my life a little bit difficult when reference was made to what was said yesterday. Because I might have not had the benefit of hearing what was said yesterday. So before I make the wrong ruling, Honorable Member, can I conclude? Can I conclude? Before I make the wrong ruling, can you allow me therefore an opportunity to check, answer, and consult, and therefore come back with a better ruling? Thank you. Yes, Honorable Mkong?
It's not a point of order, sir. I'm trying to help you. I think these comments are made.
No. I've made a ruling. If it is on this matter,
I'm trying to help you.
No. Don't do that.
No, I am.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
No, but I'm not going to disagree with what the speaker is saying.
No.
I'm trying to help you. May I, please?
Can we? No, I don't need that because you'll further complicate my life.
No, I'm not going to complicate your life, actually. But in any event, it's all right.
Now the problem is you start by saying that you want to help me.
Yeah.
And once you start helping me...
All right, I want to help myself then.
Or you want to help yourself?
Yeah, no, I want to help myself in that case.
Okay.
I don't want to help you, Chair. Grant my atonement.
So, are you going to... Honorable Members, order. Order.
It's all right. It's all right. I don't want you to be disruptive. It's all right, Chairperson. I'll sit down.
Are you going to help yourself in the form of a question?
Of course, yes.
Now, if it is in the form of a question, then I must confer with the member whether if he's prepared to take a question.
It's all right. Chairperson, I don't want to contribute to the degeneration of the House. It's all right if you're not going to allow me to speak.
Okay, thank
That's
you
fine.
very much. Honorable Lozipo, can you continue the debate?
Aw. Yeah. Whoa. You had your own field day here. Honorable, my man, I said in this House, I'm doing this with absolutely respect for you. With absolute respect for you. However, I said one day when I was here, I said, ingxaki esinayo is that abanye abantu uma bethunyiwe izwi likaNkulunkulu baye ukuthi siwaphakamisela izintabeni amehlo wethu la usizo lethu lovela khona bawaphakamisela enzansi amehlo wethu la imali izovela khona. Now it's in the Bible. Aksho mina. Let me read you a verse. It's Marko 11, chapter 11, verse 17. Let me quote it. Verse 17. Wayefundis, kuba I heard in one radio you said your mother is from Mengobo, with due respect. If I'm wrong, sorry. In English they say mother tongue, so let me go to Xhosa. Mother tongue. Ithi wayefundisa esithi kubo akubhaliwe na kwathiwa indlu yami iyakubizwa ngokuba yindlu yokuthandaza inhlanga zonke ke nina niyenza umqolomba wezihange. Uma ngabe sithi parliament yindawo ebaleke ifanele ihlonishwe ngumuntu wonke, it is equal that when someone ethatha parliament elenza umqolomba wezihange kwenziwa okunye okwenziwa ubathathe uqubutha itafile uthatha ukhupha abantu abatrader inside and make inside parliament. That's the duty that a religious person. By the way, if Bible should tell you that you don't choose when to preach and where to preach, you don't part-time ilizwi likaNkulunkulu, you don't deal neqhawa on the basis of correspondence. Every time you get people, you must see them as a congregation to preach them. The level of anger that you have, ingenza ngibe nengxaki. Ingikhumbuze again, Marko 11, verse 24 to 26. Ithi ngenxa yoko ndithi kuni izinto enisukuba nizicela nithandaza kholwani ninokuzamkela noba nazo naxa sukuba nimi nithandaza kholwani ukuba ninendawo ngakothile mxoleleni ukuze noyihlo osemazulwini anixolele iziphoso zenu ke ukuba anixoleli nina naye uyihlo osemazulwini akasayi kunixolela iziphoso zenu. Elokugqibela.
Point of order, Chair.
Angaze ngizi point of order emshumayelweni.
Can I take...
Chair, I'm raising on a point of order. According to the joint rules, 14F, irrelevance. What the honorable member is doing there is irrelevant in terms of the SONA. It was good that is preached, but it's not relevant to what we want to hear today.
No, I wouldn't recognize that point of order. Honorable member, can you continue the debate?
Uba ngabe lakubethi izwi guquka mzalwane zangaphambili esiguqweni anzange livizwe likaThixo lendawo liba uthi izwi likaThixo impossible irrelevant fundisa nathi ukugqibela uPetros 2 verse 1 to 3 ke kaloku kwakukho nabaprofeti abangamaxoki phakathi kwabantu njengokuba naphakathi kwenu kuyakubakho abafundisi abangamaxoki bona bayakungeniswa.
Honorable Luzipo, can I just take that point? On what point are you raising, honorable member? Yes. Order, honorable members. Order. Order, honorable members. Order, please. Just cool off. Honorable Waters.
Chairperson, I think the honourable speaker is confused. We're not in a church service here. We're actually in Parliament.
No, that's not a point of order, honorable member. Honorable Luzupu, can you continue?
Uvumele uma ngabe kufikile umoya wathi angizolanda izivuzi kaNkuluNkulu ezidukile ngivumele ngizilande bona bayakungenisa bulala amehlo entshabalalo bemkhanyela umnini izinto zonke owabathe ngayo bezizisela intshabalalo msinya baninzi abayakulandela intshabalalo yabo eya kunyeliswa ngenxa yabo indlela yenyaniso bathi benokubawa banibonelele ngamazwi alalanisayo abakugwetshwa kungaphumliyo kwakudalo nayo intshabalalo yabo ayozeli bengilivula nje iBhayibheli ngikukhumbuza ukuthi part of the duty that we have is to preach peace, is not to stand as a leader in a platform and pump your members to an extent that they reject the notion of peace. And that's exactly what is the gist of the State of the Nation address. It talks about a united South Africa that seeks to redress the imbalances of the past. To my organization, don't rush, you had your time. To my organization, the ANC is a movement of the masses for total liberation, but also the beacon of hope in the entire African continent and the diaspora. Let's handle it with care. Let's be reminded of the African idiom that says, when brothers fight to death, a stranger inherits the property. Open and close quote. Unity is sacrosanct. Give no quarter to the enemy.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mbinda.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, I hope next time you will also give me more time to quote the Bible. Honorable President, young people have spoken again, and they have been speaking since 1976, but even last year. But today, I must tell you that most of them are not sleeping in the residence. They are sleeping outside. Some of them, they are even sleeping in toilets. So at least we cannot accept that to happen under your administration. Honorable member, next time we need a breathalyzer test. Members that is why sending all an appeal. Honorable President, as we speak, Ubonginkosi Khanyile and that of
Honorable member, can you take a seat? There's a point of order there.
Point of order, Chairperson. The member says members of the ANC come to the house drunk. Can you withdraw that?
Honorable member, can you please just withdraw that? Ziyanxila, can you please just withdraw that?
We just need a fertilizer test in future.
No. Uthe is members ANC Ziyanxila.
I draw.
Please.
Yeah. Honorable President, in your understanding of your radical change, you enlist, more especially when it comes to the students,
police, they were armed with rubber bullets and in some instances using live ammunition and besebenzisa even batons to torture our people. Mr. President, the state under your administration is responsible when a youth is unemployed and unable to pay university fees. We call them the missing middle. EDA on the other side, it lost generation. The nation is still in pain. But I just wanted to address the issue of radical transformation. I just want the nation to understand that the ANC has always been a liberal party. You have never been a revolutionary or a progressive party, Mr. President. Even if you look at the NDP, you could see that the NDP is just a liberal policy and it cannot address the interest of the exploited and the indigenous people of this country. A day before yesterday, you see, I had a very good weekend because we were busy handing over the human remains of those that were killed by the ancestors Zenu DA, you see. Because some of you are siblings, some of you are aunts, they were your
Honourable
aunts,
member, your time has
uncles,
expired.
and they were also your...
Honourable member, your time has expired. Did you want to address me whilst the member is still here?
Yeah, the member hadn't left the podium when I took the point.
Okay. Can I just take the point?
Well, I think it's unacceptable for him to accuse the DA and their family members of murder. I think it's completely unacceptable. You have ruled that on far less grounds about casting aspersions. It's casting aspersions on our family members and us. I think it's unacceptable.
Yes, well, it will be obviously unacceptable, and I take the point. There is a point, I didn't want to interrupt the member. The point that he made before he started or when he started, saying that he would also like to have more time so that he quotes the Bible, creating an impression that I gave Honorable Luzipo more time. In actual fact, for your information, he left 1 minute behind. He didn't utilize all his time. So it shouldn't be correct that that impression should last in our minds that he was given extra time. So I think the point is taken, and we will definitely have to come back to it. Honourable members, can we come back to that, please? I take note of the issue as raised, and then we'll definitely have to come back to that through the relevant structures and so forth. Honourable Minister of Defence and Military Veterans.
Honourable Chairperson of the NCOP, His Excellency the President of the Republic and the Deputy President, honourable members and representatives of our people across political affiliations in this Parliament, fellow South Africans, comrades and friends. Mr. President, the African National Congress aligns itself with the majority of South Africans who have welcomed the tone of SONA 2017 as a breath of fresh air, focused, tangible and inspiring hope. Following the outcome of the local government elections last year, where results in certain municipalities could not produce an outright winner, the ANC heard loud and clear the message of our supporters. They sent a clear directive to our movement, the African National Congress, to do something about their plight, to do it now without delay in a decisive manner as possible. We've been interacting with our people and our supporters, and they've been telling us across the board that they did not vote for the opposition during the elections. They wanted, in the most dramatic way, to send a message to us,
to address the deprivation they are still confronted with 22 years since South Africa's 1994 democracy. They therefore simply stayed away from the polls and in that manner denied us their vote. Their cry was that many of them still live in poverty, still clean homes and tend to gardens in white suburbs for meager salaries, work on the mines but kept away from the wealth generated at those entities because their class enemy, the bosses and owners of those places of work, see them only as units of labor. I should also say at this point that we welcome the signing off of the minimum wage by the Honorable Deputy President last week on behalf of our government. We could not but pay attention to the concerns of our people. Our people wanted us to hear about their life experiences after such a long time since we attained freedom and introduced democracy in our country. Of course, they've seen some of the deliverables that have improved their lives, from the most extensive social welfare program the country has ever experienced, housing delivery, to electricity and water, to mention just a few. But it is not enough and has not inspired them to say our ANC has truly delivered us a better life. The clear trajectory you emphasized in the State of the Nation, Mr. President, talks to the ANC's own resolutions on the matter of radical economic transformation. Our radical stance must address quickly so that we correct the situation where economic benefits from wealth of our country continue to elude our people, the struggling masses. Within the context of the Department of Defense, we are also taking seriously the marching order you've given us, Mr. President, to address the matter of the economic exclusion of South Africa's military veterans, whom we've defined as a designated group. Following many of frustrations and a lack of adequate institutional capacity to alleviate the plight of our military veterans, we've now developed a package of economic benefits in partnership with industries to fast-track the alleviation of the economic plight. We will be unveiling the outcomes of this package of work and details in the department's budget vote. Mentioning the Department of Defense enjoins me to address, albeit briefly, the concerns that have been raised regarding the deployment of some units of the South African National Defence Force on the day of the State of the Nation address. Honourable members and the public are certainly correct to raise these matters if they observe what may seem to be deviations from the established requirements in our area of work. I've taken the allegations seriously, and consequently, I have started an investigation, and when concluded, I'll report to the presiding officer. However, honourable members should also be aware that the matter has been subjected to a judicial process, the conclusion of which will assist all of us to deal better with matters pertaining to the role of the SANDF during key national events, including the SONA, inaugurations, state visits, etc. I do, however, want to assure you, members of Parliament, that you are not regarded as a security threat requiring the deployment of our National Defence Force. The SANDF has always been an integral part of the ceremony revolving around the State of the Nation address and other national key events, where it plays multiple roles. It is unfortunate that in the past 3 years, we've all had to perform our roles under a charged political atmosphere. Greater awareness and understanding by our population of the various roles and functions of the SANDF can only serve to enhance the function of oversight to ensure accountability for all operations undertaken in the name of the Defence Force. Honourable members, in dedicating this year to the memory of Oliver Tambo, the ANC and the government have defined President OR as the lodestar of our revolution and therefore thoroughgoing transformation on the basis of the values under which he led the ANC towards the attainment of our people's aspiration. As we honor him this year, we also acknowledge the symbolism the year of the centenary of his birth coincides with the 27th anniversary of the release of Comrade Nelson Mandela, our former president, his long-standing friend and comrade, once upon a time partners in a law firm whose function was to defend our people. Amongst those that they will now share their new meeting place will be another father figure of the revolution, El Comandante Fidel Castro, founding father of a free Cuba and a true friend of our people and our country. It is the solidarity of the Cuban people that has and continues to inspire us as part of the peace and friendship we have forged with other nations, strengthened by the bond of Oliver, Reginald Tambo, and Fidel. It is the inspiration derived from the unbreakable bond shared by these great leaders, their teachings about the friendship of nations, and the role of international solidarity that I rise to speak on South Africa's role in building peace in our continent within the context of common economic benefits between our people and the entire region of Africa. Mr. President, as for your observation during 2014 State of the Nation, Sub-Saharan Africa's importance as a dependable trade partner for our country continues to increase, while the trade environment has also shown greater stability. Our government's projection is that intra-regional trade and economic activity will further grow in investments from countries of the continent on the back of conditions of peace and stability. It is for that reason that we committed ourselves as we start this term of government to build our capacity in line with the trajectory adopted in the 2014 Defense Review to continue to promote the building of a better Africa and a more just world. Our country continues to support regional and continental processes to respond to and resolve crises, promote peace and security. Our work is premised on the support of our foreign policy objectives to strengthen regional integration, significantly increase intra-African trade, and champion sustainable development in our continent, all of which require an atmosphere of peace and stability to prosper. In this regard, we welcome your intervention in buttressing the program to ensure that government finds a suitable way to resource the South African National Defence Force mandate without exerting undue strain on the limited resources of the fiscus. Mr. President, honorable members, as you are aware, the SANDF has an inherent capability that is deployed to contribute to economic development and social upliftment. It has a constitutional mandate to support the attainment of our foreign policy objectives, and it is regarding this responsibility that we've been asked to address today. Since the advent of our democracy, our country has depended on the SANDF to support foreign policy objectives when required. This has been born out of our conviction that peace and stability are the cornerstones for human development and prosperity on our continent. Today, the Defence Force is credited as a midwife for peace and has reinforced South Africa's standing as a country at peace with itself and its neighbors. This is very important, considering South Africa's history before 1994, where the armed forces of the country played a destabilizing role in the region, creating conditions of insecurity and suffering amongst those who dared to support the struggle for democracy and freedom in our country. In line with the values of our foreign policy, the Defence Force has always ensured that any of its peacekeeping interventions in the continent are done as part of a mandate of multilateral institutions. We will not become a lone aggressor interfering in the affairs of other nations in terms of the injunctions of the ANC's Freedom Charter that a free South Africa would never use its vast resources, human and otherwise, to impose its dictates on other countries. Instead, South Africa would always strive to maintain world peace and the settlement of all international disputes by negotiation, not war. On the other hand, it is our view that our engagements in the peace efforts of the continent are not separated from the task of building a better life for our own people. There always have been a realization that stability in South Africa cannot be sustained if most parts of the continent remained blighted by armed conflict and human suffering. Our commitment to the renewal of the African continent and to the promotion of peace and stability, which will lead to sustainable development in Africa, is based on the understanding that our national interest is inextricably linked to what happens in the region and in the continent. In this regard, we can look back at a proud record of the SANDF's support to peace in the continent, giving all our people a chance for conflict-free development, encouraging the nations of the continent to design their future on the basis of their dreams and interests. And the Freedom Charter continues to say, and I quote, The right of all peoples of the continent of Africa to independence and self-government shall be recognized and shall be the basis of close cooperation, close quote. The Defense Force is therefore not just a tool for mayhem and war. It is an instrument for peace which creates fertile ground for the stimulation of vibrant economic activity. Our country, since independence, has benefited from the inter-regional trade which has been supported by the conditions of peace that the Defense Force has helped to cultivate. The peace dividend in financial terms to South Africa reads as follows for the financial year 2014-15. Contribution to the GDP for South African exports in the region averaged a total of 73 billion rands, while the relevant economic activity generated 481,000 quality jobs for South Africans. The biggest single contribution by country was the Democratic Republic of Congo, with a contribution to the GDP of 24.2 billion, accounting for a third of the total sum of 73 billion, which accounted for 160 of the 431 jobs created. The numbers demonstrate, Mr. President, a direct relationship between the economic stability derived from our peace efforts in that country and the size of return and contribution to our own economy. Of the 73 billion generated into the GDP from exports, 19 billion went directly into the focus. Our expectation, Mr. President, given the consideration for a new and self-sustainable funding model for defense activities with less strain on the national treasury and fiscus, is that planning for a future peace dividend will be more structured and integrated within government to extract maximum economic benefit for our country, including a higher contribution to the fiscus. This will in turn enhance the country's resource base for radical and accelerated economic transformation and the provision of services to improve the lives of our people. In addition, joint planning at regional and continental level will allow the cross-pollination of economic benefits across the peoples of the region and solidify adequate capacity for our common economic future, including our shared food security pool. According to the UN, the trend of results in countries such as Côte d'Ivoire, Sierra Leone, Burundi, and recently DRC shows a recovery of economies as a result of peace support missions in those countries, directly translating into direct foreign investment and growth. It is our view, Mr. President, that the Future Defense Development Program of the SANDPF creates a force that unlocks value than it costs, while supporting socio-economic benefits in our politics, security, infrastructure, and technology for South Africa and the continent. Our role is part and parcel of ensuring that we secure our national interest, and this at the same time challenges us to confront the question of what it should be. Chair, as part of the JCPS cluster here at home, we continue to be involved in the government of national security strategy and the imperative for public safety, as well as the fight against crime and corruption. Honorable members, the task of accelerating radical economic transformation is intrinsically linked to that of ensuring that our people continue to live in conditions of safety and security. The utmost importance that the state takes seriously its responsibility of ensuring public safety. As we move towards the ANC's National Policy Conference this year, our cluster has outlined various policy interventions to respond to developing trends and causes of insecurity amongst our people. Recent events where our people have at times taken to the streets have necessitated a relook into the functioning, structuring, and capacity of our criminal justice system. Although community protests are provided for in the country's legislative framework, of national security concern is the planned violence accompanying the protests. However, since 1984, the triggers of community protests have not changed, and these include demand for water, electricity, housing, and employment opportunities. The plans that are being outlined for intervention in the socio-economic conditions of our people should assist us in addressing the key causes of these triggers. I want to come once more pick up on the name of Oliver Reginald Tambo as an icon who dedicated his life to the pursuit of freedom for his people, and consequently to bring about a society of equals in South Africa, both before the law and in human interaction across the board. President Tambo was clear in his understanding that whatever we do in the task ahead of us, we should emphasize the importance of unity as the glue that keeps our people together. Speaking at Georgetown University on the 27th of January, 1987, Tambo had this to say, and I quote, "It is our responsibility to break down barriers of division and create a country where there will be neither whites nor blacks, just South Africans, free and united in diversity," close quote. It is important, therefore, that as leadership of the country, all of us gathered here should never compromise on that unity of our people and always guard ourselves against the temptation of dividing the nation. Our country's legislature has been convened once again to deliberate an important question about the kind of society our people have fought for and whether as a leadership we are still on track towards the attainment thereof. Parliament is serious business because the work that we are supposed to do here, that of improving the lives of our people, is a serious one. Speaking at Georgetown once more, I quote, "We seek to create a united, democratic and non-racial society. We have a vision of South Africa in which black and white shall live and work together as equals in conditions of peace and prosperity. Using the power you derive from the discovery of the truth about racism in South Africa, you will help us to remake our part of the world into a corner of the globe of which all of humanity can be proud," close quote. The question for us is, having been part of these disturbing scenes that continue to overshadow the true business of Parliament, is whether we depict that corner of the globe in which our people and the world can be proud of. It was not by coincidence that those who fought for freedom placed the unity of this nation in the forefront of the definition of our goals. This is because we know too well the pain and suffering of a nation at each other's throats, killing one another for a cause only best known by leaders of agitation. Given the divided history from which our country has come, our cardinal responsibility as leaders is to unite our nation. It is for this reason that we do not keep on emphasizing that which seeks to divide our people. A new dangerous brand of politicking is arising in our country, characterized by a mentality of Pumas Betane, Siyashashalazeni. And it is incumbent upon all South Africans to reject it for what it is. It is destructive, counterproductive, counter-revolutionary, bordering on the juvenile tendency of throwing toys out of the court bed with no regard for the fact that they may break. We cannot deteriorate into a trend where serious debate can deteriorate into a shouting match and slang. Even in the manner in which we engage with one another, no matter how deep our divisions or our political differences, we have a responsibility to exercise high levels of political maturity. Being a member of Parliament, to be bestowed the responsibility to be the voice of those who cannot be here, means that we are supposed to represent the best we have. I know that the problems I speak of cannot just be attributed to one party, and it is for this reason that I want to appeal to the conscience, to our conscience, all of us, that once made us to choose to serve our people by being here. The fifth Parliament is about to become the term of Parliament during which our people lost the opportunity to be served by members of Parliament. For us, leadership, this is not only about being blinded by the quest to achieve what you want, but our ability to put our people first. If we are truly the descendants of Tambo, Mandela, Gandhi, and Fidel, we should remember their examples and their words when we are united and serve our people. Only then can we say we have been deserving of our seats and the honor to be called leaders. Honorable members, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Shaikh Imam.
Honorable Deputy House Chair, Honorable President of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Deputy President, honorable members and distinguished guests. Mr. President, let me start off by acknowledging and welcome the bold statements made by yourself in SONA 2017. The one that stands out for the National Freedom Party is the radical economic transformation in the country. Mr. President, 23 years into South Africa's democracy, only 3 billionaires in South Africa own an equivalent to 50% of the wealth of all other South Africans in this country. Surely that cannot be transformation, Mr. President. And let me add that those 3 billionaires, neither is the president of this country nor the deputy president included in that 3. Mr. President, let me thank you and this government for your dedicated commitment for peace in the Palestinian area. Like our former icon Madiba once said, South Africans can never be free until the people of Palestine are free. Mr. President, this being your last term in the presidency, as the National Freedom Party, we want to recommend and suggest, in order to transform and provide equality to all South Africans in this country, we are saying, first of all, let's accelerate the process of land redistribution as alluded to by the minister yesterday. But more importantly, Mr. President, we are saying there are millions of South Africans here who do not have an identity and dignity as a direct result of not having land or homes. And you and I know, and the country knows, that the government cannot provide housing to everybody. And the ideal example, if you take the Western Cape, where only 62 houses were built in 5 years, because black people's lives or poor people's lives do not matter. That is what it is mean. So, Mr. President, we are saying,
Chairperson,
distribute land to all South African families, including single families.
Honorable Imam, can you take a seat? Is that a point of order?
I happen to know that is complete rubbish. Will you take a question on that?
No. Honorable member, I am aware that, no.
You can't just make up statistics.
I am aware that there was a ruling that was made on that word of rubbish. Can you please withdraw that and make your point?
I would like to ask him a question on the lies he's just told.
No.
Order, Deputy Chair.
No. Before we even get to the point of the question, we have been, honorable members, you know, this thing of being inconsistent, it's quite disturbing, because we have consistently been saying that we need to respect one another. We need to respect one another. Because you see, in English, you might have your own interpretation of rubbish. But if I can tell you what rubbish means in Setswana, you'll be ashamed. You'll be ashamed.
I was using it in English.
Please.
No, he must withdraw, Chair.
May you just allow yourself to respect another member.
Chairperson, I withdraw the word. Could I ask a question?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Honorable member, are you prepared to take a question? Honorable Imam, are you prepared to take a question?
Point of order, Chair. 2 members. No. Point of order, Chair. Let me raise a point of order.
No. Just hold it, Honorable Pop. Are you prepared to take a question?
Honorable Chairperson, I have 2 issues here. I won't take any questions, but over and above that,
he's not prepared
this clock
to take
seems
a
to have
question.
been running, and I have a problem with that.
On what point are you rising, honorable member?
On 14L, House Chairperson, and I wish to reinforce the fact that the word rubbish was not indeed ruled unparliamentary. And you may remember it went on review to the Speaker, and I have a letter from her office which says that the word is not unparliamentary.
Honorable member, I've made a ruling on that. The member is withdrawn. Therefore, Honorable Imam, can you continue?
Honorable House Chair, I have a problem in terms of the clock here.
Chairperson, sorry, since
Honorable member?
Since I was misled by the chair, will he take a question on the rubbish he is talking?
Honorable member, Honorable member, can we please not go back there? I think we have concluded on that matter. If you are not happy with my ruling, then there are processes that you can follow. Please, thank you very much. Continue, Honorable Imam.
Mr. President, as the National Freedom Party, we are saying, provide land service sites to every family in South Africa. That's the least you can do to address the inequalities in the country. And in doing so, for those who cannot qualify to buy or build their own homes, you need to force the banks to come together and provide funding so that our people will be able to own homes in this country. Mr. President, we talk about corruption in this country. Corruption is rife. But who says it is only restricted to one party or one organization? The Knysna municipality in the Western Cape is the most rotten and corrupt municipality in the entire country. Let alone the Western Cape High Court declaring that the DA were corrupt in issuing 113 million rand tender.
Honorable member, your time is
including the 70 million rand tenders for the right-hand man of the Premier of the Western
Honorable member,
Cape.
your time has expired.
Thank you, Mr.
Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honorable President, Deputy President, and all honorable members and our guests in the gallery. It is an honor for us to participate in this debate. Honorable President, we proudly join all ANC members of Parliament who have welcomed your State of the Nation address, in particular, your emphasis on fundamentally changing the ownership patterns of the means of production of the South African economy in favor of Africans in particular and blacks in general. The time is indeed now, Honorable President, for our government to use our political authority to advance the radical economic transformation in our country. We have not been reckless in pursuit of this transformative goal, and many who have previously benefited took it as given, Honorable President, that black people will never ascend to the highest point of economic control and ownership. And in fact, they even said we will remain consumers of our economic outputs. That's where they think we belong. We must, and indeed, it is our national revolutionary duty to change this narrative. Those who believe so are those who don't believe in black economic empowerment like this party. They don't have such a policy. They don't have. And they will never have. On our part, Honorable President, as members of this House, particularly from the African National Congress benches, we will hold the executive accountable around the question of radical economic transformation. Honorable Chair, it is with anguish and pain that we rise on the matter of the 94 psychiatric patients, and we are told that the number has increased, who tragically lost their lives recently in Gauteng. I want to thank the Honorable Speaker for giving the House an opportunity yesterday to observe a moment of silence in their honor. It will be amiss of us not to critique how the Democratic Alliance brought this tragic matter before this House. You know, it is common cause that the Life Esidimeni report, which informed all of us about the death of the 94 psychiatric patients, was released by the Health Ombudsman, Dr. Mahoba, and the Minister of Health on the 1st of February. The Democratic Alliance had all the time, ample time to consult other parties, as is always the tradition in this House. They had all the time on such a tragic matter. They had all the time from the 1st of February. We had a Chief Whips Forum. They didn't raise this matter. We had a programming committee
where the Speaker chairs. They did not raise this matter of such importance. The issue indeed, by the way, we conduct business of this House through consensus. We all agree that this is the item that needs to get on the agenda, on the order paper, Honorable President. What do? Even on the same day, just before you deliver the State of the Nation address, I approach the Chief Whip of the Democratic Alliance because they were also carrying placards about Esidimeni. I said to them, can't we do things better? We are a House of Parliament. In fact, we can call the minister and everybody else to come and account. Why should we make this house a house of protest? At that time, Honorable President and people of South Africa, the DA had at least an opportunity to say to the ANC, we have this matter that we want to raise. This very important matter. Not only to the ANC, by the way, to all the parties here. They never approached any party. That here is a matter tragic to the to the country. Can we have a moment of silence? They never raised the matter. Nowhere did they raise the matter. The question that we need to answer, were they genuine in raising this matter? Were they genuine or were they grandstanding and using such a tragedy? Honorable Wilmot James, I've always had respect for you. But I thought you could have advised differently on such a tragic matter. We thought that because all of us as South Africa feel this pain, we are all pained. Indeed, you would have come to any of us to say, can we do this moment of silence? Rest assured, we would have said, by all means. You never even alerted, by the way. You never even alerted the presiding officers. You sprang this matter on them when they were here. They didn't know what you were bringing. You just sprang them. We don't surprise each other in this house. In this house, we consult each other so that what we do here is by consensus, and we are all agreed that this is the right thing to do. You therefore made this tragedy of South Africa a political football. You indeed wanted to benefit politically from such a tragedy. Shame on you, sis. Yes, sir.
Order, honorable members.
Honorable President, another issue that we would like to bring to this House is that
Order, honorable members.
Joint Rule 212 of the joint sitting of Parliament talks very loudly about discipline. And it says, in this regard, all our rules on discipline from both houses are applicable when a joint sitting is held. Let me read what we have in the National Assembly rules regarding this.
Honorable member, Honorable Chief Whip, can you just take your seat? I see a gesture there. What gesture is that, Honorable Member Julius? What is that? No, what is that? What does it mean? No, what does it mean? What does it mean? I want to know. What does it mean?
5 minutes.
What about 5 minutes? The honorable member has got 15 minutes.
Deputy Chair.
No. The honorable member's
shows
got
on
15
ours
minutes.
5 minutes.
No, it's got
Thank you.
15 minutes. Can you continue, honorable member?
Deputy Chair, our National Assembly Rule 10 provides that a member who willfully fails or refuses to obey any rule, order, or resolution of the House may be found guilty of contempt of Parliament in terms of the Powers and Privileges Act of 2004, close quote. We therefore propose to this House that the conduct of all members who willfully violated the joint rules and further impaired the decorum of this House by insulting presiding officers, we are a real shame. And other members during the SONA should be dragged kicking and screaming and referred to the Powers and Privileges Committee to determine whether their conduct was contemptuous of Parliament and impose appropriate sanctions on those who will be found guilty. Unless we do so, this House will continue to degenerate. People will come here and stand on this podium and insult people. We therefore need to put a stop to this behavior. The Parliament of our people is a forum of democratic debate and not a house of profanities and insults. We are firmly of the view that this deviant unparliamentary behavior must be nipped in the bud. Deputy Chair, lastly, until when are we going to...
Order. Can you just listen to the member? Allow the member to speak. Because you are drowning him now. Now you are debating with him. No, you are out of order, honorable member. Can you please be in order?
Chair, point of order.
I've cautioned members to be in order.
He is the chief whip of the opposition.
No, honorable
Very
member.
bad.
I've cautioned members to be in order.
Yes, it's bad.
Can you continue, honorable member?
Until when are we going to allow the EFF to use their hard heads and amakoporo as weapons to assault parliamentary protection services staff? Until when? I think we must also run out of patience on this unbecoming conduct and instruct as this House the Joint Rules Committee to look into the advisability of having parliamentarians coming into the House wearing hard hats. We really should look into this particular matter. My own view on this matter is simply that hard hats must not be allowed on the floor of any of our parliamentary houses. I therefore propose strongly, as I close my input on the State of the Nation address, that hard hats, amakoporo, amakarapa, makoporo be barred from the floor of the Houses of Parliament. We thank you, House Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Waters.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the intolerance of ANC members here today against opposition party members who try to express a different view to their own highlights the desperation in the ANC. And we can't blame them, can we? They are desperate. They've seen how many councillors they lost in August last year, how many of their friends lost their jobs, and they're counting the days to the 2019 election when they're going to lose their jobs as well. But what you have shown to the voters is how vulnerable you are as a party. The once mighty ANC is now a weak, scared lamb fighting for its survival. And I also don't blame you, given the history of the State of the Nation's address. You know that the radical economic transformation plan that the President has outlined is going to go nowhere. If we look at 2011, the theme was the year of job creation through transformation and economic growth. Thank goodness the voters didn't hold their breath. That's all I can say, because we would have had a lot less voters in the country. The Minister of Communications says we cannot continue with only a few benefiting from the economy. And you're quite right, sir. We cannot continue with a few benefiting from the economy. So why then do you allow the Zupta cartel to continue to pillage and loot the coffers of this country? Why don't you take a stand for the silent or the voiceless millions in this country? You allow one man to continue to pillage this country. But Deputy Chairperson, on Thursday night, the Africans were appalled by the
Honourable Waters,
visuals.
can you take us? I noticed there's a point there.
Morena mtlatša modula still. Be ke botšiša gore na morena metsi o nyaka gore rena re theeletše matlakala a tlo a bolelang na.
No. No. I've not even made a ruling. You are already concluding. Because I need to make a ruling on the matter that has been raised. No, you're not going to tell me what to do. I know what to do. Because, no, Chief, you're out of order now. Now you're out of order. No. Honorable Member, I earlier on made a ruling on the usage of the word of rubbish. I know when we bua ka Setswana. Ke kopa hore o busetse ko morago.
Mo tlatša modulasetulo ke a gomiša mara morena metsi ke a leboga.
Thank you very much. Can you continue, Honorable Waters?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Deputy Chair, on Thursday night, South Africans were appalled at the visuals they saw here in Parliament, where they saw armed military personnel on the precinct of this August House. When the leader of the opposition and the chief whip of the opposition brought this matter to the Speaker's attention, the Speaker should have immediately suspended the proceedings in order to address this grave situation. The fact that she didn't even seem alarmed or even raise her eyebrow at the thought of armed troops on the precinct indicates that she either gave her authority for their presence beforehand or knew about their presence beforehand. And this is despite the fact that both the chairperson of the NCOP and the Speaker of the National Assembly gave assurances to the whips of the different parties that only ceremonial military personnel would be allowed within the precincts of Parliament. The failure of the Speaker to address this gross violation of our Constitution will remain a stain on our democracy and ensure that her name stenches the history books for centuries to come. Professor George Devenish wrote in The Star on Tuesday, the 14th of February, and I want to quote him, he said, "Making use of military troops in the precincts of Parliament puts two issues at stake. First, the conduct would appear to be a violation of the principle of the separation of powers, and the second, that of a breach of parliamentary privilege, both of which are part of our constitutional dispensation. The chief function of the Speaker is to preserve the privileges and dignity of Parliament in chairing political debate and discourse. This must be done with impartiality and courage. For this to occur, the Speaker must be politically independent. Unfortunately, Baleka Mbete is compromised in that she is also the ANC chairperson. She conducts herself in a manner that displays a superficial understanding of the requirements of a historic and distinguished office.
Honorable Waters, can you take a seat? May I recognize that point of order?
Angibonge mhlonishwa sihlalo walendlu. Ngisukumela ukuphakamisa liphuzu ngekuhlala kokuhlanganyela nemithetho yenkulumo mbikiswano. Umhlonishwa Mandi ukhuluma ngokuthi abide umhlonishwa Baleka Mbete amtshela ukuthi ngubaleka lapha kusahluko selishumi nakune lapha ku sikhuluma ngokuthi singabidi lo ulibito lilunga lalendlu.
Point of order, Chair. Thank you. Point of order, Chair.
No.
Point of order, Chair.
No. I can't take 2 points of orders. Which one am I going to make a ruling
But
on?
she's misquoting what Mr. Waters is saying there.
No.
She must listen because Mr.
Honourable
Waters
member.
is quoting what is written from the newspaper.
Honourable member,
You must wake up and listen.
honourable members, I heard you. Dukvile, ma. Dukvile. Honourable Waters, you know, earlier on I made an appeal. I mean, if it is said, if it is true, may I once more caution ourselves to respect one another and refer to each other as honorable members of this august house. Hence, I said earlier on, you may not like me. You don't have to like me. You can call me Papi, you can call me Tau, you can call me what, but at least once we are in this house, can we just refer to each other as honorable members? You can say Honorable Tau or Mr. Tau, it's fine. I don't have a problem. But at least just show some respect to other members of this house.
Speaker, I was quoting a letter from the Star newspaper.
Honorable Steenhuisen.
Deputy Chair, I respect your ruling that we must refer to each other as honourable members, and you're absolutely right, we must refer to ourselves in a respectful manner. So I concur with your ruling. However, what the Honourable Waters was doing, and if you check Hansard, you'll see it, it was a direct quotation from a letter that appeared, or an op-ed that had appeared in the Star. Now, it's unethical to insert words into a quotation. So the article had referred to the Speaker as Baleka Mbete. The Honourable Waters was simply quoting from it. And I think that if you make this a precedent, it means that every time we make a quote in this House, we've got to insert words that didn't exist in the original quote. And I would think that's very problematic. So I don't think that the Honourable Waters was disrespecting the Speaker. He was merely quoting.
I'm just happy that you agreed with my ruling. Honourable Waters, can you continue with the debate?
Thank you. If I can finish the quote, Deputy Chair. He continues to say, it is with regards to fearless independence that Mbete, and I'm quoting, and other presiding officers have failed through their blatantly partiality to the ANC. That's what he says. Then, so Madam Speaker allowed to happen on Thursday night was what she allowed to happen was tantamount to a coup here on Thursday night. And if she and the other presiding officers do not get the severity of the situation, it is more reason that they all should step down as their
Can I
positions.
take a point of order?
Chair, as much as we respect the right of Honorable Waters to quote from the newspaper, the rules of this House, because he's referring, even the quote, now he's referring to a member of this House and the Speaker of this Parliament. Let us maintain the due and the respect. On top of that quote, there's nothing wrong. He had to respect it. No. As much as you read the quote, but respect the Speaker.
Honourable members, you know, this thing of consistency is very important. And thank you very much, because my attention is drawn to an earlier ruling and a matter that has been dealt with before. And I want to read it out so that we don't get back to this thing again, just for purpose of consistency. And it says, accusations against a member or personal reflections on a member's integrity are equally offensive and damaging if they are made by way of inference, by way of hypothesis, through a quotation, by being posed as a question, or by utilizing other figures of speech and literary devices. It has been done before. It is there. So may we not go back to that. That is why I've been consistent in appealing to members to respect the integrity of the House and the integrity of other members of this House. Can you continue, Honourable Waters?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Deputy Chair, we also witnessed today and yesterday how ANC members are aided and abetted by the presiding officers to insult and abuse members of the opposition. Rules are selectively applied by the presiding officers. How is it, Deputy Chair, that ANC members can tell members to F off and nothing happens? In fact, it was Premier sitting here on Thursday night. How is it that Honourable Dick, I think his name is, could tell the Honourable Van Dam that she's a street mate, and nothing is taken, no action is taken against him? How is it that the Honourable Manana can say to a DA member that they are a sellout and no action is taken against them, yet they are named and pointed out to the presiding officer? Well, Honourable Manana, let me tell you what I believe is a sellout. A party that allows 94 mentally ill people to die through starvation and dehydration, that party is a sellout. A party that allows a massacre of 44 miners in Marikana is a sellout. A party who allows 9 million South Africans to be unemployed is a sellout. A party who allows a president to spend 246 million rand on his house is a sellout. A party who allows a president to get away with 783 charges of corruption is a sellout. A party who allows 19,500 dysfunctional schools is a sellout. And I could go on and on and on.
Honourable Waters, can you take a seat?
Chair, I don't know that we now have a choir in the house. If the conductor of the choir is standing in front here and the choir responds, it's unparliamentary.
No.
You can't have a choir in the house. You can't.
No, that's not a point. That's not a point of order, Honourable Member. Can you continue, Honourable Waters?
Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Order, Honourable Member.
I would suggest that Honourable Manana and MPs of her ilk look in the mirror and they will see a sellout.
Point of order, Chairperson.
Honorable Chair.
Honourable Chair.
Honourable Waters, can you take a seat?
Thank
Yes,
you,
can I
Chair.
take a point?
Is the member ready to take a question? And that's a question around
No.
who
Honourable
holds
members,
the economy
order.
of the
Order.
country. Is it a party that is a sellout? The one that doesn't want to bring about
Honourable
a
member,
transformation.
you wanted to ask a question. Honourable Waters, are you prepared to take a question?
I'll take a question from the member in the pub afterwards.
Come again?
I'll take a question from her in the pub. That's where we normally find
So
her.
you're not prepared to take a
No, I'm
question?
not.
No, he's not prepared to take a question.
Point of order.
All right.
There's another point of order, Honourable Waters. Can you take your seat, please?
Chairperson.
Yes.
Bengicela umhlonishwa mandi ukuthi aseka address emhlalo umhlali lapha esitulweni anga address mina ene uma ngabe addressa mina direct ngikubona ku wrong ngoba yena utholakala athatha abantu belibala lelimnyama
No, Honourable Member, that's a point for debate now. It's not a point of order. You are debating now. Honourable Member, can you continue?
Deputy Chair, the Honourable Zulu said that the ANC have replaced AK-47s for the Constitution. But what she didn't say is how the party is trampling on the Constitution, violating it and ripping it up at every possible turn. That's what you're doing currently. It's about time that you stood up for the Constitution and not stood on it. You also said that we should limit to how we push the ANC. Now, for me, that is a direct threat from Honourable Zulu. But let me tell you, Honourable Zulu, we're not scared of your threats. We are going to keep pushing the ANC and hold you to account for service delivery and hold you to account for corruption.
Order, Chair. This side. Order, Chair.
Honourable Waters, can you take your seat? Can I take a point?
No, thank you, Honourable Chair. I request that Honourable Waters address all honourable members through you, not just attack the honourable member directly. Otherwise, he's showing his lobotomized.
Absolutely correct. No, I carry that point of order because the rules clearly states that you must address the House through the chair.
Don't want to hear, don't worry. Thank you, Chair. And that from the Mampara of the month from the Sunday Times. But Chair, if I
order,
can through
Chair.
you tell the Honourable Zulu,
No, leave it.
I just want to double check whether this lobotomized honorable member is just called me a Mampara honorable member.
No.
the Sunday Times did, not me.
Yeah. Can you continue, honourable member?
Thank you. I want to give the assurance to Honourable Zulu and other members of the ANC. We're not going to be scared to keep pushing. Like we pushed you out of Nelson Mandela Bay, like we pushed you out of Johannesburg, and like we pushed you out of Tshwane. And we're going to push you out of the union buildings as well. The ANC said they could never lose Nelson Mandela Bay, and they did. They said they could never lose Tshwane, and they did. They said they could never lose Johannesburg, and they did. Let us stand here in 2019 and say the ANC said they couldn't lose in 2019, and
Honourable
they
member, your time
did.
is expired.
Thank you.
I think order, honourable members. It is quite nice to be lively during this time of the night, to keep ourselves awake. And it's quite an interesting thing. But there was an earlier objection on the extent to which members of the other parties were engaging with members who are at the podium. And it came from the Democratic Alliance. The beauty about this is that I've been in the House throughout. Earlier on, there was a problem. So I'm just saying to members that yes, it might be in my head, because in any case it can't be in my hands. Yes, it can't be in my hands. It must be in my head. So I'm just saying to members, all the honourable members. Can we just proceed with the business of the day by calling on the Deputy Minister in the Presidency to conclude the debate?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. The Honourable Waters, who just left the podium, just gave true meaning of the proverbial story in the Bible of turning water into wine. Because all that he did when he was here was just to whine and whine and whine. Madam Speaker, President Zuma, Deputy President Ramaphosa, the Honorable Magwevu came here earlier on to quote from W.B. Yeats' poem, The Second Coming. And he fell short of going to the last 3 lines of that stanza, which goes on to say that the ceremony of the innocents is drowned, the best lack of conviction, while the worst are full of passionate fury and intensity. And I'm not suggesting that the Honorable Magwevu is the worst, but the way in which he came here to speak with so much intensity, it showed that from this side of the House, we need the best to come and speak and engage with the State of the Nation address. In fact, he said that the State of the Nation left him cold. Now, that was on Thursday. But he came here on this podium still looking very cold, and he was always sitting like this. Very, very cold. Now, whatever you did, Honorable President, on Thursday, for the Honorable Magwevu to be cold, still is with him today. And I think Honorable Waters need to give him what he has been turned into so that we warm up the Honorable Magwevu and so that he lightens up. Last week in the build-up to the State of the Nation address, the economic freedom fighters made several statements in the media to the effect that they will disrupt the sitting and they will not allow the president to speak to this august House. Whatever their reasons, there was no reason to believe that they would not follow through this threat as they did in the past sittings of this House. As appropriate, the leadership of this House made the necessary arrangement to ensure that whatever happens, the President who has been elected by the majority of this House ultimately speaks to the country on matters pertaining to the state of the nation. And of course, true to form, the EFF wasted no time, moving from the ridiculous to the bizarre and to the mundane, including producing lunch packet zippers and alleging that there's an intention to inject them with biological warfare type chemicals that would render them incapacitated for the day, thinking that we're watching the Z World or some scientific movies here in this House. The EFF charged on. 36 points of orders, I counted them. And 1 hour, 8 minutes later, including a barrage of rehearsed insults aimed at the Speaker and the State President, the EFF was finally removed from the House so that we proceed with the business of the day. They understood that what the implications were and knew that two things would happen on that day. Either the President would keep the nation waiting in awe for him to address them, or they will be ejected. Or they will be ejected from the House. And they had to be rejected so that they had to be ejected from the House so that this country engages with the state of the nation. And in fact, I must say that they came armed. Even in the public gallery, some of the guests allege that the Dalimpof, the national chairperson of the EFF, discharged a pepper spray in the gallery so that he sabotages the sitting of the House. Now, sitting here in the House, I myself witnessed some of the EFF MPs moving and charging towards the people who were appointed to ensure that there is order in this House. The EFF and any other member of this House have the right to protest against the President or government without fear and without intimidation, but it must be made clear. As much as we should be careful of the dictatorship of the majority and the fact that the ANC should at all times be considerate of the views of the small parties, we can never, ever allow the tyranny of the minority to reign over in this House. 62% of the electorate voted for the ANC to govern and not to sit in parliament and turn the other cheek again and again as presiding officers are intimidated on a yearly basis. 62% of our people elected the ANC into this House not to be meek, voiceless, powerless majority that cowers down to a party that only have 6%. This institution has rules that has been agreed to by all the political parties, and those rules have to be followed. There's a problematic narrative out there that seeks to suggest that for the ANC to be seen to be democratic, benevolent, and for the presiding officers to be impartial, they must allow some members of this House to abuse them without them resorting to implementing the rules of the House. Essentially, according to this narrative, all that the presiding officers should have done on that day was to allow a long night of frivolity and vexatious points of order whose intention was to stop the president from executing his duties. That's what these comrades were supposed to do. This problematic narrative suggests that the engagement with the state of the nation can only happen as and when 36 of the 490 MPs who were gathered on that day are agreeable. So 36 must hold 490 MPs into ransom. On that day, attempts even by the leader of the opposition, Honorable Musi Maimane, to let sanity prevail was drowned out by irrationality even from his own political party. This led to the DA again kowtowing to the agenda of the EFF of disrupting to the sittings of the National Assembly without being seen to be rowdy and uncouth, just like their EFF counterpart. We have heard words in this debate, Honorable Speaker, such as creeping dictatorship, increased militarization, abuse of power, and ignorance to the Constitution. Now, these words are being used consistently by the DA in this debate, referring to the last Sunday. The conduct of the DA on Thursday reminded me of the dog in Aesop's fable, which had a big chunk of meat and was crossing the river. And as it was crossing the river, it saw its own reflection on the water. And it saw another dog with a big piece of meat. And it said, no man, I must go and get that other big piece of meat. And it left this big piece of meat it had so that it goes for that one. As soon as it realized that both pieces of meat are gone, it knew that the end is nigh. And that's what happened to that dog, and that's what will happen to the Democratic Alliance, who are not happy with what they have and who believe that by kowtowing to the EFF, they will get more than what they already have. I must tell you that your constituency expects you to help bring sanity in this house. They voted for you because they want you to behave in a particular way. If they wanted the EFF, they would have voted for the EFF. They are watching you, and believe me, that the only way in which they are watching the way in which you believe that the only way in which you should oppose the ANC is to behave like the EFF. I'm warning you. They are watching you. You have more MPs in this house than the EFF, and you should start acting the part and stop believing that for you to get the black youth vote, which you've been trying to flat throughout this whole debate, you need to do what you've done. I must tell you that it is very patronizing and very childish. You speak of the suppression of voices in democratic space, yet you were refusing the ANC to hold its own People's Assembly just outside here. You speak about excluding people from the parliamentary space, yet you the ones who said the ANC can only bring 10,000 people into the city when we wanted to bring 40,000 people into the city. You are the same people. You are the same people who are saying Parliament on that day was closed down to the people. But yet, on the 2nd of January, when hundreds of thousands of minstrels wanted to march into the city, you closed them out. You push them away because the city does not belong to them. Now, what was their sin? You believed that they belong to the ANC. And all that they want to do was to do what they do best, which is to parade into the city. That will forever haunt you, I promise you. Now, the Honorable Van Dam came here, and I asked myself, what was the Honorable Van Dam really doing here on this podium? Now, because we had a very nice hit in December, so she thought she can kill SONA. Now, that didn't happen. And as I was sitting there and listening to the Honorable Van Dam, I just asked myself, because I was thinking of balloons and cone heads and jumping castles, and I asked myself, does the Honorable Van Dam actually do children's parties? Because we really need to outsource her to do that, other than to come here and torture us with what she believed was killing what the president presented as a State of the Nation address. I think, as my advice next time, when everybody walks out, Honorable Van Dam, just sit there where you're sitting, listen to what the president says, so that you have an appropriate response to the State of the Nation address. When the Honorable Busmaimani took over the podium yesterday to respond to the State of the Nation address, which only he knows where it was delivered, he reminded me of the words of British writer and political publicist who once remarks, and I quote, "Politics is the art of looking for trouble, finding it whether it exists or not, diagnosing it incorrectly, and applying the wrong remedy." So politics for the Honorable Maimani is looking for trouble, finding it whether it exists or not, diagnosing it incorrectly, and applying the wrong remedy. Now, in his rants and heap of rubble meant to slumber the nation into believing how good the Democratic Alliance would be if it leads the country, the Honorable Maimani knew that there should be a problem somewhere. But because it doesn't exist, he then either prescribed a wrong solution or actually created one in his own mind. In fact, the way he was so good in creating this problem, I forgot my communist cloth and I was nearly shouting amen down there next to King Holomisa, Chief Holomisa. But of the many he did mention, education was one of the big issues that he made at the center of his debate. And in his to-do list, he suggests that the DA will, and listen to this, invest in training existing teachers and recruiting more teachers with excellent skills, particularly in maths and science. Now let me tell you something. Let me enlighten you, Honorable Maimane, the unenlightened. There is a mathematics, science and technology program that already exists that this government is implementing. But over and above that, the Funza Rushaka program already recruits more than 15,000 teachers who are skilled to have been deployed in the education system. Now he said something else. That was not the only illusion in his mind. He said something else. He suggested that the DA will explore the feasibility of bringing back teacher training colleges. Now for ANC members and for those who voted for the ANC, this rings a bell because in the ANC's elections manifesto, we kept on ramming this point, that we need to reopen colleges of education. We've already done so, because already 3 colleges of education have been opened. 3 colleges of education have been opened. Now the Honorable Maimane also further says that, and I quote, the poorest students will be comprehensively supported and the missing middle who cannot secure funding or bank loans will receive support proportional to their family support. We're already doing this. It's already there. 600,000 if the joint income of the parents are below 600,000, those kids are supported by the government. And the government has also wiped out all the historical debt that students have in higher education. All that I can ask is as to what planet does the Honorable Maimane live in?
Honorable Manamela, can you just? No, I can't hear you.
Chairperson.
Just hold it.
Chairperson.
Just hold it. Honorable members, you're out of order. You are really out of order. Please, man. I mean, the member goes to the mic, and then you start shouting at her like that. How many times have I reprimanded members this side? How many times? Honorable members, let's not get there. Please, let's not do that. Can I hear your point, Honorable Member?
Chairperson, we are being photographed. Is that allowed in this August House?
By who now? No.
Order, Chair.
Honorable Member.
Is it parliamentary for a member of parliament to come and point people like this?
Honorable Mateme.
This is unbecoming.
Honorable Groenewald, Honorable Mateme, order, honorable members, order, I'm looking this side now, order, before I get accused of not calling members to order. Honorable Groenewald, Honorable Mateme would not like to be part of your video. So please don't take your photos. Please don't take your photos. Honorable Manamela, can you continue with the debate?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. You know, yesterday it was Valentine's Day, so the spirit is probably still going on. But I must say, with all of these things, and with the response of the DA to the State of the Nation address, what asks me, and particularly millions of young people, is the mention by the DA consistently of a so-called lost generation. And whereas you are governing Tshwane and Johannesburg, you are cutting out opportunities for these young people. Our greatest respect as the ANC, we must say, it's not because we are out of power in those two metros, but it is because those who are now in power are cancelling programs which were directly beneficial to the needs, interests, and aspirations of young people. The ANC in Tshwane had a Wi-Fi spot that was to the benefit of more than 2.2 million young people and 310,000 connections per day, and the DA today is saying that they are considering whether it should continue or not. And what is interesting is that the mayor, when he was campaigning, he said he will call off the luxury cars, posh cars, blue lights, but that he didn't cancel, but he wants to cancel the Wi-Fi in the city of Tshwane. But it's even worse in the city of Johannesburg. It's even worse in the city of Johannesburg, in the metro of Johannesburg, where there's a program called Vulindlele Jozi, which is a youth development program that included massive open online university network that benefited 20,000 young people. Young people whom the DA says were condemning as a lost generation. They are cancelling that program. They are condemning those young people into lost generation. And what did the DA Trump wannabe Herman Mashaba do? What does he do? He shows the young people of the city of Johannesburg the middle finger when it comes to the Digital Ambassadors program, which was benefiting 2,000 young people. And the same applies with the Jozi My Beginning program, which was benefiting 700 young people and had a potential of thousands and thousands of jobs. Now, this is from the same political party that came here and said they have a rescue plan. All that they are doing is to push young people down the cliff into the precipice of being the real lost generation, without even understanding the context within which the people who ordained the context of the lost generation wanted to use that concept. Now, the Honorable Holomisa of the UDM came here and spoke as usual about the need for a national consultative conference, but I think that it's important that before the Honorable Holomisa speak about anything national, because he's the only political party that's referred to as a movement. Now, movement means you move. Now, he hasn't been able to move even outside of the Transkei. All the MPs who are here from the UDM are just from the Transkei. Now, what kind of a movement that's actually stuck in the Transkei, but yet want to talk about a national movement? The Honorable Groenewald spoke passionately about how the president blames white people. And I need to reiterate this. The ANC...
Honorable member, can you summarize? No, I was not recognizing you.
Thank you.
In actual fact, I called on the member to indicate that his time has expired.
Thank you. Can I go? Ngaba Yoms is not from Transkei.
Okay, fine. You're still at the podium. You're still at the podium. Okay, can you conclude, honorable member?
We want to send this message to the Honorable Groenewald, who's not here in the House, which is a poem, a very short poem by Don Matera titled Sea and Sand, and it's about land. Sea and sand, my love, my land, God bless Africa, but more the south of Africa, where we live.
Honorable member, your time has expired.
The angry mountains and the smiling hills where the cool waters spills to the hill.
Honorable member.
The young people will never listen to that which Honorable Groenewald wants them to listen to, because we believe that the land is the solution to the main problems of this country.
Time's expired. Go sit down.
Order. Honorable members, that concludes the speakers list. The President will reply to the debate tomorrow, but before I adjourn, The House, there is an announcement for members of the National Council of Provinces from the chairperson to say that tomorrow at 9 o'clock in S12A, you are required to be at S12A tomorrow at 9 o'clock. The House is adjourned.